Definitely first. Oh man, guys, I'm all hopped up on cold meds, and I'm trying to sweat it out. It's like 80 degrees in the room that I'm in right now. What is it? Oh, actually, it's just shy of 80 degrees in the room that I'm in right now, and I've put on a hooded sweatshirt. I'm trying to sweat this out. I'm feeling like crap. So, I don't know. We're going to stream early today. We'll see how long this goes. I still have to do Plane of Hate for my weekly raids, and then I figure we'll either level up the Necromancer or maybe do some moats. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like really out of it. So I wanted to stream. I didn't want to like cancel the stream, but I don't know how I'll be feeling all day. So I do have video going. I don't know if your phone is being dumb. I'm showing video anyway. If you're not seeing video, then that's good to know. Yeah. Doubtful COVID. I don't really go enough places to get COVID. Calico Bard, what's going on, baby? Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Also, is there a reason you change? Is there's an extra O in your name? Is that new? Calico. Anywho, yeah. So I've got some stuff we gotta do. We unlocked Wizard over the weekend, which is cool. Tea, honey, and whiskey is cold medicine. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot my old password and got blocked from an original name. Oh, that sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. So we've been busy. We actually have. Oh, you know what I could do? You know what? We're gonna go do this really quick. I want to give some of these out. I think that these are really good for people. And you know what? Some of my main people are here that came in early. I'm gonna give out some Reapers of the Dead. We're going to go do some Reapers of the Dead really quick. Before we do anything else, I'm going to go grab some Reapers of the Dead. And then once we get the Reapers of the Dead, we will give those out to people in the community. It's a really big pain in the butt to faction. And so I think this will be a nice little thing to give out to people. I really appreciate people showing up. We are early today. And for those of you who have shown up early, this is my way of saying thank you. And I appreciate you for having your notifications on. I cleared Nagy D0 last night on level 45 Ranger Beast Druid. Was a nail biter. Ooh, nice. I don't know. Dude, what's Reaper of the Dead? Oh, let me tell you. Let me sing you a little song about what Reaper of the Dead is, my friend. So there's this really cool two-hander called Reaper of the Dead. And Reaper of the Dead has this very nice little exaltation on it. Maybe you guys have seen this somewhere or heard of it somewhere. It's pretty saucy. My face is blocking everything. No, you don't get to see. You don't get to see the game. Craziness. There, how's that? Is that better? Do we do better? Check it out. That's Reaper of the Dead right there. Now we're going to run over. We're going to do this quest. And we are going to help you guys get some Reapers of the Dead. Part of how this works is we go over and we give Kiz over here a little bit of mouth love. And I need to set this up here. All right. It's the Thex Mallet quest. So what we got to do first, okay, is we've got to get some notes from this guy. So there's a special thing you say. If any of you guys have seen The Evil Dead, or if you guys have seen Army of the Dead, you have to say the Klaatu Vrada Nikto. That's like a big thing. It's like the magic words that brings hell to the real world. And by saying those words backwards to Kiz, he gives you a little note. Okay? And we're going to take this note. Now we have about 3 already, and I'm already carrying 1. So we're going to go ahead and we'll get 3 notes from him. And that way we can spawn this guy 3 times. And I'll show you exactly how this works. So it's a very simple quest in Befallen. Very easy to go in and track down. And again, this gives you a clicky promised renewal every 20 minutes, which is pretty saucy. I use it all the time. D4 any D4 CT, something like that. You get hit for like a really nasty round. You go ahead and line that promised renewal up, and you do some life taps in between, or maybe you accidentally pulled too much and you're tanking a bunch of things. You guys will definitely see me use it when we go to hate later. Sorry, I got to keep that caffeine going, else I run into a giant wall here. All right, we're going to go ahead and create an instance. We don't need to create a D4, but we're going to go ahead and create a D4 anyway. Can you do the pet delay chalkboard lesson again for us slows? Vadim, yeah, absolutely. Just so you know, though, I'll be kind of slow today as well. I'm just checking on my pugs here. You haven't delved into SK. Well, so if you play Paladin, Paladins get the same thing from the really cool Paladin sword. Which I recommend before you turning it into the Fiery Avenger, you go ahead and pull that off there. Soulfire. Sorry you missed the drama yesterday. Which drama are we speaking of? Sir, did you lick Windows? No, my kid was sick and she freaking came in here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over here, Warder, Enchanter, Cleric. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So we're going to go over here, La Rod, okay? So this is the Rod. What we're going to do is we're going to give him one of those notes that we just got from Kiz, like that, and he's going to spawn an NPC in the basement. So we're going to go over here. We're going to go ahead and jump our little booty hole down this right here. Whoop. All right. And we are going to... Whoop, I probably could have gone the other way. And he's going to spawn this guy right over here. This guy... Commander Windstream. Interesting. He's fighting other NPCs. We want to be careful. We certainly don't want to let them kill him. He drops the mallet stem. Now, the mallet stem is really important because what you do is this nice little elven nerd over here. We're going to kill these, and then we're going to go kill the elven nerd. Okay, so this guy right here, the elven skeleton, okay, this guy drops one of 2 pieces, okay? He drops either the head or the hilt. And today, he dropped the hilt, which is perfect for us, because that is exactly what we need. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move all of this stuff over here. We're going to put this over here. All right. We're going to open up our inventory. We're going to use the mallet stem, and we're going to go ahead and put the head and the hilt in there, combine them, and it creates the Thex mallet. Now, we have 2 Thex mallets here, and what we're going to do is we're going to take those 2 Neriak once we do a couple more of these turn-ins. I got to go get the keys because I forgot to get the damn keys, but that's okay. There's a Shadow Knight right over here who gives all the keys, which is nice. Convenient. Hey there, how you doing? Go away. No one likes you. All right, let's see. We'll get that key, and this key. And we'll go ahead and sell all that crap. We don't care about it. Something about patches and servers going up and down like a yo-yo. Oh yeah, no, I definitely saw it. I gotta tell you, all right, maybe it's because I'm sick and I'm gonna ask for a little bit of grace here. I really don't have any patience for a lot of the people screaming and hollering about them taking down the servers. Okay, I don't mean this disrespectfully. I think that it's okay that everybody has their own opinion, has their own feelings. But what I will say, why are you hitting me there, little one? What I will say is that you, hang on. I'm gonna pick up this pug because she's beating me. She's accosting me physically. You can come here. All right. Oh, he's a little pug. Here, you little pug. There, you're on TV. Say hello. All right, say hello. Say, oh, hey there, people. I'm a little pug. I got a little squishy face. Oh, squishy face. Hey, say hello. Here. Oh, yeah. You want to wave? No. Oh, you want down now? Okay. All right. So I apologize. I may be a little temperamental, let's call it, at some of the things that like people were saying in the general chat and stuff like that in that Discord. I really don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. On that same note, the people who were coming in asking questions and simply weren't a part of like being toxic and were just curious and they joined the Discord and they asked a question and then 20 people jumped down their throat and like provided the worst possible answers to any of the questions that they had. Also really not a great behavior, not a great thing. I think this community can be better than that. I think that we are capable of not being crappy on either side of the discussion. So again, we're handing another one in. We're going to go back down in the basement. We're going to go kill that guy again, get another stem, and we're going to do this a couple of times. Then I'm going to go hand these in, show you how to hand these in. And I'm going to show you a little cheat too, if you guys care. This might be a way that if you need money, this might actually not be a terrible way for you to make some money on the server because a lot of people don't want to do this because it absolutely destroys a lot of your factions. You have to get good faction with the dead. And it's a lot of people don't know about this little workaround that I have. So, which maybe we'll make a little video. Maybe we'll make like a little short video about. Because there's a NPC that you can actually use benevolence on, and he'll give you good faction. So there's another stem. We're gonna go back up. We're gonna hand him the note again. Can't seem to solo Sky very well, no matter what. Wish I'd known that you don't got a new primary class each time you hit 50 with a new primary in the beginning. Now I'm stuck unless I pay money. So a relevant one. I really appreciate that. I think that is an important message and note for a lot of people to take. I agree. It is very difficult. That is like literally what my next legendary lessons video. Oh, I didn't hand him the note. That is literally what my next legendary lessons video is about. Exactly that, because people don't know that when you go through and you make your first character, you only get that one. And then you have to literally go through and grind the crap out of Sky in order for you to be able to unlock more. What's going on, Tangent? How are you doing? There hasn't been something big broken with every patch. That feels like a stretch. I don't know. I mean, I think it's different for different people. Certainly having to take instances down for like most of the day does not feel particularly great. Certainly the dupe bug, the raid token bug. There's been quite a few things that have not necessarily been great. And I don't think we've had like a perfect patch even since closed beta. Now that's to say, like, we should expect problems, to some extent. Patch days are always warning days. But we can be adults, we can be grown, we can be mature, and we can act appropriately rather than just like scream and holler and wave our hands all around because we're unhappy, right? So, okay, so we've got 2 more of these stems and I've got 2 more of these mallets to make. Actually, I don't even need these keys anymore, so we're just going to go ahead and destroy those. No point in carrying them around with me. I'm going to put this in here. We're going to put that there. Open that up again. Same thing. Don't know why you're hitting me. You're going to get your butt kicked. Okay, that's another hammer. So now we've got 3, and we've got 1 more we can make. So we're going to go ahead and make this, and then we are going to run our little butts over to... We're actually going to go to Lava Storm, and then we'll run from Lava Storm. Let's see here. Can't seem to solo Sky very well. So, irrelevant one. What class did you use as your primary unlock, and what class did you use as your secondary unlock? Maybe we can help you and find up with a way for you to unlock stuff. Their patch record is fairly abysmal. Something big is broken pretty much every patch. No. Can you show the weapon again? Yeah. Not the clicky for leveling. Is it usable for leveling? Oh, you're talking about my overall like Torrid Corruptor? Yeah, I use this for leveling typically. The reason I'm using dual wield now is because they just added a new Beast Lord AA move. They just added a new Beast Lord AA, and I've been testing it out pretty extensively, and it has very clear bonuses by using dual wield. The number of times that it triggers is absolutely affected by how many times the player is attacking. And every time the player attacks, it has a chance to grant a flurry to your pet. And so it's really good. It actually increases the amount that it procs. Your pet procking. It's pretty nice. I don't know why it exceeds the proc per minute system, but whatever. I'm not going to complain. I think that it was a good addition. It definitely adds some damage. It also adds, this is what I was using before, but the new system actually adds a reason to use different weapons, which I really like. I think that variety in equipment is huge. I would like to see more of that. I apologize for the sniffles. My favorite EQL Glazer. What's going on, baby? Tangent, how are you? Charlize, I could use another primary class, but the token is a bit expensive. If it was 5, it'd be okay, but not 15. Yeah, that's understandable. I think a lot of people probably have some of those reasons. I have to think that the board did not sell very well, which is why they increased the movement speed, trying to make it more alluring to people, see if they'll buy it. I didn't think it doesn't look particularly great to me. And then in addition to not looking particularly great, it also just, I mean, what's the point? There's like quite literally no point in having them out, but I don't know. That's me. Let's see here. Patch reset days have a little rough so far. Yes, there has definitely been a lot of broken and huge issues with the game, official game release. There's plenty of EMU servers that have been more reliable patch-wise. Yeah. I'm mid-plane of Sky, grinding for class unlocks. I've had to limit myself to 1 run a day so I don't burn out. Sir Feasel, that's totally understandable and should be a thing. Who needs drop kicked in the throat? Jesus. It's like gamers forget everything from the past every time. Outrage. Hey, it's a video game. There will be bugs. True. Know the weapon you're getting now. Oh, okay. I don't have the weapon on me right now. I'm gonna go get it. We're gonna go get it right now. You can try swapping RNG for Shaman. So I have Druid, Bard, Monk, and Shadow Knight, Berserker, Ranger. Okay, here I'm gonna throw you a big, thick and spicy here. What is there? Somebody like? There is. I was like, what is going on? Somebody's training swimming or something. I guess maybe. So here's what you do. You take the SK and you couple it with the Druid, and then just throw whatever feels fun. If you want to do the Ranger in there, that's fine. If you want to throw the Monk in there, or the Bard in there, or the Berserker, any of those 3 is fine. You will be able to clear Sky with that. You'll be absolutely okay with that. Okay, we are going all the way. We are going all the way in, folks. So deep, all the deep. Whoa, it's early. Yeah, Malaki, it is early. It is absolutely early. We are sick as hell. I'm sweating, actually, which is exactly what we want. That's why I'm wearing this massive freaking sweatsuit right now, and it's hot as balls in my office. And we're trying to sweat this out. Hopefully, we will be... No, first, Tim Curry, too? Oh, no, man. That's not... I don't want to hear that. That's bad news, man. I unlock like 6 classes in Sky, just trying to get my weapons. Yeah, I've only unlocked 2 classes, and I'm still trying to get weapons too. I actually stopped killing all of the bosses, and now I just go through. Okay, all right. So first, I want to show you something. should I show you the quest first and then show you the workaround? Or should I show you the workaround and then the quest? Want people to buy more stuff, cost less. It's an arbitrary number anyway. There's a supply limit of stock. Just silly to price stuff more than a couple dollars. Yeah. When the game costs $10, it is weird when you see a mount cost like 15 or something like that, right? Build Sharp, how are you? I feel like they need to do more testing for patches. Seems like they forget people are paying monthly to play, so we should have some expectation on uptime. I think if it's a tough situation, right? I think it's hard. A difficult situation for them to really navigate. I definitely understand the concern around like losing Tuesdays to play. But I also think that we all know that Tuesdays are patch day now moving forward. And so to some extent, we should just kind of accept it. He died late last night. Oh my God. Bill Sharp, how are you? All but 2 classes. Very, very hard to catch everything without like infinite testing, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. It's not an extreme. Like there's definitely not enough testing going on, which is part of the problem. But the other side to that is like I don't know. I don't think there's much, if dare I say, any testing, like real testing being done. I think they just make sure that it works. So this is Loviel Esnez, right? Okay, this is the Dark Elf Shadow Knight Guildmaster. Once you get this Thex mallet, you give this guy the mallet, and he gives you the Reaper of the Dead, which, where the hell did that thing go? Oh, there it is. Okay, he gives you this. All right, so you just give him another Reaper of the Dead. Or you give him another Thex mallet. Bam, another Reaper of the Dead. Hell yeah, brother. And then another one. Now, most of you, when you come in here and you try to con this guy, he is going to hate your soul. In fact, most of the mobs in here are going to hate your soul. They're going to not want anything to do with you, and some of them might even be KOS. And you can't use Benevolence, and you can't charm any of the NPCs in this building. But there's a way to make it work. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you that real quick. If we go out here and we stay, for those of you who know how Benevolence works, it's an enchanter spell. It allows you to increase your faction with whatever you cast it on. However, they made it so you can't cast it on guild leaders, which is a-okay, because we're not going to cast it on a guild leader. You don't slaughter them. That is a terrible idea. You do not slaughter them. Chris, what's going on? How are you? All right, so you're going to go over here, and there's this nice little way to cross right over here into the mansion, right? Now, this little fella just so happens to be on the dead faction. He's a wizard. He paths between here, and he walks in here, and he goes over here up to this building. So if you come in here, and you say to yourself, I can't find him. He's probably like standing right here, or he's walking somewhere in between here. What you're going to do is you're going to walk up to him and you're going to cast Benevolence on him. And that's going to get you, typically you can go from like indifferent to amiably, or you can go from like, apprehensive to indifferent. And unfortunately, to do this quest, you do need to be amiable. That doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to say amiable on your faction list. You just need to be able to like either turn yourself into a dark elf, cast Benevolence on the character, make sure you con him and check. I'm really high because I've turned this quest in so many times that I'm almost ally. And by doing that, like, it is absolutely destroying my faction with other areas. Primordial Malice is -200 each time. Eldritch Collective, Keepers of the Art, King Nathan Thex, Queen Kristanos Thex. Like, I am absolutely brutalizing the rest of my factions by turning this in. But it's okay, because we're going to give these away today. So that's how you would do it. You would go ahead and you could just Benevolence this guy, and then you're going to go back and you're going to go hand those in. City like the Dead, Bloodsabers, etc. Yeah, we could do something like that. You're paying $10 a month. There's 720 hours in a month. Server was down for 4 hours. So if you want a refund for that time, it would be 5.6 cents. That assumes that you're going to be playing that whole time, though, Cardigan. I mean, I certainly understand the argument of like, I get to play the game during these hours, but I also understand that like we kind of also have to understand that patch days are not going to be great days. This is like back when Variant was running things. I mean, not for nothing, but like back when Variant and 989 Studios was running the show, sometimes the game would be down for like 10 hours. Sometimes it'd be down for like 48 hours. I can remember patches where the game was down for an entire week. And you're still paying. Like there was no in between. Zurban, yes. That absolutely does. That absolutely does help. There's reasonable expectations too. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think it's worth a refund because they take it down all the time. I do think that they do need to have better QA on their patches. They're 0 for 16 since closed beta. And I don't mean any disrespect by saying that, but they are 0 for 16. Okay. So we've got these wonderful Reapers of the Dead. We're going to go and we're going to run our little boogie butt. That's not the right way. We don't want to go that way. We're going to run our little boogie butt over to the mailbox, and we're going to do some giveaways here. This way you guys don't even have to worry about the faction hit. You guys just need to level these up and pull the exaltation out of them. It would be a lot more fun if the mistakes patches you dealt with the community better than work. So that is absolutely a whole nother thing. The problem is two-faced though, right? It's dual-faceted because the community is toxic as fuck and they are not really responding very well to that, right? And a majority of people expect businesses to kind of respond in a very specific way, but they're kind of not for nothing, but they're kind of over it, right? I do think that they need to like lay down the law in their Discord a little bit better. They can't just ban one particular side. They need to start like if people are just like crapping nonstop, I think they do need to start like it's time. We need to change the environment. The pool has been tainted, and we need to update that pool. Well, what do we have here? Broken Stuck in the wildly early. Yeah, we are. I found EQ Legends companion that is very great for tracking the plane of Sky Quest as well as damage. Yeah. Sir Feasel, I actually have the companion app linked in my Google Doc. Well, secrets. I saw this train wreck. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people did. This is not a new thing for secrets. But it is what it is. They took the server down yesterday for longer than expected, and a lot of people had a very vitriol response. There's definitely reason for concern there. It is, the game's been out for a month now, so I do think that we need to, I do think that we need to start seeing some improvement, right? Like we're a month out from the launch. I think that there should be improvement. I think that things are sort of appear to be sliding the other way a little bit, and that's not good. That being said, their live stream on Saturday was the best live stream I have seen since they launched. That was the best live stream I have seen since they launched. They were accountable. They were appropriate. Brass was even like throwing them some curveballs here and there. I really appreciated that. Yeah, like half the patch didn't get. Yeah. It's getting ridiculous. The banning is getting ridiculous. Are they banning people in Discord? I don't know if they need to fire secrets, but they need to buckle down. They definitely need to figure out. Firing secrets may not do anything. Like, they need to find out where the problems are. Like, we definitely have the forward-facing people where we can point the fingers at them and be like, oh, no, you're bad and you're not doing this. But, like, we need to actually allow them to figure out where the problems are. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a giveaway here. Let me just make sure we set this up correctly. And let's see here. Not chat command. Where we add menu item. Raffle. There we go. Okay. We'll give you guys 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. We'll do 5 minutes for the first one. Any advanced parameter? Let's see. Raffle. Yup. Automatic close. Limit user count. Users can enter multiple times. No. Show countdown overlay. We'll do the overlay. I'm pretty sure I have that set up. That all looks good. Reaper of the Dead. Grasbug, thank you so much. Raina, thank you so much for the prime. Okay, here we go. There you go, guys. Go ahead and exclamation point raffle for your chance to win a Reaper of the Dead. What you're going to do is you're going to level this up to 4. You're going to pull it. Actually, you don't even have to go to 4. It's a click effect. You're going to pull this promise to renewal effect out of there and be able to put it in a Shadow Knight weapon. It's really, really good. What server am I on? I'm on Neriak. So if you are not on Neriak and you put something in for this, you are going to be in troubles. Let's see here. Just make sure I'm reading through this. In your opinion, since this wasn't their original idea, why not work with THJ devs? Like, obviously that server had to be closed down, but they would have worked with them to develop it better. Wesker, in my opinion, I am 175% chance grateful that they did not work with the THJ devs. They may feel differently, but I personally do not think that they would have been able to iterate, create, see it through, and they just wouldn't have been able to. They just wouldn't have been able to do the things that they do in a meaningful way, right? Like, in Secret's defense, and like, somebody sound the alarms because I don't think that this happens very often. In Secret's defense, I do believe. Oh, interesting. It is. My thing is not liking the YouTube stuff. It's parsing from YouTube. It's going. But in Secret's defense, I do think Daybreak is sort of steering the ship a bit. Secrets was involved with THJ, yes, but only for a very, very short period of time and only offered so many things. How do you enter the raffle? Exclamation point raffle. I do love Oguk, but I can be swayed to the dark side. Neriak? Yeah, baby. The recovery tab is an affront to my OCD. So many things. Boom, boom, boom. Look at all that stuff. All that garbage. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, folks. Exclamation point raffle gets you a chance to win this sweet little Reaper of the Dead. We have more than one of them to give away, and we will be giving away more than one. I'm doing this as a thank you for those of you who are coming in. We are streaming early today. I really do appreciate any and all people who stopped in early today. We are on the Neriak server, so if you're not on the Neriak server, you will not be able to win. I'm oscillating between Warrior Necro Shaman and SK Necro Shaman. So I know a lot of people are gonna tell you that Warrior Necro Shaman is very good. In fact, I am one of those people who really genuinely enjoys Warrior Necro Shaman. However, Shadow Knight Necro Shaman is better. It is better because of the life tap bonus that Shadow Knights give. It is the synergy between Shadow Knight and Necromancer is actually kind of nuts. You got a pee? Oh. In a hypothetical universe where a streamer criticizes the game he like and the game company threatens them with legality, what would you do? I'm having an issue with freedom of speech, motivation to play just because it seems like the game company doesn't like the constructive criticism. How's a person navigate this? If you skip this, I understand. Happy. Let me just make sure that my address is covered up on here. Okay. This was from Daybreak during the THJ lawyer being sued. Okay. This isn't a threat. This is an actual copy of the paperwork there. So what I'll tell you is I think that it's important that people speak their mind. If you've signed something that limits what you can say, then you should uphold that. You absolutely should not violate any type of NDA. I am not a lawyer and I am not here to give you legal advice. But what I will tell you is, in my experience and in my knowledge, violating an NDA or something like that can be a very, very detrimental thing for you and other people. And I definitely recommend that you understand that the freedom of speech protects you from the government stepping in and stopping you from saying something. If you've signed a piece of paper saying that you will not say something to a business, you will 100% be liable to whatever it is that you violate or say. You signed your agreement acknowledging that. I wonder if Daybreak secretly wants the project to fail, my tinfoil hat theory. I mean, it's entirely possible. I don't know. Like, I don't think that's the case, but maybe. I wonder if Daybreak secretly, man, SK Necrotron gives you 6% more lifetime, better weapon procs. You get a two-hander also. Yep. You get AM2. It's true too. Such a bad boy. Freedom of speech only protects you from government. Yep. Start with Shadow Knight, Shaman, Monk. I swapped out Monk for Necro and found it much easier for D4 content. Even thought it was ranked worse. Wait, Ulfin, where is it ranked worse? Yeah, people, the First Amendment protects you from government censorship. Yep, exactly. And even in the case of government censorship, if you're like, I was a government employee for many years and I signed agreements with the government, so there are things that the government can tell me that you can't say. We're going to go ahead and pull this shelf. We're going to go ahead and do the raffle. I don't know if this is probably going to go over my head here, but who knows? Whatever. Here it goes. Woo! Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Philip West 5465. Congratulations. Congratulations. Friend, you won yourself a Reaper of the Dead. What is your character's name? I did a census work in 2010. The government takes its NDA very seriously when it comes to census stuff. Yeah, same thing. That's a weird way to spell Cavo. Yeah. That's so happy. That's what I have to say. If you signed up, hypothetically speaking, if you signed an NDA with any hypothetical gaming company that hypothetically has made any type of leaning towards you to say like, hey, listen, we don't want you saying this, that, or the other thing, I strongly encourage you to either consult an attorney before you say anything if you feel like you really cannot contain yourself to say something. You couldn't read what was on that paper. Okay. It is I was served formally by Daybreak during the lawsuit of THJ. It is a copy of the injunction because they felt like it applied to me. It was ranked worse on. Yeah, you can't do links. Is that the EverQuest guides thing, or is that on the what's the other website there? EverQuest Legends tools. Is that the other one that does? I wouldn't trust those entirely. They use AI to like read what things do. Yeah. I wouldn't trust those too much because they do use AI to like determine, this thing does this thing and that thing, and like there's so much stuff that's been changed on Legends. It's really hard to lock all that stuff down. Just for making videos. Yep. They considered it promotional content that I was promoting an illegal server, and that I contributed to them losing money. I'm assuming they never said that out loud. They never said exactly what they felt like my role was, other than in talks I've had with their employees, they have said that they felt like I was a promoter. Oops, I'm on the wrong server. Oh, okay. Well, let's see here. I think I can do this again. All right, again. If you were not on Neriak, make sure. Let me hold on. Neriak server only. There we go. We like spending 15K for nothing. Yep. Exactly, and Savior. That's just it. Like, it's not about that. It's. I wouldn't trust those, but I also think Necro would be better in that combo for D4, especially. Yeah, certainly. Ironically, your promotion to THA has led to the success of EQL. Oh well, appreciate your content. Sal61050. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really consider it promotion. I mean, if I'm going to be 100% honest and upfront, the reality of the situation is this, right? Like, it was a way for me to grow my channel. I didn't really see it as like me promoting something or like building something for them. I saw more like I had access. Alex and Chris are my friends, and like they came on my channel weekly or bi-weekly sometimes, and that helped me grow my content. But also, I got to talk about a game that I really enjoyed or a game that I really got into. So, but yeah. No NDAs, just me using my thinky thinker and wondering your hypothetical response. Yeah, no, that's it, man. I know that there's, I have spoken with people in a certain video game space, hypothetically, that have told me that they have been forced to take down content, hypothetically, when their content has been borderline critical or what is seen as negative speak. So I just wouldn't recommend people do it. And if you really must, then you need to reach out to an attorney. If you're realistically, if you're a content creator, and it's a very unfortunate that there's a lot of very, very new content creators out there that just don't know this. I was one of them. If you go in and you join like a collaborator team or something like that, you need to be very careful about what you sign and what you're involving yourself in, because there will be legal ramifications if you step out of line, and you may not necessarily completely understand what you're signing when you sign that stuff. I loves my pally. Enjoy your pet voices. My Earthquake doesn't work with pets. Ukator Iceblade. That is correct. AoE procs do not proc on pets. We don't know if that's intentional or unintentional. They haven't really said one way or the other. I have to guess that it's intentional, but that's just my opinion. They have not ever verified that, but not a single AoE procs from a pet. There is a fine line, but if you sign something that's called a non-disparagement agreement, which is involved in a lot of different collaborations and sponsorships, if you sign something that says like, I will not disparage this, or I am responsible for any type of financial damages to this based on what I say, you can really bind yourself up pretty nasty. Like, you got 1 minute and 30 seconds left on that raffle, guys. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on that raffle. So just be aware of that stuff. So you're saying get an attorney before signing shiz? Yeah. I mean, so the Rotor, I have like, I actually have a folder of NDAs that I've signed, and it costs you anywhere between 20 and $100 just to have an attorney go and look at it. Like, just look at it. You're allowed to express your opinion. They have to prove you're malicious in order to be liable. Well, not necessarily. If you sign a non-disparagement agreement is pretty easy. Broken my primary is Bard. I was running Bard War Cleric, and it feels like it's missing something. What would you recommend I play? Swap out the Cleric for Wizard. Well, no, actually, the Cleric's really good. Swap out the Warrior for Wizard if you want to do the stupid Bard explosion thing. If you want to just play like a melee tankier thing, man, you really need damage. I would recommend, I mean, the Bard comes with a lot of fun things. I would recommend swapping the Cleric out for either Shaman or, yeah, probably Shaman. Swap the Cleric out for Shaman. That would give you the biggest damage boost. I mean, without an agreement. Oh, yeah. Defending yourself, even if innocent, can be expensive. That's the problem. We had to sign an NDA with Armored Trucks. There's a secret location that are vaults. I guess they don't want us telling. Yeah. DDD Bard. Yep. DDD Bard exploding is not stupid. Maybe or maybe not, but it doesn't matter. If they take you to court, you're going to get screwed even if you did nothing wrong. Time and money. Exactly. DDD keeps dodging Nerf bullets like Neo. We'll see what happens. All right, here we go. We're going to pull this again here, guys. Remember, you got to be on Neriak. You've got to be on the Neriak server. JWill0234. Congratulations. Plebius 2. What's going on? Thank you so much for that follow. Rivervale in the house. Rivervale, Uber Alice. Man, nah, bro. You guys can keep your dirty little hairy feets over there. I'm rioting. There's 4 of them. Akavo. Your rough chances are 1 in 25. It's not bad. J-Will, I need the name of your character. And I'll go ahead and shoot you one. Sinister. Heard. All right. Send. Boom. Off in the mail to you, sir. If I win, you have to level up a character on Rivervale and then do the quest for me before my subscription lapses on the 28th. That will absolutely not happen ever. Sure, there are certain rights you can't sign away. That's true. But you have to be very careful because the way that businesses will get you to sign those rights away, they won't get you to sign the specific right. They'll get you to sign something that waives the behavior. So, like, you can't sign your right to being... Oh, actually, here's a really good example. All right, so I used to work as a corrections officer, right? Meaning I worked in a prison. And I live in a state where there's like snowstorms, like really, really brutal snowstorms. So sometimes during the summer, or during the winter rather, we would get into these situations where you would essentially, we're going to do one more too. You would basically end up having to work like 16 or 24 hours of overtime, which is technically by OSHA standards legal. You can't be held liable for, I don't have that overlay set up. I need to set that overlay up. Anyway, so the you may end up working hours that would typically actually be against the law or against safety standards because like there'd be a terrible snowstorm, people couldn't get there, right? And as a result of that, you still would have to work those hours. And if you walked off the job, you could actually be held liable because you would be potentially creating a public safety issue. Now, did I ever see that happen? No. Do I ever think that they would really honestly like pursue someone? No. Would it be an uphill battle for them? Probably. However, it would be a pain in the ass for you to pursue it as well. So it's just one of those things where like, yeah, it could go a lot of different directions, but at the end of the day, it also could go poorly, it could go well. You know, there's a lot of different stuff that happens. Something went wrong with a posting on YouTube. Interesting. It's just not posting the responses to the people on YouTube. You guys are being added though. Like I'm seeing the number go up when you guys say it on YouTube, but it's giving me a weird little error. Do we have to? Yes. Yep. You have to re-enter every time we do a new raffle. Exclamation point raffle. Exclamation point raffle. Yep. Waiting for the /goo raffle. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that one's coming. I apologize. It's not verifying for those of you on YouTube. I am seeing the number go up when you guys do something. I got to figure out why that is, though. I'll reach out to the guy who made this app and see what's going on. It should be posting a little verification, as you can see, like when Malik or Vikang entered, it should give you a little like, yeah, you voted and you went in there. Yeah. Speaking of DJ, where is that guy? Who knows? Who knows? We're going to give away one more of these, and then I'm going to save these other two, and I'm going to give them away later. All right, guys, we've got... this is a long one. This one's set for 7 minutes. I must have set it for 10 minutes initially. I didn't change the flat timer. Brent Swope, thank you so much. I kind of feel like EQL is the best thing to happen to mainstream EQ in a while. People have a lot of issues, certain things with nerfs and bore, but we should all be happy they made it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with them making it. I think that there's definitely some problems, and they definitely need to, like, they need to really, they need to stamp down on some of the larger problems that exist. I think that we as paying customers certainly should see some improvement on some of the systems and stuff that are happening. I do think this is very good for EverQuest. It's absolutely massive. First time catching stream. I've enjoyed your content. Have your favorite beverage on me. Kithius Darkleaf, thank you so much for the $10. Really do appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat over there on the YouTubus. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. But if you're somehow bound by the UCMJ, you can absolutely sign away constitutional rights. Wouldn't be typically be the case for non-military personnel. However, basically your state. Yeah, exactly. Sal hit it. Yeah, there are certain like government positions and things that when you walk in the door, you kind of sign away your ability to say no to certain things, and that happens. Sky farming is feeling bad after 2 weeks. Not fun. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of the thing, right? I think that like not for nothing, but EQL has really expanded. EQL has really expanded the EverQuest like IP. Like I think it's ballooned out a lot more than it probably has in a very long time. And I think that they don't even necessarily owe it to us as fans or us as players of the game as much as they owe it to all these new people that are getting interest in the game and then are coming in and being met with very toxic Discord, a lot of problems with the patches and the systems and stuff. They're very quick to matter of fact, actually I had a game dev reach out to me the other day. We were talking in my Discord about there's this thing that occurs when you're a game dev and you're doing announcements for your game, and there's like a little dopamine hit, like when you announce like, oh my god, we've got this new thing coming, it's so exciting, oh my god, it's so exciting, oh Christ. And then like that little dopamine hit like makes you really happy, you're really excited, and then like you never actually follow through with the thing that you're talking about, and that creates kind of a bad experience for people. And I would say, unfortunately, we've run into a bit of that here. I'm not necessarily saying that they're chasing after the dopamine hit, but we've definitely run into situations where they've announced new systems and they've announced like series of content that is going to come at some point. We didn't really see it on the roadmap. There's a lot of things they have to build, and hopefully we do see those things. And I have faith like they'll get there, but I do think that when you're bringing in like a massive group of new people who have no experience with EverQuest whatsoever, and they're walking in the door and they don't know what to expect, and they're seeing all these things, and realistically, and correct me if you guys feel like I'm wrong, Malik, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. There's like, these people are coming in the door and they're joining the Discord because it's the only meaningful place to get actual information on the game. And that feels real bad. That feels real bad because these people are being met with like constant, just I like, and I really genuinely don't mean everybody in there is toxic or anything, but like, there's a lot of toxicity in there. And as I said earlier, I saw somebody join and they started asking a couple of questions, and like, they weren't being toxic, they weren't being negative or anything like that. They just asked a couple of questions, and like 5 responses were just like jumping down their neck and like crapping on them, and that feels bad. Like, you don't ever want that to be a situation. And the people who are crapping on those people when they're asking like a relatively innocent question or like a general question, those are the people that need to go. You need to get rid of those people from your community, because those people are going to constantly just be poisonous. And that is just not a great experience for anybody. So I do think that they do have some responsibility around some of that stuff. I got kicked from the Discord for saying "Rip Dolly." It was my first comment. Not sure what that was about. I realized Discord isn't for me. Oof. Did you see Secrets say the brand new items they made put into Unrest with the quest tag on them don't have a quest related to them? I mean, that's not a big deal. Hopefully maybe they're going to do that eventually. Like, hopefully they'll add something in there eventually. It's not so much signing away if people... it's not so much signing away if people misunderstanding the rights. Right to speak against government isn't a right to speak against the entity anywhere. Any entity anywhere. Yeah. But even like when I worked for the Department of Corrections as a parole officer, like I couldn't speak out against certain things. That was absolutely not a thing that I could do. A buddy of mine described it that way too. Yeah, like I really like what they're doing here, but I also think it's a spend tons of time figuring shit out or already have a bunch of knowledge about the game. It unfortunately is, yeah. It's made people who love the game less great for those of us who are like, what even are the class options? Yeah, for sure. I saw a video where a guy said he hit 900 DPS Warrior Shaman Necro and just wanted to congratulate you on having your fave combo actually be good. Milo, when you're done being the community's pet class, doesn't every item have a quest tag for some reason? No, not every item. Like this one doesn't have it, right? This one doesn't have it. This one might have it. Nope. That one doesn't have it either. Even that's a quest reward. Let's see. These are quest rewards, and later they're used for epic quests. So that has. So maybe some of those items that they put in Unrest will be a quest. Like eventually, maybe they just haven't put the quest in yet. You know, that's entirely a possibility. All right, what do we got? We got 36 seconds left on this raffle, guys. 36 seconds. Make sure you get exclamation point raffle if you want to get a chance to win. Once we finish this out and we mail this out, we're actually going to run off. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to do Plane of Hate first, or we'll do Plane of Hate. Screw it. Doesn't courts have generally supported the rights to speak your opinion? Again, it has to be malicious, factually incorrect. Doesn't change the fact that it will absolutely destroy you emotionally, mentally, and financially just to make that fight. And just because you have been accused of something and you defend something does not necessarily mean that the company will be held liable for your financial detriments. You can try and sue them, but that doesn't necessarily mean it will work that way. Here we go, folks. Oh, a little late on those couple. We're spinning. We're spinning. Pockets. Pockets. What's your character's name? Congratulations. Yeah, part of the problem is, you'll have to either hire an attorney or you'll go pro se. A lot of courts won't even support you going pro se. In fact, usually if you try to go pro se, like a court will hold a hearing just to like have a discussion with you to make sure that you understand what being pro se is. It's Pockets. Okay, right on. Okay, we have 2 more of these, which I am going to give away. Let me just make sure it's Pockets. Okay, Pockets. Yep, there we go. We do have 2 more of these to give away. We are going to give these away on stream today. I'm just going to go off. We're going to go do Hate real quick, and when we're done with Hate, then we will move on from there. All right. Cool, 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 cool. Make sure all my abilities are clicked. Everything looks good. All right, we'll go to South Row. Oh, and then we'll move. We'll move immediately, thus invalidating that cast. There we go. Congratulations to the winners, too. Huge. Those items are really good. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to level those up so you can pull the exaltations out to them, and they are Shadow Knight sexiness. Nom, 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 nom. Coffee. Actually, I got some water I should probably be drinking over here, too. Maintain health. Somewhere over here. I need to add, like, the word server to that image. Unfortunately, I threw away the, me being a dumb, I threw away the original image to the Neriak thing that's up there on the corner there. And so I'll have to completely remake that image in order to get that working. Bard SK something now? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Yep, we're on the Neriak server. I need to put server on there, but like I said, I went back and I went to go try to edit it and add the word server to it, and I realized that I had thrown away the original image. And so, like, I would have to deconstruct. I guess I could put just server in the same lettering on the bottom. Might look a little goofy, but we'll see. How do you like Legends, Stoic? Sure, you've been asked 1 million times. Scotty, so I really enjoy the game. I really enjoy, like, it's not THJ. It's a very different game from THJ. It has a very different philosophy from THJ. The game as a whole is very fun. And it's, you know, it's EverQuest. It's a new kind of EverQuest, so that comes with its own stuff. That's not to say that it's without its faults. It certainly has some problems. I'm really genuinely hoping that some of that stuff gets resolved sooner than later. I worry about the community longevity over time when it's dealing with some of the problems that it is. That's not to say that I don't think that they can, like, I'm not saying they can't turn things around. In fact, this last Sunday was really, really stunning. Really, really great. They had a really good dev roundtable, probably the best they've had since they've announced this project. And I really, really hope to see them continue doing that kind of thing. That being said, you know, obviously the patches have been not too great. In some situations, they've actually broken more than they've fixed, which feels kind of terrible. Hopefully, does anybody actually, real quick, does anybody want to join here? I could do a group. I don't have to do these solo. If anybody wants to, if you're on the Neriak server and you're level 50, I could do this with a couple people. I don't think it's copium. I think they know where they're at. And I'll tell you why I think they know where they're at. Because they increased, this is super weird, but because they increased the movement speed on the boar, hear me out, I think their fingers are very close on that pulse. And I just think that we aren't seeing how much they're aware of. Just any. I'm clearing out all the minis. I'm clearing out all the mini stuff. I want the armor off the mini bosses and all that. So, you know, it comes down to this thing where, like, we're not going to have all the information. We won't be we don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. We have a rough estimate of how many players are playing the game, and I emphasize rough estimate. But, like, you know, it kind of is what it is. Civic, what's your character's name? I was hardcore THA with you, if you remember. Yeah, no, Scotty, I absolutely remember you, dude. Absolutely remember you. Invite Drellis. Scotty, my archer god. Oh, if you like archers, you know, you have to get the best bow in the game in order for them to be good, but they're very strong. It's a very good class. Yeah, dude. Is it worth the money? Like, is it worth $20? I absolutely think so. Oh, I don't know why I'm typing invite, a guild invite. HNAU. I think that like there's some real enjoyment that can be had out of this game. You will definitely get your $20 worth. I'm gonna resub on the 28th. What do we got? 2 more days. I'm gonna resub. When I do resub, we'll see where things go from there, you know? Archery is kind of dookie, though. I don't know about that. You have to play it a certain way, unfortunately, but it can be very good. Got my $20 to enjoy, but I won't be continuing until they get their shit together. Yeah, I think that that's fair. People can feel however they want, right? Like, if people don't feel like this is good enough for them to want to continue subbing, then they shouldn't continue subbing. If people, oh my God, this is going to be interesting. If people want to continue subbing, they should. If people don't want to continue subbing, then that's what they should do. I mean, people shouldn't rely on content creators and like other people to tell them whether or not they enjoy the game and whether or not it's worth their money or not. They should do what they think is best for them. There's a lot of new games. EQ I'll have to sign is crazy, batshit crazy. Yeah, Marshall. Yeah, I declined to join their collab program for that reason, because I don't like that stuff. Do you think Kunark before? No, nope. I don't think Kunark even by December. I think that people need to be very careful about listening to the wording they're using, because they're not saying Kunark by December. They're saying Kunark by winter. And a lot of people are saying, oh, that's December, right? Yeah, I sent you one. I sent you an invite. See that? There you go. That's Q1 2027. Oh, zoning maybe? A lot of cool people in the community. Yeah, no, listen, I really enjoy a lot of the people that are in the collab program, and I don't naysay them for joining. In fact, I celebrate a lot of those people. Someone like Giggle Mage, I don't think there is a situation that exists in which Giggle Mage or actually a lot of the people who got partner as a result of EQL, like partner on Twitch, I don't think there's a situation where those people could have even seen or thought about partner that fast had they not joined the collaborator program. So good on them for making a good decision for themselves. I genuinely believe that. I think that is a great move on a lot of people's parts, and I think it's worked out for a lot of different folks, and I'm happy for them. I think that that's a great move. Yeah, you know, is what it is. The North Kunark in June confirmed. Sal, I live in Vermont, so yeah, June roughly, maybe May. Rujarkian Hills. Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I think seeing Rujarkian Hills is going to be very interesting, because that's going to be their first like custom zone that they made, right? We rating hate. Yes. Yeah, I really like a lot of the people. You know, Brutal Static's a good dude. I really enjoy Giggle Mage is great people. Freaking Night Adventure, freaking great dude. Love that guy. There's so many people that are in that space that are just awesome people. Do you think the Rujarka Hills will make or break things for a lot of people in the next resub window? I do. I absolutely do, Glarnock. I think that is going to be a very big telling factor. If they screw that zone up, and I don't mean like, I'm not trying to be like super negative here, but I think that if they don't do well with that content, I think that might be the last straw for a lot of people. I think that that might be the thing that like really tells people like, oh, like I was really looking forward to all these new things that they're building, but if this is going to be the quality of the things that they're building, you know, I think that that might be very detrimental. Now that's to say if they do poorly. I think that they are very capable and absolutely can do well. And I'm hoping that it's going to be fun and exciting and there's going to be a lot of new gameplay and a lot of new things to experience. So are all minis available? Yeah, I haven't done anything in there yet. I haven't even created the zone. I'm waiting for a Cavo to get in here. Each run? Yeah, I'm clearing them out every run. Yeah. Yeah, same. I Orc Boy, yeah, Orc Boy's a great person. I really Jesus, I don't know why I can't remember his name right about now, but I really genuinely like the guy's content. He's just a big sweetheart. Oh my God, why do I feel so dumb right now? Cold medicine. I'm blaming it on cold medicine. He does the interviews. He did an interview with Sean Lord recently. S. Slayheim. Yes. Yeah, that's it. I don't know why my brain wasn't working that. Slayheim's a really good dude. Dude is an absolute sweetheart. Like an absolute good people. Last night saying Rays were busted. Okay. So, funny stories, Urban. Is that a thing? Did people say that they're so I was doing Plane of Fear last night, and I'm gonna tell you, like, for whatever reason, I couldn't tank a regular mob in Plane of Fear. Like, it was the amount of work that I had to put in just to tank one mob was crazy. I don't know what the hell was going on. Many people were saying they could do what they did yeah, they couldn't do. So I ran into that. I was like, and here's what I'll tell you. So you guys see that I have my like damage charts and stuff right here. You can see, like, read the damage. So my damage meter, or my damage incoming, this right here, was saying like 8, 6, 30, 12, 9, 4, 30, 6, 1, 7, like, but my health was like going away super fast. And then in addition to that, when I was healing myself, like, my heals for whatever reason weren't landing. Like, I wasn't gaining as much health as I normally would for my heals and stuff. It was really weird. And it was absolutely insane. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. Yeah, person I play with in Plane of Fear was hard to survive mini boss. Even Nagafin giants were hitting him hard. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with that, but it's something that I probably need to figure out and parse later. I just okay. I'm gonna have I'll have a conversation. I'm gonna talk about this later. So if anybody wants to remind me later that there's something that I want to talk about, and I mean like later by like maybe an hour or so, I'll talk about it. But there is something that a thought that I have been having, and I had a real strong thought last night. Okay, we've got our 4 people in here. Shoot an invite. Invite Benedict. Fine. Invite Fallen Exile if he wants to come. That's fine. All right. That's it. If anybody else leaves, then if anybody else leaves, then we'll probably just we'll bounce. Will this be your first try again since then? This will be the first raid instance that I do since last night, yes. The ones on the west and south side. Was it Dread and Terror seemed linked on every pull? No, I'm able to pull them separately. You just have to, the way you need to do it is when you spawn in from the wall, you walk out completely. You follow the wall up to the northwest corner, and you pull that little group there. You'll only pull one. And then you go out again along the north wall, and you can actually pull Dread out all by himself without even getting the ads if you have Pacify or anything like that. Then you go, yeah, we can, I don't know if that works in Raid. Does it? Well, there's a perfectly good time to know. Here, we'll try. Oh. Timer reset. Oh, interesting. Oh, he used it. He used it. Okay. Hail. Danger. We want multiplayer. We want D0. Let's go. And in. Usually get to Golem solo. Some will bring 1 to 2 ads. Yeah, yeah. You can. Wait. Broken's attempting. X-Men Quasi. RS says Quasi is in one already. Great. Oh, Quasi left. Oop. Okay, there we go. If you have like Harmony or Pacify or anything, you definitely can split everything up pretty easily. My biggest worry is the community becomes WoW's community and super talk. I think it's already there. I don't want to be like an absolute, like, I don't want to just like poop on them. Man, the community is already like super toxic. I'm gonna be real with you for a second, okay? And that's to say, like, there's an aspect of me. Oh no. DZ add Quasi. Invite Quasi. There we go. So like there's an aspect of like this community that is like so unbelievably negative, and it sucks because like as a content creator, like obviously we're out on the front, right? Like our face and everything we do is out there. And I'm going to tell you, there are occasions when I read like some of the comments and like some of the things that people put out there on, whether it's on Reddit or in the Discord or like in my comments and other people's comments. And like, it is shit you just should not. Oh. There is shit you just shouldn't say to people. And like the egregious, terrible things that people are saying to other people out there just because like these aren't even like one creator to another creator. They're just like really not okay things to say to people. It blows my mind. And that really bothers me. I know it shouldn't probably bother me as much as it does, but it blows my mind that there are people out there that it's just like the internet. It's okay for me to say the worst possible thing possible, like that I can to other people because it's the internet. Early 2000s trolls grew up into 40-year-old trolls. Yeah, man, I don't know. CTU and D2 just almost butt stomped me. He was crushing, so maybe it depends on weapon they have. That could be part of it. I don't know. I had a really hard time on every single mob I was fighting. I'm a perm illusion, but not an enchanter. I'm not an enchanter and have perm illusion. I'm illusioned as a internet. Yeah, it's a lot of it. There's a lot of like bean soup mentality out there too, which I think is really harsh. On the Fear Mom tanking thing, I was suspicious that stances were bugged. The damage I was taking made no sense. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. Then you'll get Guru. Okay. He did 9.2k damage to me and 130. That's a lot. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is, but there's definitely something there. I think I need to test it more. Yeah, bean soup. So bean soup mentality. There was a girl who she was anemic. And so she needed to eat certain types of food in order to in order to deal with her anemia. And so she was also like she was a vegetarian, so she had to like make these special kinds of recipes. And the recipes, she created a channel on TikTok, and one of the things that she was doing was she was making bean soup. And so she made this little video. It taught people how to make this this special food, special diet food for people with anemia, and it included all these different kinds of beans and everything. And someone, like one of the top comments on the video was, "But I don't like beans." Because the algorithms that exist in the world now basically tailor all of the content specifically to us, that people begin, like your brain starts to be conditioned to believe that everything you're seeing is for you specifically. So the person who made this comment actually believed that this particular thing was being sent to them, and they were offended and hurt and upset because they don't like beans. And how dare the internet, or more specifically this creator, send them a video on how to make bean soup when they don't even like bean soup. They don't even like beans. How dare they? How dare they? How could this even be a thing? And so, like, it's, again, not for nothing, but it creates a situation and an expectation where, unfortunately, like, we like certain things, the algorithm feeds us certain things, and we begin to not understand or not have to deal with tolerating things that we don't like over time. And then we feel empowered to speak out against things that we don't like. And that creates a really bad situation overall. I do not like Green. I'm offended. They don't like beans. Yeah. Well, there's zero repercussions for being a toxic douchebag on Discord. Certain people. So yeah, Rip Trim Curry. That's a really unfortunate token. But that's like part of it. I also think that that's part of what we're seeing with MMOs too, because I think people like different aspects of MMOs, and they're very willing to like jump down people's throat if they support something that is something they don't like. So, you know, there's definitely some poopiness that's there too, but beans are the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot, the better you feel, something like that. All right. Anyway, let's get in here. Let's start killing stuff. We'll go right. We'll kill the chest, and then we'll go the other way. We'll kill the other stuff. I don't know really what people have or don't have. So, I guess I'm just going to hang out in defensive and empower, and we'll see how this goes. This is D0, actually. I'm going to go offensive stance. I don't know what I'm... Malik, thank you so much for that gifted sub, too, by the way, man. Both you, Kithius and Malik, I really do appreciate you guys. It means a lot to me. I am killing every boss. Oh, looks like we're getting some other stuff, too. I'm killing every boss. Oh, are you charming pets? That's awesome. I don't think this guy's going to do a lot to me. But that's kind of the theory behind bean soup. So the idea is that basically there's an algorithm that exists out there, and that algorithm is basically sending people a bunch of info that you start to believe, or you start to become conditioned to expect whatever's being sent to you is made specifically for you. And, you know, unfortunately, people have sort of poor responses when those things that don't necessarily meet their likings, their requirements, their interests. There you go. There you go, Gwyneth. Let's have beans for every meal. Yeah. Cyanide, thank you so much, man. Take it easy. Take it easy, brother. Algorithm. Yes, it sends you hockey sticks of global warming. Ooh. I don't think I need that one, but we will take the other two. Man, so many AAs more to get. I still need to buy the Frenzied Burnout, although the rumors are that Frenzied Burnout is not doing very good right now. We were playing and watching. Get on my level. Dirty South. Hell yeah, brother. Quit using it a long time ago. Seriously, I lose damage. All right. Let's see. We've got all this. We've got a rat over here. Does anybody want the rat? Anyone want the rat? No? We killing it? We killing it? I guess we're killing it. Screw him. Kill him. There we go. All right, yeah, Magi Pitas. Ah, give me fire staff, nerd. Need fire staff. Give me fire staff. For whatever reason, I haven't gotten the fire staff yet either. Not that I can really... I'm going to use it for anything other than testing, but give me fire staff. Oh boy, here comes Char. I love that I'm tanking, too. Oh, wait. EQ... You guys can see where people stand. Oh my god! So you can ask these people. Oh my god! Tell me what's your build, man? You're doing so much damage. Oh my god, bro! Your parse is so big. How dare you have such a big parse? My god. My god. There we go. Oh my god! Look at these big old parses. Oh boy. Oh my god, Becky, look at his parse. Look at his parse. He must be one of those rap guys' girlfriends. Your parse is so big. Oh, yeah. Oh, the biggest parse wins bean soup. Oh my god. What kind of bean soup, though? Man, I feel like now I feel like I'm on display and I need to try hard. Do we just hit him with all... Well, I don't even know if all the dots will be good. Blowing through mana pretty quick, too. I don't like beans. No! What's going on, Pizza? How you doing, buddy? Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Big Daddy Pizza. He's an old man. He's going to be grandpa soon. Wait, we got one down here? We killing this? Is this dying? Is a DPS mirror from EQ Companion? Nope. This is the one from Log Parser, and I gotta tell you, I recently found 2 things that it is not tracking, which I need to check and see if they're in the most recent update. Cause it does not currently track the the new life tap on EQ Legends does not get tracked, and Torrid Corruptor does not get tracked. So I need to check and see what the dealio with that is. I'm getting ready for Lothar. Ooh, there you go. That's true. Lothar, I don't know. Lothar will be interesting to see. I'll be curious to see what's what over there. I have to imagine a lot of people are going to play over there. I'm only 46, unsure if I'll compare to the 50s. You're fine. Big PP. I'm assuming all that loot is no drop. Yeah, you can't give any of this away. Yeah, this is all no drop stuff. Okay, I had time to play Lothar. I'm intrigued with all items. It's going to be so weird. The unfortunate part about Lothar is probably going to be that it's like it's cool, right? Like the idea is cool and they have the personal loot and the all items, but what that means is that there's basically going to be a BIS set and everybody's going to be chasing after the exact same BIS set. So there's going to be camps in the world that are just going to be like absurdly overdone. Not to mention, like, I don't know if I can go back to playing in a place where like chrono is a thing. I need to maybe I'll sell all my chrono. I don't know. I got to figure out something. But with personal might make it easier. No, absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Good luck getting personal loot when somebody's running their 19 bots through a camp. Just so that they can get 19 versions of that item each time they kill it. Oh, it's random loot though, right? So items can drop from anything? Well, not from anything. There's loot buckets. And so what you do is you master the loot buckets, and then you exploit the shit out of them. What do casters even go for? Spells are what matter for them, and all that gear is just some pretty item for them to wear. Doesn't help spells. Not true, not true. You, as a caster, you're really going to need to make yourself more powerful. You're going to need to make... here's a perfectly good example. As a caster, and you're wearing warrior plate. As a caster, you're picking and choosing certain pieces of plate armor that have like high intelligence or high wisdom and high AC. And that's going to be your BIS. And it's going to be like that across the board. Do we know when this opens? Is it today? Oh, wow. No kidding. All right. Screw you, Jenkins. Is it today? That's crazy. That's awesome. Good for them. That's cool. They just launched their other game. Daybreak just launched Fire Team... Aliens Fire Team 2. We'll see how that does. I'm hoping that they just have like some initial problems with it. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this amazing parse right here. This is great. We're doing big things. We're doing big things. Schweeners. We're not even running all our dots either, which is the funny part. You guys see that this is not a meta build either, right? You guys see that we're not playing a meta build? This is I am a Beast Lord, Shadow Knight, Druid, okay? I am two of the wildly spec'd worst classes in the game, okay? But somehow we're competing. Somehow. Don't know how. Oh, that didn't land. Oh, there we go. And I don't really care about either one of those. I watched some of that Alien game. It didn't look that fun to me. Yeah, I don't think it's doing particularly well. Kept meaning to ask, and I forget. My main is Enchanter, Warrior, Cleric. I have no idea what stats I need. Chase, can you explain how that works? So you're an Enchanter and a Cleric, which means you want to chase both Intelligence and Wisdom, and you're a Warrior, so just chase everything with high AC until you hit your soft cap. You can tell what your soft cap is by merely looking at these numbers right here. So this is your soft cap, 439. Like I'm at 476. We are killing this Lord of Ire, you guys. We are killing this. Good luck. I hope you all get blood moons. Okay. I hope everybody gets blood moons. Big money. Big money. And I'm gonna fizzle my slow. And it's just not gonna land. Never mind. Screw it. Screw it. Ooh, ow, jerk. Blood moon activate. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to get a lot of intelligence and a lot of wisdom. Those are because your mana pools are int based and wisdom based. And the way the game works is it takes your two highest mana pool classes and it combines the mana pool together. So you have an int and a wisdom and a non-mana user at all. And it's going to combine those together and you're going to try and go from there. Now, because you have an int and a wisdom class and a non-mana user, you are going to be at a, like, I don't know, it's not a disadvantage really, but it's basically you're going to have to chase both wisdom and intelligence. But you're going to have a much higher AC soft cap being a warrior. And so just make sure that you hit that soft cap and then, like, move your mana pool items up and down. Try to decide where you want to go. Frisky, thank you so much for the follow. Basically, no, just go AC. Go AC, wisdom, and intelligence. And, you know, whatever stamina you can get as well. Those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. Giggity. Giggity. Feels like Blood Moon drop rate is higher than it was. I got like 3 last night. No kidding. That's pretty nice. You don't really need both Wiz and Int. Both will give you mana. You do. You do. So strength and dex is not important. If you're playing a warrior, necro, shaman, it is significantly less important, if that makes sense. If you are playing a warrior, necro, shaman, you're going to want a big mana pool, giggity, and you're also going to want all your focus items, because the focus items will make your build explode damage. You're going to want a two-hander for best results. You don't have to use a two-hander, but a two-hander will get you the best results. You're going to want to cast a series of dots on the target and then spam life taps in between your two-hander swings. And that is going to absolutely crush the damage. You will do insane amounts of damage with that build. All right, we're going to roll in with auto. Ready? Sorry, I got no dots. Didn't you say you're a necro? Oh, wait. Enchanter, warrior, cleric. You do have dots. You're a liar and a thief and a crook. My bad. For some reason, I thought you were a warrior, necro, shaman. Okay, so what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to... You do have a dot. The enchanter has a magic dot. They also have slow. You're also going to be charming. I have bad dots. All right. Give me 1 second, because I want to actually look at this. I actually want to look at this build. Because you're basically running the Trinity perfectly, right? You're basically running all the major... Ooh, invert gravity. That was rude. I'm too fat. I'm too fat to throw. Sucker. Too fat to throw, dude. All right, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, Trinity was the goal. Yeah, I want to look at it a little bit better, Zurban. Actually, I'm gonna pin your question here. That way we can go and we can look at it. At least till gear doesn't matter because you're cap everything. Yeah, so there is some like debate about that. And I think that it's all reasonable debate. Ooh. Okay. All right. Auto merch. Auto sell. Auto merch. And auto sell. That was a good fucking loot run right there. I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty sure I got almost every BIS item out of that kill. Outside and do again for D1 if you interested. Use pick button to leave raid and zone. Okay, so, all right, let's see here. Okay, so you're a warrior enchanter. So are you charming? Like, not only in real life, because obviously you're charming in real life. Faded Times, what's going on? How are you? Purify Priest, you're a bisser. I loathe charming. Okay, so if you just want to use your regular animation pet, yeah? Is that what you're doing? That's okay. It's not a bad option. Great. Just got to 46. Trying out hate. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Okay. All right. Well. Okay, so the first thing you're definitely going to want to do is get the most AC. So you're going to want to get that Indoculate armor, this stuff. For your sauciness. Now, if you're not going to charm, you're going to be hurting on DPS, which is okay. Better AXP in group than raid. That all the difference is at 50. Not sure. 110 damage away from one another throughout that run in my parser. LOL, the entire raid, 110 damage. Ooh, yeah, baby. All right. Can you drop a Cavo? Can you drop from the group? Let's see. Make sure everybody is out of there. Okay, there we go. We'll do this. We'll go Danger. Go D1. Create raid. No, you're good, man. So, no, I didn't see Goldfish's new video. Love you guys. I actually intentionally don't watch a lot of that stuff. Believe it or not, there's only like a handful of other creators that I really do watch because I don't want to be influenced by the content that they create, if that makes sense. I'd rather everything that I do be like my own thing. I don't know. That might be weird, but yeah, I try to avoid it, honestly. So you're going to want all the Indocolite stuff. You're going to want the Warrior Cleric. So Enchanter has a bunch of clicky wands that you can use to cast Clarity. And there's a Clarity one. There's a Feedback one. Make sure you're using your Feedback spell for damage shield. There's a Haste clicky that you'll want as well. And yeah, you really only have your procs, man. You really the damage is going to feel kind of wonky, but you're in a benefit that your pet can also put procs out, like put procs downwind. So making sure you put Guru on you and your pet, making sure that you can kill undead stuff really well if you get the cleric weapons. For warrior, you're kind of limited on your Oh, actually, wait just a cotton picking second here. Hold on. You have access to an absolutely insane two-hander. Let me find it. It is in my storage. Okay, this weapon is nearly the same ratio as the Berserker two-hander. This thing is nuts. Where is it? This one right here. You want this. This is insanely good. It's +4. It's already 1.0. This thing is absolutely absurd. And it has Clicky Rune 3, which is also absurd. Let me 1 sec. Or it's gonna rebuff. 1 sec. Oops, shit. That's Sky. Yeah, it's the Sky weapon. Into room, lock it down, beat things to death one at a time. Yeah, Zerbin, that's probably going to be about how you're going to have to do things. The problem is when you get to bosses, you're going to need to make sure you're throwing that Tash up, that slow up, and then the best possible thing you're going to be able to do is run procs. And I'm going to tell you, you're probably going to want to run either, because you should have Spellcasting Fury, right? I think you should get it with Enchanter. If you get Spellcasting Fury, then damage procs are okay, but you really don't have access to a lot of great damage procs as a warrior, cleric, enchanter. I'm trying to think. You might want to run dots. I maxed all melee and spell crit so far. Nice, yeah. Okay. We'll throw out this. And then we will switch back over. That two-hander is really good. I definitely do recommend that. You could do some pretty good damage with that, and then you could thread through either cleric nukes or enchanter nukes. Both of them have stun components. Both of them are magic components. So you'll definitely want to do Tash, and you'll definitely want to live and empower. AM will not be very good for you because you only have one int caster. So Bound for Fortuna, thank you so much for the follow. So just as a heads up, that would be my yeah. Oh, dude, Grimfell, Wiz nuking abilities are nuts. People are saying a lot of stuff about the Bard, but wizards are absolutely just completely destroying shit. It's kind of insane. I feel the team is still working on baseline power scaling, and it will take time to get the dialed in. They need more time in the oven, but that was not a blank. They have a dial things and before the X back. Yeah, I agree. I think that they absolutely do need to dial things in. I think that unfortunately the vast majority of people's patience for the overall like people aren't going to wait around and wait to figure out when they get things dialed in. And it's already been 1 month and people have had pretty much the same experience from the start. Some people will have more patience than others, and I think that that's absolutely okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think that necessarily like that means, oh my god, this is going to fail. But I do think that it creates a very weird situation for folks. So I'm level 32-ish, started lower Gook pet. Procking Ghoulbane is hellacious. Ooh, gave me the Cleric Mace for later. Just got to get them levels. Hell yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. You are going to want to go ahead and get your pet like a Fiery Avenger too, or even one of the Sky Paladin Blades is really good. Start leveling Wiz. Which levels are nukes I should consider saving motes for? There's one of them called it starts with a G. It is Garrick's gut. Chat, I know you know what I'm talking about. It's the stupid magic nuke. Garrisons, that's what it is. Garrison. Yep, definitely do that. At 300 dex, Puma procs 13 per minute. Is that with Puma maxed out at 10? Oh, I didn't know if pet ever hit level 2 proc Soulfire. Will do. Doesn't proc Soulfire. Will absolutely proc Fiery Avenger though. Mr. Garrison, that's like a level 18 though. How's it the GOAT? Because once you level it up, it actually hits for like hundreds, and when you're doing Empower, it's hitting for close to 1,000 damage. And every time you go through and you level up a new character or whatever, it slaps the shit out of things. At 370 dex. Interesting, Karnor. So what's going on, Karnor? How are you? You're same Karnor that you've been posting a lot of stuff in the Discord stuff, right? You've been posting your data. Garrisons will get you to 46 till you hit Rend. Yeah, yep. You can also use there's a fire one too. Yeah, for SK Warrior Shaman. Yep. Conflag, yeah. Conflag is really good as well. But you pick one. So Garrisons is lower than Conflag. Just did a 750 Parson D4 any. Nice. Wrong fire sword, thank you. Though for the Vice. Yeah. No worries. I remember in EverQuest, you would get a message when a pet flurries. I don't see that happening in EQL. It does happen. You ready? Are you ready? I'll show you. I will show you the way. Ready? Wait for it. Waiting. Still waiting. There it is. That's a flurry right there. See that red one? It's right there. See? Right there. That's a flurry. When they... Oh, there's two more. When they flurry, they do that. Jobin, thank you so much for the follow. Ghoulbane is level 20. Yeah. I develop and design technology for correction space. Also did game dev years ago, and you see this often. Your scope dock blows up the second you launch. Then you are months into smoke creep and design adjustments. Yeah, yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, scope creep is really tough. And there's, like, a lot of very bad things. Like, it's not to say that, like, it's okay to, like, be excited and want to, like, implement all kinds of things, but it gets out of control very quickly. Yeah, been loving it. Make sure all filters are off. For a 2-tank trio, its damage is insane. Conflag also gets full benefit from level 2 focus effects because it's only 43. Oh, interesting point, yeah. So you don't, what you're saying is you don't need the improved damage. I mean, technically even your level 50 spells get affected by improved damage too. However, it is at a reduced rate. And yeah, unfortunately that stuff is a little weird because you get into like the improved damage 2 items are in funny places. Should I be stacking strength with AC Wiz after? So, okay, there is... So you can stack strength. Let me show you guys something that's really goofy. Okay, do you see my attack is 706? My pet's attack, well, actually, right now my pet attack is 323. My pet with this, we have roughly the same percentage of accuracy. I don't know, like, I think there's like a soft cap that exists behind the scenes, that it might not even be a soft cap. It might just be the fact that, like, the mobs that we are currently fighting do not have high enough stats to take full advantage of having higher stats like that. But the thing is like, increasing your strength does increase your average damage, but it is so abundantly negligible that I don't know if that's the way to do things. And there is never a point in my personal experience of moving my strength from 100 to 500. There has never been a point where my max damage has gone up. It's always been like my average hit is higher. It's never been a point where my max damage has gone up. I'm interested in this after playing retail for about 8 to 10 years and then playing P99 for about 4 years. This seems like such an interesting take on OGEQ. Yeah, Jobin, it is a very fun take. It's a very interesting take on the game. I would say that it's well worth your $20. Like, if you played EverQuest for 8 to 10 years, then you know patch days can be a little heinous. Patch days here have, historically been pretty heinous. They're still trying to, like, get their nuts and bolts together. And I would say, as long as you understand that it is sort of it is a game that still feels under development to some extent, I think that you'll have a lot of fun. You can actually completely ignore a lot of that stuff too. In fact, if you really want advice, I would recommend steering clear of their Discord, steering clear of their Reddit. Just enjoy the game and have a lot of fun with it. The game is genuinely a lot of fun. Sorry, that's healing 3. Yeah. So attack is not giving meaningful effect in the current time. I mean, it's just not like, it's not worth, like, sacrificing, like, going after other stats. Like, Dex is a meaningful stat. Dex is something that actually provides you with some nice additional procs and things, both for you and your pet. That is that you put Dex on yourself, more procs for you. Dex on your pet improves the procs on your pet. So there's Stamina. Stamina is another stat that's, like, really important and a good one to go with. Intelligence and Wisdom are both going to give you mana if you have an Intelligence user or a Wisdom user. Strength just doesn't seem to do a whole hell of a lot at this particular juncture. We're hoping, meaning myself and people that I theorycraft with, are hoping that we see more from that maybe in the future when things get a little tougher. So stack mana, hit points, AG, and Dex. Yeah, pretty much. Love this take, and EQ reminds me of Rift. There you go. Yeah, I just need to tank the greatest mob of all time. Still a huge work in progress. Yeah, it feels very, dare I say, early access, or like, I would also say, like, they fundamentally changed the systems really quickly, and this is something that, like, Wait a minute. We need to do this for the wiki. We need to do this for the wiki. Actually, wait a minute. Maybe I should I show, like, where we are? Plane of Hate? Oh, wait, we're in the raid instance. Actually, what we can do is this. Save. That one there, and then do a timer. 3-second delay, new, and then we'll scroll over that. We'll wait for this to pop up. 1 second. There we go. Save as, and then we'll put that in there. Cool. Awesome. Mistress of Scorn does drop the Fire Staff. So I asked in Discord if the Scorn lady drops the staff, and everybody was like, nope, it doesn't drop it. You can only get it off Magi Pitasa. You can only get it off Magi Pitasa. We just got our fire elemental staff off from the Scorn Banshee.
Just goes to show, brothers, you can't trust everything you read on the internets.
It's not even getting shit on. It's just, it's now we can provide the proof, the evidence that it is actually dropping on there. It's good because right now it says, I think there's like a little hyphenated thing that says unsure if drops on EQL. Okay, we'll just throw that back up. The game is a lot of fun, though. Like, genuinely, there's a lot of really cool aspects to the game. It's genuinely just a very enjoyable experience. There's a lot of really cool things, a lot of really cool ideas. They're gradually doing these, like, revamps of some of the old zones. Some of them are much bigger than others, meaning, like, the revamp themselves. Like, they revamp a ton of stuff. They revamp some of the gear. Some of them are like just very broadly brushed revamps. Still very interesting, still very cool. What else? There's tons of room for like right now I'm technically using 2 of the classes that people consider like pretty bad. I think that I think the druid's a lot stronger than people give it credit for. But Beastlord is definitely it's not in a great spot, and as you can see from the little damage meter here, we're not doing too shabby. We are not doing too shabby. Can't believe everything you see. Yeah, right. Hey Soak, I was thinking about leveling up again after hitting 50 with a pet tune. I'm Shadow Knight Cleric Berserker at the moment. Is Shadow Knight your primary, Brandon? People are always pooped on druids. It's what they do. A druid is insanely powerful here. People don't understand how strong the unbound nature is. What would be the best top-end DPS pet class to take? So, Brandon, if you want to play a pet class right now, as of like today, in this exact moment in time in which I am speaking to you, the best answer for the strongest pet class is going to be some combination of Mage and Beastlord put together, and then, you know, throw something else in there that you want. I think if you want the most absurd outcome possible, I need to test this, but if Puma and Spirit of like Vermin stack, that will be insane. I need to test and see if those 2 things stack. If they do stack, then that will probably be, you'll probably want Mage, Beastlord, Shaman, and it'll be unbelievably stupid. Yeah, Shadow Knight is primary. Okay. So, yeah, you could do Shadow Knight, Beastlord, Shaman. You're going to want to dual wield, though. Just so you know. Once you buy this AA, this brand new AA that they just added, where is it? Strike is 1. You're going to want to dual wield for this. Did I hear you say Mage Firestaff drop? Yeah, we just had the Firestaff drop off the Mistress of Scorn. I took a screenshot, so I'm gonna throw it up there on the wiki for people. Let's see here. Druid was my primary. SK was my first other primary. Ooh, Druid is just I really love Druid personally. Shaman, Bard, Beastlord. You're gonna want Mage. You're gonna want Mage. It's if you want your pet to be like the Dong Schlonger, like if you want your pet to like run around and just make people sad about life, then you are going to need Mage too. What is so Druid Innate affects crit dots, direct damage spells, procs, heals, heal over time. It affects all of that stuff. So like you like bringing a druid along in any combination gives you like tools. It's like it's magic, imagination. So the druid comes with this really cool thing called Unbound Nature, and it says that the passive ability increases the chance the druid will land a critical hit with a spell by 4%. Yes, that just says a spell, meaning heals, dots, crits, hots, damage, direct damage, rains, any of that stuff. All 4% increased crit chance. Really good. Procs is another one. It's really, really, really good. Really good. Because you can literally just slot that into any build and there will be benefit. Even if you're like a warrior berserker druid, your procs that you're having from your weapons are more likely to do crits. It's just so good. And they have damage shields. They obviously come with ports, which are great, but you can ritual your ports, so that's not really all that big. There's an attack buff. There's the chloro, which gives you endurance regen. There's their hot is insane. They actually, I'm not using it, but they actually have a lower level heal that is just like it's like I think it's like 0.6 second cast, and when you level it up, it's actually a huge heal. They just had they come with so much stuff that's just useful. Now, if you go with that, you're not going to have the slow that everybody's like, oh my god, like, oh, you're using Shaw's. Shaw's is such a garbage slow. Shaw's is actually really good. It's actually a really, really strong slow. I don't know. I don't I think everybody's like really stuck on like 50, 60, 70% slows, but Shaw's is plenty. I'm able to do Ive just fine with it. D4 CT, D4 any, like I'm able to do all that stuff with it. There's not like a place where I'm like, ooh, I don't know. It's very, very good. Are there any healing AAs that affect Necro Drain Soul Healing? So there's an AA that Shadow Knights get, which affect it. That druid AA affects it. Wizard crits affect it, but it is not multiplicative, and it does not affect both ends of it. So you can't get like a crit heal and a crit. What do we get? Is this 2 of the scales? Oh, a brewer. Oh my god. Spinoza. Wait a minute. Spinoza? Holy sheesh. Oh, yeah. Thanks for that tier 1, Spinoza. Is this Spinoza from Nerathians? There's no way. Spinoza, holy crap. It is you. Oh my god. Okay. Holy shit. Long time no see. Hopefully you're doing well. Holy fuck. 81 gifted subs. Spinoza, thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, I used to play Diablo Immortal, and Spinoza is someone I met in Diablo Immortal. We had a guild called the Nerathians. We held the server for a little while. Wow. Tree of Iniphis. Yeah. My god. Holy Christ almighty. 81 tier 1s, and then 82 technically when they threw on their extra. My god. Thank you so much, Spinoza. Holy freaking hell, man. I don't even know. Thank you. Thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing. Man, Spinoza, wow. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say other than thank you so much. No. Well, I mean, if you really want to get down to brass tacks, $81 at $6 a thing. EQ is my childhood game. Glad to see it thriving with this new iteration. Hell yeah. Are you playing, Spinoza? Are you over here playing? We can go ahead and bounce out of here and we can start it up again. Awesome. What server are you on? And Freeport, awesome. Are you playing with like Co and their crew, or are you playing with other people? I don't know why I watch on YouTube anymore. I don't know. You can watch wherever you want to go. $6. Well, it's $6. It's $6 in cost. But I technically only receive like $3 of that. So yeah, you can do the math. I don't need to talk about all that. But cold medicine, that is some good. Yeah, that's the Sudafed right there. I can get some Sudafed. Totally solo, just for true nostalgia. Hell yeah. What character are you playing? Or are you switching around, bouncing around? Spinoza was like absolutely absurd PvP player, by the way, guys. Have all 50. Oh my god, yeah. I'm not shocked at all. You have to subscribe to every channel on Twitch. On YouTube, it's just one. Spinoza D, yeah. Oh my god, dude. For no ads. Oh, yeah. Yep. You can do like if you're on Twitch, I do recommend Turbo. It's actually pretty worth it. Twitch Turbo is pretty nice. And we do like if you have Turbo and you watch somebody's stream, we actually like depending on how long you actually watch for, it goes up. Oh, you have to kill the NPC to get out. Oh, man, really thoughtful of you, Spinoza. I really do appreciate it. Diablo Immortal Whale. No, I don't know. I don't know if Spinoza spent. There was a necromancer that we had. I'm not going to say his name, but he spent a couple $1,000s a week on the game. Another really cool. Actually, the whole crew that we had. Mod Wolf and everybody really was awesome. Wormney, Erishai, all those guys, tons of fun. Really, the game was honestly, I never put any money into the machine over there, but it was a really fun game overall. Breaking all of them to 50, savage. Cool, awesome. We've got another staff. We only need air now. And then we'll have all 4 stabs. We have all the focus items. Kind of go from there. Dodge check. Charlize, congratulations, you dodged. Zurbin1, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I played it until I hit the paywall. Yeah. It was pretty bad. Only being able to get the like certain what were they, the runes or whatever they were, they weren't runes. What the hell were they called? Gems. Legendary gems? Only being able to get the legendary gems to like a certain point. I didn't know this was a Twitch stream. Only saw on YouTube. Yeah. We're on Twitch. We're on actually here. We're on Twitch, we're on Kick, and we're on YouTube. I stream to all platforms. Is last day for me. Okay. Are we all out? We are all out. Perfect. Danger. D2. Great. Boom. It gets pretty hairy after D2 anyway. When you group up. The health pools get pretty absurd. That PvP was absolutely awful as a free-to-play. But so let me tell you what I did. So what I would do is we had people like Spinoza and God, what was the other guy's name? There's another dude that was an absolute savage. And so what we did was Six. That's totally who it was. It was Six. So what we did is we had people who are like absolute bonkers good at it. And so what I started doing is when we would do the raids and stuff, I don't know if I don't want to like claim discovery, but I didn't read any guides. I came to the conclusion that like I was never going to be as good as the other players in the game. So what I did is I turned my barbarian into like a shout barb, basically. I had the like I thought about it and I was like, oh, well, if I'm playing one way, the only way that I can really support the other people in here is by boosting their damage and boosting their survivability and boosting their ability to do what they already do really well. So I would go into like the raids and I would go into the PvP and I would basically follow them around. And when something started to pop off, I would pop all the shouts and stuff, and like just absurd amounts of damage would come out of these people. And they'd also have like absurd levels of defense. Mechanically, strategically, with only minor investment, crushing the whales. Yeah. That's really what it was. Yeah, Spinoza and Six, man. If you saw either one of them in like in the opposite side PvP as you basically cried. You were basically like, oh man, do I even leave the fountain kind of deal. Vermin and Puma stack. Puma is slot 5, Vermin is slot 1. Larson, thank you so much. Yeah, then definitely. I'm going to try that build later. I have Shaman unlocked, so I'm going to put those two together, and I'm going to actually I'm going to parse that out. I'm willing to bet that is the best combination. Beast Lord, Mage, Shaman. And I bet you're going to be able to pump damage like crazy with that build. Sounds like Spinoza needs to come to Neriak. I mean, it sounds like they ran out of things to do over on... sounds like they ran out of things to do over there on the old Freeport. So, time to level up all the classes to 50 on Neriak, really. Beast Lord, Mage, Shaman, huh? I think that is going to be the way to pump the most damage and have the most defensive ability, because you're gonna have the heals, you're gonna have the slows, you're gonna have Puma, you're gonna have Vermin, you're gonna have the buffs that are gonna be able to push your pet way up. You're gonna be able to grant the level of accuracy, so your pet is actually landing attacks. You're getting all of the sweet stuff from Mage that grants crits to pets. You're also granting all the flurry stuff coming from the Beast Lord. And then you yourself are going to be wanting to auto attack as well. And so while you're auto attacking, you're going to be really granting a lot of really nasty stuff. Kunar can't get here fast enough. Need to get working on those epics. You're splitting Int and Wiz. How would you gear this? So you would be... a wisdom caster. So I would be gearing all of my stuff into wisdom. Which pet would you use in that combo? Yeah, I'm talking like if you want to play a pet build. Looking ahead for Kunark, what do you think's coming with the Rujarki and Foothills? I'm genuinely curious what's going to be there. Ranger 900 point procs on a Warden with Shaman buffs. Yeah, there you go. So I'm thinking the best pet to use, you're going to want to be in melee. So your pet's not going to tank. It's probably going to be the water pet. I would want to test it, but the water pet is probably going to be your best raiding pet. The fire pet, if you can keep it alive, is actually pretty insane. The problem is that it has a really, really low health pool. But the damage shield is absurd. 51 point damage shield is like absolute nuts. Does new Flurry Breeze work on Charm Pet, or is it still not a pet for the... That's a great question. That's a really, really great question that we need to test out. How am I going to test that, though? I guess I could do it maybe in Sky? Actually, oh no, wait, is there a rat? Oh no, guys, don't kill the rat. Don't kill the rat. We're going to test that here. We're going to test it here. Okay, I have my lure up. Perfect. And over channel. Great. We're going to test it here. We're going to test it live. Does new Flurry Beast Lord? Yeah, Wing Sphere, we're going to get you an answer right now. I hate Finny. Need to farm to get Water Focus, right? Yes. Yeah, you do. You can probably... I got the Water Focus on my like first or second kill. And you can kill him really fast because the Spooge monster is like right next to his spawn. Is it a must to get two-handed or rank 10 for your pet? No. So Brandon Wyatt, Vadim actually asked me earlier to go over the damage and how your pet calculates damage again. And it's more intricate than just being tier 10. I'll talk about it here once we break free of the raid on hate. But I'll dig into that again. What I need to do is I need to like burn off some shorts and just show off that stuff. They're changing too many things with pets. I could make an entire pet video and it may be invalidated a day later because they're just making so many changes so quickly. So I think I need to like identify sections of pets and then maybe release smaller videos specifically on like those sections. And that way, like if they invalidate a part of something, it's not necessarily invalidating the entirety of like a 10 or 15 minute long video. I wouldn't put a lot of resources into pet stuff right now. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. I'm going to keep like leveling everything to 10. I still got to do the necromancer pet, but aside from that, and the necromancer pet is exceptionally strong. It is very, very good. All right. I'm going to grab this rat that is over here. We're going to tell this guy to get bent. We'll loot that. All right. Give me this little turd. We've got... Wait, only works on animals. The rat is not an animal? The rat is not an animal? What the... It is undead. Son of a mother's monkey butt. All right, well, I guess I got to get my pet back up. Son of a bear. Not here, it isn't. Man, what the hell? What the hell? I was all excited, man. I was like, I'm a druid. I'm going to be able to get that rat. It's going to be great. Everything's going to be wonderful. It's a marsupial. Dude. Spinoza, you're crazy, man. I really do appreciate it. That means a lot. It means a real lot right now. Means a real lot right now. Son of a dingus. Son of a berry, mother Mary. Oh. Somebody charmed it. Hold on. Okay, I gotta rebuff here real quick. Because I deuced my pet. So I guess, I mean, I can do it in Sky. I can test it in Sky. Does SK Necro have enough sustain for like D4 Innie and can do a DPS for third class? Does SK Necro have enough sustain for D4 Innie and can do DPS for third class? Yeah. I mean, so typically people are coupling that with Shaman to like really push it over the edge with Puma as well as the rest of the buffs. But as long as you level the spells up, you should be fine. If you level the spells up and have the AAs. SK alone has enough HP sustain. It does. I don't like telling people that because the level of investment and the tuning has to be very specific. Like it can, but like if you don't do it exactly right, then you're going to be a sad boy or girl or whatever. You mind if I ask you gear you're currently using for your pet? Yeah, you can ask me. This is Indo gloves, Indo shoulders, Indo breastplate, Indo helmet, Indo boots, Indo legs, and Cloak of Flames. It doesn't even need the Cloak of Flames. Watch the haste. Doesn't do anything. And then I've got an Earthshaker +8 with Soul Leech into it. I'm just being lazy right now because like I use basically this pet set for all of my pet build stuff where like if I wasn't a druid, the Cloak of Flames would actually be doing more than just giving hit points and some AC. And obviously dex. But that being said, there is going to be like a best in slots type. There's probably going to be a best in slot list along with probably 3 or 4 variations. The problem is that each class has different amount of slots. And so everybody's going to want to know, like, what's the best in slot for this build? What's the best in slot for this build? And I think there's, like, over 100 combinations that could include pets. And I'm certainly not going to do over 100 best in slot lists for all of them. Even though, and I'm being, like, blunt here and frank, even though there absolutely will be caveats to all of them, because when you add a different class to like the pet combination, you're adding an additional set of gear and items that you can take in addition to whatever your pet can normally wear. The easy answer is just stack a bunch of decks, stack a bunch of AC, right? But The real answer lies somewhere in these are the procs that you're going to want. These are the stats that you're going to want to best improve your pet's ability to cast spells, or some of them, like my pet literally sits in combat and he'll spam drowsy and he'll spam ice dagger and he'll spam all these other things. So like the problem becomes that like you in my combination, like technically being druid, I could give my pet a weapon that's going to proc drones of doom, which could be really good. I could give my pet a weapon that's going to proc scourge. I can give my pet, like, with this combination, technically I have access to a lot of different things. And then the fact that my pet is also a beast and a warrior, I could give my pet a weapon that procs Shaw's lethargy. Like, there's so many different things. So, Mike, it's not that easy, unfortunately. They, especially with the new Beast Lord AA, if you have the new Beast Lord AA, it is absolutely 170 million% better if you have the AA to go dual wield for you. And then for your pets, you're going to want a two-hander. The reason being that when you trigger that extra flurry, it's going to do more damage flurrying with a two-hander than it is with a one-hander. Is this the clarity one? Yes, nice. I actually wanted that. So like we tested Puma out, we tested Vermin out, we tested Procs out, and the benefit to dual wielding is that you can run 2 proc exaltations, which both can do damage. It does not replace Puma. It does not replace Vermin. It does not replace any other procs. It just adds, like, if you throw on an offhand proc of, let's say, Yakesha. Yakesha is a bad example. It's not something you should probably put on your pet unless you want your pet to hold aggro. However, if in the event that that is something that you want to do, you can give your pet an offhand proc. That proc will add typically 11 to 15 more procs per, like, it all depends on your pet's dex, but roughly you're adding about 3 to 5 more procs a minute to your build by doing that. So in those cases, dual wield can be better. But if you're not running a Beast Lord and you're not getting that flurry out of there, you're not getting that free attack out of there, dual wield can be better in the cases where you have a buttload of inventory slots. I personally am going to tell people when I write my build guide that using a two-hander is pretty much going to be the best way to go for ease of use, viability across basically every class, because it only occupies one spot. So there's no like worry about the fact that your 2 weapons are taking up 2 vital item slots, where you can be using things like, I actually think that the Midnight set is going to probably be one of the better ones, because the Midnight set actually, once they fix pet stats, they've got to get that first. But once they fix pet stats, like, look, he's got 423 dex, man. Once they fix pet stats, I think that you're going to be able to use like the int and wisdom that comes off from those sets, the stamina, the agility, the dexterity that comes on those Midnight pieces. What offhand proc should be using if not Yakesha? All the good procs are usually main hand. I'm talking about Necropet. So Schwartz, this is where it comes down to that whole like, well, what's your build? Like, what 3 classes are you? So you're right out the gate, your pet is Necromancer, Warrior. Ooh, another Decrepit Hide. Right out the gate, your pet is Necromancer, Shadow Knight, Warrior. Okay. Sorry, Warrior, Necro Shaman. No, you're absolutely okay. So far, Earthshaker is pretty much the way to go, yeah. Right now, until they fix Earthshaker, getting that 67 damage and ignoring that 70 delay is pretty much the absolute... Oh, Benedict's charmed. Benedict's charmed. Quick, kill Benedict. Get Benedict. JK. So, basically, Man, I need it. Once we finish this run, I'll get into this more deep, with more depth. But there's a reason, and we'll get into that way tighter. Ooh, extended range 3. Okay, take that. Let's see. Close that. Benedict Arnold. Ooh, what do you mean, Judas? What? Judas? What? Ooh. Even with Puma procs, so yes. So Puma procs are not affected by dual wield or two-handers. Puma procs are not affected by haste. Puma procs are on a proc per minute ratio, which is increased and decreased by the efficiency of the spell cast on them, as well as the dexterity of the pet itself. With absolutely no points at all into Puma, with 100 dex on your pet currently will proc Puma roughly 5.5 procs per minute, regardless of whether you use a two-hander or two one-handers or nothing at all. What about my back? I don't know about your back. Is it a good back? I use one-hander on my pet and just let them dual wield with bare hands, offhand for my charm pet for the proc, and lots of quad hits. Oh, okay, I thought the pet was procking more with two one-handers. So that was the belief. And then we scienced it, and we realized that was actually an incorrect belief. I spent about 5-6 hours one night testing the shit out of Puma, and doesn't matter if you use haste, doesn't matter if you use one-hander, doesn't matter if you use two-hander, doesn't matter if you're, if it's Taco Tuesday or Sacrilege Sunday, whatever it is, it is 5.5 procs per minute at 100 dex. Can you pet quad hit with two-handers still? So your pet isn't technically quad hitting. That is a bit of a misnomer. What you're talking about is your pet is attacking with the left hand and the right hand at the same time and getting a double attack with both attacks. What's happening for your pet is like this little bar that you can see right here is basically being blocked here, and then it's triggering both attacks at the same time. It's not an actual quad hit. It is essentially all of the attacks going off at once. And yes, you won't get the offhand attack because you're using a two-hander. Don't know how many PPM, but Puma on my Shaman pet does 50 DPS alone using Earthshaker. Yeah. Ooh, what do we get here? Oh, damn, Rakusha Cloak. I haven't seen that yet. That's pretty nice. Hell yeah. Cool. I haven't even done Monk yet. Are you guys feeling the extra hit points that stuff has? You guys noticing that at D2, like, things are taking a lot longer to kill? I use Gigantic Tri-Hander. Nice. Dual wield, though, instead of two-hander with Puma. Wait, would it be better for the player for dual wield, though, instead of two-hander with Puma? Schwartz, it depends on the build. So, like, for your build, for instance, you said that you are Warrior Necro Shaman, right? So for Warrior Necro Shaman, it's better for you to use a two-hander so you can thread your spells in between the two-hander attacks. If you are playing a Beast Lord, it's better to use dual wield, because with the new AA, you're actually triggering the flurry on your pet, on your offhand, and on your primary attacks, and it is not restricted by procs per minute. I have tested that. I tested it as soon as that patch launched. Puma is level 7 though, so it does more damage on me. Yeah, exactly. Well, leveling, that's why I'm saying, like, so it is really easy for me to, like, it's very easy to get into the weeds when you start talking about the fact that, like, a spell has, on my pet that is level 17, rank 6, and I have leveled my Puma up to level 8, and he's got a rank 6, Earthshaker, and then he's got this exaltation on him, and he does this, and it's like, cool, that's awesome. I'm never going to test that, not in a million years, because in order to recreate that particular circumstance is kind of absurd. The thing that I try to test is, this is the bottom and this is the top, right? This is where you start and this is where you finish. There are a million variables in between. And people are going to see various mileage from those in-between stages. Because there's all these other, like, things that, like, basically contribute to the outcome of where it can be. Sorry if I missed it. Did newbies? Yeah, I'm gonna do it in a second. Puma works for charm pets. Yeah, I swear I saw a proc. Yeah. Puma works for charm pets. Puma works on whatever you cast it on. Scythex, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Do pets benefit from strength at all? So pets get 6 attack per 10 strength. Okay, so pets get 6 attack per 10 strength, but same problem. It never actually increases their max damage or their min damage. It slightly adjusts their average damage. But again, I think that we're in a stage of the game where our attack is already overcoming the NPC's like natural AC and natural defenses. So where strength would normally like push you forward, we're not really seeing that because we're already past it. So you're not really like, you can dump tons and tons of strength into your pet and you're just not going to see any change because your pet is already hitting so far past the thing. People, okay, to give you an example of where people are actually seeing stats make a difference, is they're having to turn the mitigation on the like training dummies up to 6. They're having to turn the mitigation on the training dummies up to 6 before they're seeing any amount of like, all of a sudden the damage starts to go down. And you're talking, that's like that is an absolute absurd amount of difference and change. I don't know how many 50 dB plus alone, blah, blah, blah. Sorry if I missed it. Yeah, Puma's great on charm pets. Does Dex improve hit chance on pets? No. Dex does not improve hit chance, period. Pets or players. Poor Benedict. I'm running out of mana. I'm running out of mana. Please don't engage. Tough. I'd cast Paragon on you, but I refuse to buy it. Hey, Broken, sorry to hear you're sick. Hey, Tyrone, thank you so much. Is the tooltip wrong? I swear I read Dex does that somewhere. It increases your chance to hit with bows and thrown weapons. That may be where... I'm not even sure it does that, though. If we're being honest. I have to, like... There's so many things. Like, I had to check and see if ambidextry was working correctly. I have to check and see... Like, there's so many different systems because, like, they're running some weird adapted, like, adjusted system. Like, you literally have to verify if these, like, finite little basic systems are working. Because if you don't verify them... then you go into it assuming it does, and like halfway through testing something, you're like, something isn't acting right here. And you realize this thing that you were building the foundation of your hypothesis on is actually not what you thought it was at all. And it's like, oh, cool. Now I got to go back and do all of that all over again. So I personally like to test everything at the foundation. I can support all the rest of my testing on top of what I know, and then kind of go from there. And then if something breaks, it says chance to hit, damage done, and skill ups. Is that here? Do I have to... Oh, there. Influences hit, damage done, and chance raise skills. Interesting. Well, hold on. Do you notice my attack doesn't actually move? See 706? 13 dexterity? Doesn't actually do anything. It's adjusting my attack, but that's not my chance to hit. And I think that's the strength. That's not the actual dexterity. Dex does affect proc chance though. Yeah. That definitely works. Yeah, agreed. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is you cannot take anything for granted. Like you have to kind of like go in and you have to explore and make sure that even the most basic concepts are consistent, because otherwise you basically run into these like weird little messy situations, right? I love that Benedict is sitting. He's meditating, guys. He's meditating. Of course, it could be wrong. Yeah. I think they broke a lot of stuff to make the like triple class stuff work, and then they have a lot of other like sideways systems that are in the game. I don't think it's intentional. It's just unfortunately there's so many. Oh, well, that guy is dotted up like a motherfucker. He's also got Shazla. Your pet. You're gonna want to charm the other one, Kwasi. You're gonna want to charm that other one. Your guy is like slowed to shit, and he's gonna be slowed to shit for a while. Is it Kwasi or Quasi? Oh, dude, you're good. You're good. I understand the habit. I do it too sometimes. You know what I do all the time? Sometimes I'm recording, like just gameplay. Quasimodo. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. So sometimes I just do this. And this is because like all the time when I'm playing like live EQ, I'm like, oh man, I need to check like how's my AA going? Like what's the next AA that I can buy? Can I buy this thing? Can I afford this thing? Like what can I afford? So I flip through things constantly. And then I ruin my B-roll footage because I'm like doing this all the time. And it's like that looks really terrible when you're trying to like reference some type of info. How many item slots do pets get? How do you get over 100 dex on a pet, or do you have a flat dex and then add it on? Yeah, so they have a flat dex, and then from flat dex you add buffs and things like that to them. You can adjust the gear appropriately to try and move that dexterity around. Different pets have different stats, and you can move their stats based on what level they are and like what buffs you're putting on them. Dex makes you proc more, but resist debuffing increases the proc to hit or get into overchannel. Yeah. Well, empower, I don't know how many people know this, but empowering stance also increases the damage of your procs. I don't know how many people know that, but that is a thing. Crunk Smash. If I'm playing Necro and using life taps, I still get the exaltation effect with improved damage 3 instead of improved vampirism 3. So Kuvayashi. All right, check this out. You guys want to see something really funny? I will show you exactly what Kuvayashi's talking about. This is a problem. I don't know what is going on with this. I don't know why this is, but there's a problem here. Serpentine. Oh, wait, exaltation, serpentine. Okay, so this is my serpentine bracer, right? Okay, so this is burning affliction 2. Yeah? Okay, so in my belt, I have the bone class girdle, right? Which has burning affliction 3. Okay, so we have burning affliction 3 and burning affliction 2 on right now. Now I want you guys to watch this window right here. I'm about to cast a spell. I'm not actually going to land it on him, but I want you guys to watch that. I want you guys to watch that window. Oh, you can't see it because it has to land. Okay, during each one of the ticks, you will see it triggers Burning Affliction 2 and not Burning Affliction 3 when wearing Burning Affliction 3 and 2. I don't know why it does that, but it will 100% do that. So make sure you're very careful about your exaltations, because that is absolutely a problem. I don't know what is causing it other than like the priority from where it reads. But that is a really good call, Kuvayashi. I hadn't thought about the fact that when you wear improved damage 3 and vampirism, that it's probably triggering. We can test it live, though. Shit, but it moves around. We'd have to do it on the training dummy. Especially against a bigger target like this. All right, I'm going to go defensive stance. I will tank this guy, and you guys can beat his face in. And over channel. There we go. Where is the arena with the dummy? Lake Rathatir is where it's located. Is it because the level of spell that takes 2? It is not. Because even when I cast like Odium or something like that, it's still using the 2 and not the 3. I noticed that myself previously. Ooh, he's gonna ice calm at me. What a dirty little dog. Something else, I don't know a lot of people if you guys are aware of this, but when you do your harm touch, you want to be in empowered stance. So like they're pulling aggro from me, so I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to do this. And that's how you get the big dick 3600 harm touch. And then just blink back over. I'm going to throw a slow out again, just so slow causes a lot of aggro. I'm going to throw my fire dot out there, cause a lot of aggro. Odium is level 43, which would be under BA 2 cap. That's fair. Okay, what about... We can try E-Bolt. We can try some other things. Let's see what happens. Hold on. So I'm casting my life tap. What is lighting up? What is lighting up when we do the life tap? Oh, that's Ensorcelled Heal. I'm paying attention to the wrong thing. Rain Spirit. 8 staggers. Drain Spirit. Blood Moon. So it is triggering Blood Moon, which is my vampiric item. No one can read the Matrix that fast. Baby. Neo. The one. The one can read it. That is interesting. Is that why? But technically they all are under... They should still... So it's reading what... It's taking the lowest one that it's under? Oh, Ice Belt. I actually haven't even got that yet. It's not a bad belt. Alright, guys. Beautiful job, beautiful job. Very wonderful, all of you. You did wonderful. Love you all. I'm gonna take a second to explain pet damage in the best way possible, and we're gonna go through and look at the way that that some of that stuff happens. This was a lot of fun though. We should do this more often. Hopefully you guys all got like good upgrades and you guys got things that you don't normally get. What's going on, Odor? How are you? This person's a real enchanter, by the way. How I can tell is because they clicked off all their buffs before they broke the charm. Smart, smart. There we go. Dead. Good Benedict on his little horse. What a good boy. What a good boy. What a good boy. What a good boy you are. Good. Just got Paladin Monk unlocked and the Ranger Bow. Hell yeah, dude. You don't need AC. Are belts the best any slot items? Some of them could be. Some of them could be. I think that it depends, but like Midnight Chestplate is actually insanely stat boosted. It really depends on your class combo, what's going to be best. Because like, if you're capping your AC out, like I'm way past my soft cap, right? If you're capping that out, it really doesn't matter entirely. Like putting shields in here. One of the things that I typically like to put in here are like resist items. I'm just doing this. This is actually a terrible item to have in there. This is just me being lazy. In fact, this is actually me being lazy too. But the I think taking heavy resist items is really good. Hit point mana items is really good. Things with really, really massive stat bloat. So I don't know if I'm carrying it still. Breastplates are usually good. Breastplates are good because you can actually, like, technically, even if you're AC capped, you can still get all of this, right? and you're getting, typically there's another stat, and usually there's like some level of resist. Runetch doesn't have it for whatever reason. I think I just looted a rogue breastplate. Yeah, look at that. So like there's usually a lot of stat bloat on breastplates. So they're very good. That can actually, so if you put, for instance, if you put like an extra breastplate in here, like this is a really bad bracer that I'm using. But I'm using this to get the most out of stamina. What you should do is if you get the stat blow out of whatever you have in these slots, then you can use items like, let me show you if you guys haven't seen the bracer out of New Sebelis yet, this thing can actually get quite a bit of endurance regen, and like depending on the build that you're playing, you can actually push a lot of endurance regen between that and this. You can do higher levels of DPS over longer periods of time because you're regenning things quicker. And if the way that you can gain benefit from these, because they suck and they don't have like a lot of AC and they don't have a lot of other stats on them, you can wear these in their regular slots and you can use massive stat bloat items in your any slots. If you have improved bash, shields are good for any slot. Bitch, no. You got to be an ogre and you got to use that slam. Earlier you mentioned archery can be good. I'm planning to run a shaman ranger mage. What would be a good setup be to focus on archery? Ooh boy, you really need to get your bow, like your sky bow, like yesterday. I don't know if you've like leveled up a character already or you've leveled through sky. You really are going to want your sky bow. That's not to say that there aren't other bows in the game and that they aren't also good, but you're really going to want your sky bow. It is just planets ahead of the rest of the items that are in the game. So there's a lot of different things like that. Like you can see, like obviously this has a lot of stat bloat on it, right? There's the shield of rainbow hues is another really, this is an amazing item to put in your any slot if you can use it, obviously. This is an amazing item. It has good AC, but this is like unheard of resists, right? This is absolutely nuts. And this will help you when you're doing those high like D3, D4 fights and you don't want to take that mana detonation or like half those other things. Like you have tons and tons of things to prevent that from landing. Another good example of that would be, you're fighting Yale. Not that everybody like farms Yale all the time, but you're fighting Yale and you don't necessarily want to take the damage from Yale constantly. Great one to use. I run 2 rainbow shields in my any slots. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Yeah, they do stack. Absolutely. Skybow and arrow to 10. Yeah, typically. That's that. Making that candy, that is, yeah, Skybow and arrow to 10, really. You will do absurd DPS with that, and it'll be very good and very fun. 2 things you need to be aware of. One is that your pet will not hold aggro against you. So once you get into the late game, you will likely have to be stuck in range stance, and you will likely be tanking the mob as well. There is very little with how hard the bow hits that your pet can do to take that damage and take that aggro over. When an NPC is in melee range with you, like when the boss is in melee range with you, your pet will not hold aggro. Even if it has 175% aggro, you will still be the one that it's swinging and hitting on. If Reedy hit me for 200k mana detonation, I was full health and instantly dead, wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that's FPS, man. Were you Noveller fan? When you got hit with mana detonation, were you tabbed out of the screen? Were you like reading a web page or something and you got hit with mana detonation? What arrow? There's a couple of really good ones. There's one in the kedge. If you don't want to do crafting, there's one in the kedge that you can get. Do I have that equipped right now? I do. This one is something that you could get. Ignore the unholy steed in there, but this is one you can get out of the kedge. That's pretty good. For ranger, has it been determined what is the stat to focus on? Dex. If you're bowing, Dex. Don't mean to derail this topic. Did you talk about what you wanted us to remind you about? Ooh, Pyrelian. Good. You were full screen. Oh, interesting. So that where people are getting mana detonated and they're like hitting a wall and they're dying. Thank you, by the way, Pyralian. When you're dying, it's because your frames per second are dropping. You're desyncing. The game determines how fast you're going based on like how. This is really goofy. I don't know how many people know this or don't know this, but this is an old school nerd trick. Okay, so you see my velocity is 48 running forward like this. You see my velocity is 48. It's a hard 48. Hard 48. So the game tracks you based on your frames, and you can actually break this by running at an angle. And if you jack up your game's frames per second, you can actually jump higher. You can jump further. And if you cap them at 60, you can actually glitch the game out so that it, like, if you were to jump and you were to, like, land, like, right... Actually, there's a good example. If you were to, like, land, like, right there, you see how that keeps pulling me up to the top even though I'm not even making anywhere close to the jump? The game is reading my client, and it's saying, nope, this guy is actually... He's supposed to be right up here. He's supposed to be... The game is actually reading me somewhere that I am not physically, like, being. And so there are a lot of, like, little weird trick jumps that you can do. Like, you can see, like, there's no way I should be able to jump that, right? I'm only making it to, like, right here. But the game is actually, like, saying, nope, actually, we can tell that you are actually right here. And it's putting me there. So if you put your FPS at 60, you will probably be safe from being like gummed up against the wall and whatnot, and then exploded from taking 200k damage. Okay, we will talk about the fun thing, and then I'm going to talk about what Pyralian reminded me about. So I don't know. We're gonna.
Here we go with the MS Paint again, guys. I love you all. I have no idea. This is going to be terrible. It's going to be awful. I'm still not to the level or experience of our very favorite Pirate Software. I wish I was. He is quite the wizard with the old application here. We need to... is this it? What is this? Media 2. I don't even know what the hell that is. What the hell did I put in there? Now I'm worried. We will throw in... Wait, is this window capture... server population? Oh, wait, no, we can actually use that. MS Paint. Paint. All right, we've got the paint, guys. We've got the paint. Raffle. We could do a raffle at this time. I capped it at 120. We'll lower it to 60. Yeah, no problem. No problem. So, believe it or not, 60 FPS is like the magic number for whatever reason. It's a super weird thing. It's a very strange experience, but 60 FPS is the magic number for EverQuest. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and start that. Actually, I'm gonna go to Auguk, and then we will do another giveaway for Reaper of the Dead, which I will put right above my fat head here. Here we go. I've got 2 more of these I'll give away. Oh, and of course I closed it the second that I opened it and put it there. Hey, your voice are getting old and boring. Oh no, ow! Oh, your mom is getting old and boring. Love you, Brew. Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. All right, I'm gonna run up to the bank, and then we'll start that raffle up. And then you guys can enter into the raffle. Ooh, also, I just noticed that I need to, like, move this. Like there. Okay. Okay, so Vadim and someone else asked earlier, okay, me to explain what's going on with pet damage. And how do we know what's what? And so that is... Oh, crap. It's too far. It's too far. Let me go this way. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Put it over there so you guys can see that. We'll go a little bit more right there. Yeah, that's good. All right, cool. And then we'll do the giveaway. We'll do the little raffle giveaway. We'll put this, should we do 10 minutes? We'll do 5, whatever. You have to be on Neriak server, okay? If you're not on Neriak server, I'm going to punch you in your baby maker, and then you're going to be really sad, okay? In video games. I'll punch you in your baby maker in video games, all right? In Grand Theft Auto. Vrayan, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, there we go. The raffle is for the Reaper of the Dead. ! Raffle gets you a chance to win a Reaper of the Dead. I will mail it to you, and what you're going to do is you're going to level that baby up, and you're going to pull that promise for renewal right out of there and add it to your favorite, your absolute favorite, genuine, amazing Shadow Knight weapon. Whatever that is. Torrid Corruptor, Blood Moon, that new Corrupted Blade looks really nice. You know, whatever. I played on RP server Rivervale and nobody even RPs. Yeah, that was bound to happen. That was bound to happen. Agony Bot. Sorry. That became like the RP server became the streamer server, became the like whatever. I don't even know. I'm not certain, but I think a lot of those people actually quit. Their numbers have not been super high lately. Okay. So, here we go. Here we go. All right, let's see if I can do this correctly. All right. So, let's see. We are going to talk about pet damage. Pet damage. Okay. Don't shame my. Oh shit. Undo. Don't shame my game here. All right, there we go. Pet damage. Oh, pet damage. All right. So I'm going to talk about the warder first because the warder is the one that I've done the most amount of parsing with. Okay. Okay. And this is, you heard me say in my video that your warder needed to be plus 10. Now, the reason that we were talking about your warder being plus 10 has to do with the fact that your warder's ratio, natural ratio, okay, warder natural ratio is 1.11. Okay? 1.1. Boss Gamers, what's going on, baby? Your pet's natural ratio, warder, at plus 10, okay, is 1.11. Okay? The game, and we're going to type this out because otherwise it's awful. The game does this weird thing where it's checking a couple of different things. And the first thing it's doing is it's saying, step 1. Does this weapon have a higher ratio than my natural ratio? If yes, use weapon. If no, go to step 2. Okay, step 2. Does this weapon's damage exceed my base damage? If yes, use damage stat only. If no, don't use weapon at all. Okay. Neriak service, what's going on? I'm 15 kills on Finny with no water staff on for. Oh my god, that's awful. Venival, hi, enjoying the stream about pet haste. Does a pet benefit from item haste? Example, Mithril two-hander. Yes, it does, Venival. Yes, it does. Your pet does benefit from item haste. I don't like this, so we're just gonna put that in there, and then I also don't. I want this to be proper English. If no, go to step 2. Okay. All right. So your pet, when you equip a weapon, okay, your pet is going to say, "Hey, you." You put the little weapon in the slot, right? And then your pet runs this calculation through its system. Okay. Your warder, their natural ratio is 1.11. So the reason that we say that Earthshaker is the best is because even at plus 10, Earthshaker caps out under this, meaning that insanely high damage that Earthshaker does is actually utilizing that insanely high damage number, but because its ratio is under this, it is actually skipping step 1 and going to step 2, where it is only using the damage stat and it is ignoring the delay stat. How about procs if it's below? It will, Barman, it will utilize the procs. So like if you, we'll do a little asterisk. We'll do a little asterisk on the bottom here. Asterisk. If fails both formulas, will still use proc in weapon. How's that? Does that, we'll put that over there like that. Okay. That way, does that work? Does that make sense? Is pet any level always 1.11? It is not. And this is why when I did my video, okay, so this is, we could have made like an hour-long video explaining this. And this is why in my video I said it's a plus 10 pet. Because what I didn't want to do is I didn't want to get into the weeds with what's mechanically actually happening here. So your pet, the warder, give me 1 sec. I'm going to pull up the actual stats for it. Bam. Get in here. And then, okay, so your pet, Ye Old Warder, is actually at, this is the level 46. So level 46 pet. Okay. All right. So the level 46 warder at base, his min damage is 16 and his max damage is 56. Okay. So his average damage is roughly 36 damage. Now, there's a calculation, believe it or not, yet another calculation, another formula that happens in here. Okay. Which is that when your pet auto attacks and does this 56 damage and this 16 damage, there is actually a natural bonus damage that is being applied to make these numbers happen. It is a completely like hidden misnomer, completely weird, super strange. And for the warder, that bonus damage is +7. But Mr. Stoic, how the fuck do you know that number is +7? Well, here's what I had to do. I literally had to go through every goddamn weapon range, every one, in order to try and make this number get bigger. Okay. So what I did is I tested, this is like kind of confusing, but basically what I did is I tested, okay, 25 damage weapon, no increase. 26 damage weapon, no increase. 27 damage weapon, no increase. 28 damage weapon, no increase. 29 damage weapon, no increase. 30 damage weapon, no increase. 31 damage increase. Okay. So why no War Beast Druid seems like it would be incredibly strong, no? Why War Beast Druid? So basically, what we ended up doing is we found out that its base damage is 30, right? And then when we do the math and we go through every single pet, we find out that there is basically a +7 ratio, +7 damage to boost this up to, what is it? This actually doesn't add up, but it's because they just increased. This actually might be changed now that they increased the these are the new numbers, but this is actually, we might have to reparse this, and this might be different now too, because when they just increased the warder's damage, so this might actually be a different calculation. But if you look at it, you can see that there's basically, so 30 plus 6 is 36, which is the average damage. So basically, you go through and you figure out each and every single one of these. And you go through and do this with each and every one of the things. The damage bonus is +14 now. It is +14 now? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Well, there you go. It's +14 now. So this is what we had to do, though, to find that. And then we went through it. So it's, Jesus Christ, it's +14 now? Yeah. So, again, when you look at this, okay, when you look at this and you're figuring this calculation, because it's losing that +14 bonus damage, just for beast pet though. So yes, just for the beast pet, it was messed with. I suspect that we'll see like some adjustments in some of the other pets as time goes on, but they're only messing with the beast pet right now. So again, as you go through each one of these damage ratios, which is why, like, you see when my inventory is like, why the hell is he carrying around like 9 different weapons, right? Why the hell is he carrying around 9 different weapons? The reason is, we're picking that winner right now. The reason being that I am having all those weapons out and I have them in damage, like chronological damage order from lowest to highest, so that when I do testing with pets, Big Brew TV, congratulations on your Reaper. Does it make sense that Necro gets higher level base pet than Beastlord? Wait, doesn't make sense that Necro gets higher level base pet than Beastlord? I mean, I don't know. Like, I try not to imply anything that's like from previous EQ iterations to EverQuest Legends, because it's like there's just so many things that exist outside of those regular systems. Big Brew, congratulations, baby. What was your name, sir? Is it Big Brew? Necro gets a level 48 pet. Oh yeah, I mean technically the Beast Lord gets a level 46 pet that can get up to level 49 once you level it. And it's actually the highest base damage pet right now in the game. It's even higher than mage pets. And that is leveled up even. Yes, I'm on Neriak. What's going on, Forgiven? How are you? Did Brew silence us? Veneville, thank you so much for the follow. Is it Big Brew? Are you Big Brew? Should be IMO. I don't know. Like, it's really tough. Oh, hell yeah. I land on the same server. Hell yeah, Forgiven. Hell yeah. Let me see. Where are you? I just want to make sure that I'm doing... yeah, okay, Big Brew, yep. Big Brew. All right, cool. Send. All right. Here's another one, guys. And another one. We'll do another raffle for the last one. This is the last one. We'll do this one for 10 minutes. Countdown. I need to set that countdown delay up so it pops up on the screen. And remember to do that. That's all good. That's all good. Boom, 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 boom. And start. Okay, cool. I'm on Neriak also. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Neriak Dark Elves Unite. Brothers and sisters. All the darkies. All right. So, again, this is for the warder. And the reason I'm doing the warder is because I've done an asinine amount of tests on the warder. I've done so much stuff with the warder. This is going to need to change. I'm going to have to recalculate all this stuff, which is good. It's fun. You have a guild going there. Yes, I sure do. Yeah, it's Broken Ones. You can message anyone if you're interested in joining. You can message anyone in the guild, and they can tag you. That Forgiven dude is a troublemaker. Ooh, Reyna's calling you out as a troublemaker on a server like this, where pet can only have one pet despite number of pet classes. IMO, the base level of pets should be normalized. I mean, listen, we can get at a million different debates about how they should function and how the pets should be and shouldn't be. Right now, they don't. None of them work, so it doesn't matter. Like literally, none of the pets are working in a way that is consistent with anything. So it's like we can say that we think like all the pets should do this or all the pets should do that, but it really doesn't necessarily matter because none of it actually like works. Did you see how he used those emojis? Which emojis? Which ones? Are they evil emojis? Pet can only have one despite, yep. Just roll Necro and forget it. I mean, Necro is a really good pet. I mean, not for nothing, like all of the pets are actually good. It's just a matter of can they do D4 content? And then people want to be like, but where does my pet need to be in order to tank my D4 content? And it's like, well, so it gets a lot more messy when you start getting into like, can my pet tank D4 content? Sure. Yeah, probably. I mean, some of the pets absolutely can tank D4 content. Where you're going to get into some messes is like, you're going to have to stand back and spam heal. That's going to be your fight. And you're probably going to run out of mana. True first thing done, get everything working right. Right. Like that. And that's part of the problem, right? Is like, you really are going to need to be able to set this up so that like, and this is my recommendation for what they should do, is they should really just, can we just do file new? Is there a way, like, how does Pirate Software have it so that like when he does this, he like, every time he does it, like it just opens like a black, it just does a black thing. Whatever, I guess that'll be fine. So, come to the dark side. I'm going to play the crap out of Beast. Yeah, Beast. I mean, the new AA that they gave them is actually quite good. We need to do more with it, more testing with it. But what I think they need to do is they need to decide, like, okay, this is any. Oop, shit. This is any, right? Oh. You don't spell any with an M. This is any. Okay. This is CT. These are currently the hardest targets in the game. This is Eye of Vishan, right? These guys are the three hardest targets in the game, right? We can agree on that. Yeah, I started another raffle, Quasi. Waffle. That is a waffle. Are pets even supposed to tank D4 raid bosses? I don't think they intend for them to do it, but I think they can do it. I imagine in later X-Pack you might be able to do a good pet with a ranger and some class on top of the pet off, but well, it's going to be a bit. Yeah, I don't even think you can do that because your pet can't hold aggro off from your damage. I think they intend us to rapid summon them. Ooh, I do not think that one. I don't know, man. D4 Brother Ziffle probably bodies all three. Okay, yes, fair. Bro Z D4 is absurd. Bro Z D4 is also not intended to be killed until Kunark. You savage. You leave Bro Z and Bro Q out of this. They're just kind, gentle souls. Again, I'm sorry, guys. You are being entered into the raffle if you're over on YouTube. It's just it says. For whatever reason, it can't send the message over to you guys. I'm going to have to inspect that later. Second pet will never pull aggro doing that. Well, it's not even like your pet will just never be able to hold aggro, period. Even your first pet, you just can't, like, I've tried testing it and like seeing where the line is, and it's way too shallow. That's even with like your pet procking like yaks with aggro inducing stuff. That's even with your pet, your pet having like a visage on with your pet taunting and everything, like they lose the if you type exclamation point raffle, you get entered into it. Strahd Von Z, what's going on? Strahd. Are you a Magic player? I think you might be. At any rate, so these guys are essentially the top dog targets, right? So somewhere in between these three is a place where, like, what do they want the pet to be able to do? Right? Yeah, see, Enikus, you just got entered in. It doesn't help that they give every boss an aggro drop. Wait, what was the command? No, you typed it correctly. You typed it correctly. You got added. It's just, it doesn't, it's dumb. To get the pet to keep aggro with certain builds, you have to use Feign Death or Ranger Jolt. Yeah. Oh, the threat generation is just crap. Shame. Yeah. Well, threat here is really weird anyway. Threat here is really weird. So, okay, so you have this, and then like the pet, right? So what you want to do, in my opinion, is you need to decide time to kill. Okay, what do you want the time to kill on all these bosses is? Okay, and then what the boss DPS is. Okay. Dracolich greater than CT. Because of the disease? I don't know, man. CT slaps. CT slaps. The disease is annoying though. Caster build means necro a must have. Not really. You could so people say caster build, but technically is a shaman a caster? Is a druid a caster? Is a cleric a caster? Just reintroduce, reverse it to let's get all players aggro. Oh my god, let's not. No new systems. No, please, no new systems. Too much bloat already. Too much bloat. Okay, so you get your time to kill. You get your DPS, right? And then theoretically, there should be like a mechanics thing in here too. Like to make things fun so that every time you go in and you do things, there should be mechanics. Now, the problem with mechanics is that when you have a game where you are triple classing and you want all content to be completed by all classes, your mechanics can only be very shallow. Because if you have if you do Yale and Yale has slow and he just spams you with slow. I did Yale yesterday and Yale was literally hitting me with a slow and then 2 additional disease-based dots, and I couldn't cure the disease because the second I was curing the slow, he just recasted it on me immediately. So let's get all the players aggro. It's reverse. My god, type correct. Those are priests. Malik, you're fired. Let's should be pits. They can tailor the mechanic to whatever class are in combat with them. Oh my god. Silent Sean. Good luck. Good luck. They can tailor the mechanic to whatever classes are in combat. Okay. Good luck with that one. Not to call them goofy or infallible, right? But we've had very basic systems not operating accurately. I would be terrified to see them try and Hey guys, here's a boss, okay? There are 560 mechanics or 560 class combinations, and so the boss is going to be tailored to 560 possible outcomes, and the mechanics are going to be divvied up 560 possible ways. I cannot possibly even wrap my freaking head around that one. Look at the way spells happened, right? Look at the way spells happened. Like the pet spells, basically what they did for pet spells. Hold on, let me pull this back up. So what they did for pet spells, when you level a pet spell, it literally just does this. You get +2 damage. You get let's see here, plus +5 attack. You get +6 accuracy. +6% hit points. +1 AC. And plus, what is this? 5, 9. +9 evasion. Okay, so every time you level, like when you give your pet, like the pet spell, you level it up, this is what you get. Because all they did was they took a giant effing paintbrush and they just swiped it across all the pets. I cannot imagine a world where they try to like complete 560 mechanics. They wouldn't need to do that. All they need is one mechanic per class. Then mechanics are randomized based on the pool of classes in your group. Yeah, but then doesn't that mean you could theoretically wind up with all of the things? And wouldn't that theoretically possibly like create a circumstance which certain classes wouldn't, or certain players wouldn't be able to do anything in your group? Also, you'd have to come up with all those mechanics for 16 classes. I don't know. I think that you're right. It could be done, but I do not think that it is a wise or even reasonable expectation. It would be put responsibility on the player whose class could handle. Oh yeah, no. So again, remember, this is supposed to be for new players and like dad gamers. I think that you're like, when you get into that level of intricacy, you're talking about old EQ. You're not talking about like easier, casual like dad EQ, right? Grandpa gamers even. Jesus Christ. Oh, what are you boys doing on my lawn? What are you doing on my lawn? Or are we going to pull another winner? We're going to pull another winner. Who's going to win? Spin, spin, spin. Who's going to win? Silent Sean. There you go, buddy. You win. You win. Congratulations, sir. What's your character's name? I will mail you a beautiful... maybe somewhere. There it is. What's the strongest combo with a rogue in it? Ooh, I'll tell you the freaking, yeah, they broke it, Biggs. They had to take it out of the patch. Do you think they will ever go into a more modern? No, I don't think they will. I don't think they will. Nope. I'm in the guild, Silent. Boop. Silent Sean. I just like to make sure, because I've sent things to people before and then it's gone to somebody and then they're like, I never got it. And I'm like, oh, that's because like there was 2 T's in your name or something weird like that. And I just want to make sure, which is why I usually like to have the person say it outright. Just Silent. Okay, cool, cute. Silent. All right. Here you go, sir. Enjoy your Reaper of the Dead. There you go, friend. All right. That is in the mail. Checks in the mail, friend. Okay. So New server up. Rogue, Shaman, Berserker. So, in my humble opinion, okay, if you want to play a rogue and you want something that's really fun, Rogue Shadow Knight Berserker was a lot of fun. When I got into raids, though, I don't think that one's doing it. It don't do the no D4 really, but anything other than D4, it's a lot of fun, and you'll absolutely like consume everything, and it does insane DPS. But yeah, it doesn't do D4 too good. I think new boss and Sky equal D levels. NE and CT are probably harder. There's just no reason to do Sky bosses past D0. Yeah, exactly. So my thought is that you would take basically the time to kill and the DPS, right? And then any type of mechanics. So this one procs like heavy, this one nukes really hard, this one snares and harm touches, right? If I may ask, hold on, guys. I love you. I'm happy to cover more build stuff in a second, but I do want to get through this. So basically, the way that I would look at pets is I would determine like whatever your time to kill, your preferred time to kill is. If you think that like 5 minutes is the time, and I'm not saying that I think 5 minutes is the time. I think 5 minutes might be a little too long, but that's just my opinion. So if you decide, well, let's say your average time to kill D0 is like 2 minutes. I know people are doing it faster than this, but like is 2 minutes. Okay. Actually, maybe that's not a great way of representing that. 2 min. There we go. Okay. So your preferred time to kill is 2 minutes. So how much DPS needs to happen for you to kill something in 2 minutes? Okay. So if any has like, 40,000 health, right? How much DPS do you need to do in order to kill him in 2 minutes? Then you decide a fraction of that, what fraction of that you want the pet to do. And that's where your level 10 pet at 46 is. And then you just dial it backwards all the way down to 0. Then you take the next pet that's under that and dial that down all the way down to 0. Then you go through these freaking pet spell lists, and for the love of Christ, you take root out of every goddamn one of them. Earth pet can still have earth pet attack, which is the root, but none of this tangling weeds, none of this vicious bonds, none of this freaking all this. Take all that crap off all the pets. They should not be standing there spamming snares, like snare and root over and over again. That is one of the dumbest things ever. It is a massive DPS loss. It serves nearly no purpose because of the way root works here. It's just dumb. So make sure you go through and take that stuff out. Desmatic, thank you so much for the follow. And then, so the DPS that the boss is doing. So this is how much DPS is coming in at you. So determine how much damage the boss is doing in at you, right? Hey, maybe they are trying to keep aggro. Request denied. Because what ends up happening is the raid boss just summons you, and then it doesn't matter if they rooted or not, because you just get summoned, and then you get hit. Wait, we control which spell? No, we can't. Nope. This is what I'm saying. This is what I would do to fix pets. So basically, you determine how much DPS is coming in. So the boss is doing, whatever X amount of DPS, and then as you determine how much damage any is doing, you decide that's like whatever DPS it is. I think when you actually look at any, I think he does like it's under 90 DPS. But then you take that DPS and you say, okay, what percentage of that DPS do you want the pet to be able to tank? Once you come to that conclusion, you dial it back down from 10 to 0, and then you dial that back down each pet. So, here's the 46 pet, here's the 39 pet, here's the 44 pet, here, whatever. As you go down through the series of levels, you determine like, okay, This is where it's at. This is what it needs to tank. This is the amount that I want it to be able to tank. This is the DPS. This is only time consuming one time. And in addition to only being time consuming one time, you can utilize this system as your foundational area to grow every piece of content out from. Because you're determining like, okay, this thing is what I want my people to struggle with. This is how much of a struggle this thing receives from. If the player has like these mechanisms to go out and actually like counter this thing, then that feels good for the player, because now all of a sudden the player is like, oh, okay, I have my pet. My pet is going to take 90 DPS, right? I know that in order to reduce this, I need to add AC and hit points to my pet. I need my pet to have buffs. I need my pet to have whatever it is to reduce this 90 DPS. And that is how I counter with my pet this, right? I do this. And then if there are additional mechanics, things like a proc, things like a snare or root, a harm touch, or things like mana detonation and ice comet and other fun toys, then okay, my pet needs resists. My pet needs resists. This one, I haven't seen this be resisted. This thing absolutely cucks my pet. But this thing, you can slow it. You can use evasive stance if you're tanking it yourself. And for whatever reason, when you use evasive stance, it doesn't proc. But these are mechanics in which have counters to them, right? And so as those counters exist, it feels better for the player to be able to institute like, okay, this thing does this thing. I can do any of the following things to counter that. This thing does this thing. I can do any of these following things to counter that. This thing does this thing. I can do any of these things. And it feels good for the player to be able to step into this content and be like, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Well, so there's a part of me that kind of agrees. There's a part of me that kind of agrees, Silent Sean, where like, I do think that what they can do is instead of utilizing the focus weapons as like a way to make the pets stronger specifically, they could use the focus weapons or the focus items to influence the pet in a way that would like, okay, I want my pet to be a DPS pet. So I use this focus item and it adds DPS stats to my pet. I want this pet to be a tank pet. So when I use this focus item, it adds tank stats to my pet. I want my pet to be an auto attack pet. And so when I use this focus item, it takes away the spell list and boosts their physical DPS. So that would allow the player to engage with these mechanics meaningfully in a way that is fun and interesting for the player, but is not so convoluted and confusing for the player. So their user experience is good. They're not like just taking the pet out and just like soloing these things with it. And still having fun getting their pet build and their pet interactions in a way that they like and enjoy. Make sense? Is that too much? No way. No, if you give pets the same stances and invocations, like you just delete pets. Just do away from them. If they go to the place where they're like, let's add stances and invocation to pets, just do me a favor and just delete all of just take the pet classes and just delete them from the game and throw them in the garbage. Take all the pets, delete them, throw them in the garbage. We don't need them. When is your game coming out? Man, yeah, I'm not a programmer by any stretch. Talking about me and my pet interactions, I thought for sure the camera was off. Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. It's just like I've played games and I've like been a part of like testing things out. Like I was one of the original testers for Guild Wars 1. And we did so much testing on every mechanic and everything. Like we're talking back in the day when like an alpha test and a beta test was an alpha test and a beta test. Like you logged into the game for the alpha test and they were like, here's the things you test. And that's all you really had access to is you were literally testing specific systems and you were trying everything for sweet dear Jesus to break as much as you possibly can so you could provide them with a lot of feedback. And that's like, this is where like things like this come into play. You don't need to be a coder. Utilizing AI is far superior. Fair. EQMU server. Nope. I'm sure it could be cool and fun, but no. Daybreak would come and smack my ass so fast, my head would spin. But this could be really cool, and I think that this would be a great way of fixing this. I also think that while this is the system, believe it or not, this one is actually broken. I'm sure no one is surprised. When you level your pet, it is not always 6% hit points, even though this is the formula that the developers provided the players with. This is not accurate. And to some extent, this is accurate, you're gaining +6 accuracy, but if you actually do the parses and test out how well the pet is performing against certain targets, the accuracy isn't doing anything. My pet, I have 300 more accuracy than my pet, but my pet has the exact same percentage of hits going in. We share the same misses, which is roughly 65. I've seen it go as very close to 70%, but it's somewhere in that window, that's 60 to 70%, even though our accuracy stat is separate by 200 to 300 points, which tells me that something here is not working correctly. Attack, offense, the damage, they hardwired the damage into the class. So this isn't actually doing anything. So even though you stack strength and you stack other things, this number that they're just getting every level isn't doing anything. The 1 AC, this is trivial and pointless, and I'm not even sure why this is a thing. The evasion, the evasion is a really interesting thing because I will say that when you test evasion, you actually do see some difference in the evasion levels of the pet. So, for instance, the air pet has a very high evasion. The warder has a very high evasion. And as a result of that, you actually do see that the air pet receives less hits than, say, the earth pet. Or accuracy is just messed up together. Could be a visual bug. Well, what would be the visual bug, though? You're saying that the amount of attack that they have at a base is just a visual bug? I'd buy in-game currency from you for overpowered items in-game. Ooh, hot. I know where he lives. A lot of people know where I live. I'm currently playing Paladin Necro Bard. When I hit 48, I immediately level my pet to 6. While bugged, my pet pulled aggro a few times while meleeing. Pretty sick. Yeah, well, here's the thing. There are things you can do that will make your pet, do things really well. For instance, if you're fighting, if you're fighting a boss, and this is you, and this is your pet, right? And you guys are here, and the boss is here. The problem with this is the boss doesn't care. The boss could have your pet could have 300% aggro, and you could have 4% aggro. The boss is still going to only attack you because that's hardwired into the game to do that. And that's where having your pet do those things, it's one of the reasons the earth pet is ridiculously strong. The fire pet is ridiculously strong with a damage shield, but it just can't, it doesn't hold up. But it's very good. I really do enjoy the necro pet and stuff. He lives in his mom's basement. Duh. Oh man, I wish. My property taxes. Man, I wish I lived in my mom's basement. There have been 100 times over the years where stats displayed, stats window is just flat out wrong. The amount of visual bugs is crazy high. Very well could be something along those lines, pulling from data from wrong table and such. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. On live pets can keep aggro. They did the change years ago, and this is the live client, right? Yeah, it's a TLP client, but yeah, you're right. I was doing Plan of Hate for the first time today, and my charm pet was holding aggro on at least one mob, even though I was meleeing it. So, yes, okay. So here's the difference. This is a boss, okay? A regular, like a mob, we'll call it just a regular mob, right? And then we'll put a circle, and then we'll do a little X through the mob, okay? So, and then you are the X, and your pet is this. This, as long as whoever has the most aggro is where he'll go. Yeah. So like if you're just fighting a regular mob, whoever holds the aggro is where the mob will attack. But on a boss, the boss doesn't care who has the aggro. The boss will just attack you, period. You live in my mom's basement? Whoa, that's unfortunate. Biden inflation hit homeowners hard. It's not even, for me, it has nothing to do with like that. It has to do with our education budget in this state costs more than the closest 3 states. Mismanagement of education funds. If you melee from max melee range, it helps. So you can try that. However, let's actually talk about that, because there's a whole nother problem with max melee range too. So you're here, right? And let's say max melee range is like this, right? So, and you're here, you're standing right here, and you're attacking. So the problem with this is that you actually have, and they did this with the Vampiric Embrace, there's actually a range that they added to procs, and for whatever reason, like 1/3 of the procs in the game don't work at this range. You'll see it, you'll feel it when you stand at whatever the range is for the thing. You will notice that certain weapons just stop proccing, certain spells just stop triggering, and it's really, really weird. And they really need to find all of them and fix that, because it's messy and it's inconsistent as hell. Unless the NPC is rooted, then it's closest to NPC. But hold on, there's no rooted mob. When's the first rooted mob? With the first, was that Velius? Rooted as in spell root? No. I think, yeah, North TOV. That's what I was thinking too, right? Isn't it the twins and Vulok? The twins and Vulok, because it is the TLP client, so theoretically the twins would be rooted. Oh wait, no, technically like most of the dragons up there are. They weren't rooted originally. Yeah. I definitely have noticed this while attacking bosses. Yeah. Well, and that's so that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, right. Exactly. Vim, Lady Nev, a couple lords, yeah. So that's where a whole nother thing. So this is actually really interesting, is that they messed with melee range. So like typically on a TLP, right? Actually, let me do it this way. Circle. So like typically on a TLP, you know, your melee range on a mob would be like this big, right? And for whatever reason, I don't know, I'm sure there's some reason behind the scenes. For whatever reason here, shit. Okay, I need to click somewhere that isn't. There we go. All right, for whatever reason here, they were like, "Nah, I'm just kidding. You got to be here." And so one of the things that this causes a problem with is that like you'll notice it when you're fighting Spirok on Spirok Isle and Sky, when they summon you and you're like inside of them. And even like when they summon you, like you basically, you're so goddamn close to where they are. Like you basically, like you could be right here and they'll summon you and you'll be like right here. I don't know why that is. I don't know why, well, like what reason they had to do that for. I'm sure there was maybe like some kind of exploit or something that was acting really funky with that. But like whatever it is, they did that, and it definitely behaves. It makes stuff like this happen. It makes a lot of other problems happen too. Isn't one of the dragons in VP rooted also? I don't think so. Oh, wait, no. Yes, I think one of them is rooted. Or it's supposed to be rooted. Hoshkar? Well, so Voltstein, Vampiric Embrace is like one example of where it was. Can bow proc stuff if you stand on top of monsters? It's where you can melee a mob but still be out of range to disarm. Yeah, Korshi, that's part of what we're talking about. That's kind of the system, because they I don't know if they like shrunk the mob's hitbox. Maybe that's what they did. Maybe they shrunk the mob's hitbox down, and that's why you're seeing that happen that way. Maybe Z-axis is counting for melee range too? It's possible. Get good with them paint skills. Listen, if I keep doing this, we're going to be fine. The other comical thing, bossing melee range larger than yours, so you can... Yes! Oh my god, Cardigan. So I was fighting CT, right? I was fighting CT, and I fight him in the little room, right? So he's like this. And I just run up the stairs past him. You know, you get all the little stairs. I just run up the stairs and I run past him, and then I like stand like here with my back to the wall, and I cast slow on him. And so I run past, and I did so at the server tick, so he doesn't actually aggro me. And he's standing right here, and he roots me, and my pet attacks him, and he roots my pet right here. He turns and he starts attacking me, and I'm out of range. Yeah, Vampiric Embrace is worth leveling up. It does heal more and proc more. But he's attacking me. My pet is right here attacking him, and he's not moving any closer, but I'm not close enough to attack him. It's really goofy. That's been an EQ bug for literally 27 years. Well, they were they were supposed to fix it. Allegedly, they had like a whole system which they were implementing to fix that. But, you know, it's one of those things. Clearly, you need longer arms. We want to talk about all the things that were supposed to be fixed. I mean, I don't think we have a long enough stream to do that. But either way, so that's some of the problems that they have right now. And this kind of brings me to like what I was meaning to talk about earlier, where I asked somebody to remind me, and like Pyra brought it up. So I just found EQ Legends, played a little THA running Monk, Berserker, thinking Shaman or Paladin for third. Which would you recommend? If you go Paladin, Docs, you are going to be really sad about mana late game. Shaman is good and will allow you to conquer most content with the Monk Berserker. But just be ready. Yeah, you going to be tough. That's going to be a tough build. You'll be able to you'll be able to solo all the content. D4 will get a little messy, but other than that, the talent that, oh Jesus. How dare they not fix 25 years of accumulated technical debt in 4 months? They had to get the game launched and make sure that enough. I mean, Draken, it's not quite that simple because they've had over a year of working on it, but I don't think that we need to put we don't need to put anything on them beyond what they say they are working on or what they say they're doing. Like, they personally have said that they're fixing and changing, altering certain systems. So if they are taking on those things, then I think that we take them at their word, right? Like, they say that they're doing these things. So we say, okay, great, cool, that's awesome. We're excited. We don't hold them accountable to things that, have been problems for all along. Maybe an aim. It was complete 2 melee classes or a tough road. It's actually something that needs to be addressed. Yeah, maybe that's what we level up after. I need to do Necromancer. But I think that that's probably what we need to work on next. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. It's cool that I can do that though. I mean, they fixed third-person swimming ladders not being able to turn off weather sounds and so many other things that Live still suffers with. Yeah, for sure. But if they say, you're saying, they fixed these things, but if they say they're fixing other things, are we allowed to hold them accountable to saying that they're doing those things? It seems only fair that if they say that they're going to put something in the game or they say they're going to do something, so double melee is bad? Not necessarily. It takes a certain, je ne sais quoi. It's just if you have 2 casters, you get basically the 2 mana pools lumped together, and that's where things happen. You see my wall of text about, no, I didn't. Where'd you put that one? The specialization, yeah. The specialization is definitely a goofy one. They need to be held accountable for everything as corporation now, not an EMU server. Yeah, but we can give them some grace. I mean, even being a corporation, their corporations are going to make mistakes, or businesses, or whatever we want to call them. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to have problems. But a lot of people know what Mitigation of the Mighty originally meant, just increased difficulty of raids NPC. Later on, because of Pet Wall, they introduced the second buff, eventually built into Mitigation of the Mighty, where raid NPCs ignore pets. Any aggro from a pet is transferred to the owner, so the pet cannot tank the raid NPC. It appears they use that on EQL without actually displaying the buff. Yeah. Yes, but no. Because unlike with Mitigation of the Mighty and using a pet in Live, you used to be able to shunt a bunch of aggro to the mage, and then you would steal all the aggro off the pet, right? That was the trick. Let's say Shankenstein here is the boss. The pet right here would be standing here building all kinds of aggro for the mage, and then you'd have a warrior come in and you taunt, which would put them 1 point above whatever the mage would be, and then the mage would log out and you'd have perfect aggro for the rest of the fight. Oh, did they change that? Did they change that recently? Because I know we were using that tactic a year and a half ago. Can anyone chat tell me if the 10 Necropet and Gardook Winter's Roar or Earthshaker is better? You want to use Earthshaker? You can use the other one, Rezik. You can use dual wield. It's just less damage right now. Used to a change. Well, that still works, yes, but the mage just had to be out of line of sight far enough away the NPC would not summon the pet owner. Yeah. Yep. You do like this. You do like that. And then the pet would just tank right there. So like if you're going to use Earthshaker, you're not using Earthshaker proc. You're using like a single target proc, okay? So like Soul Leech is a great example. You don't want to use something with like an AoE. Jade Hawk, what's going on, big dog? You don't want to use an AoE because your pets cannot proc AoE procs right now. We don't know. They haven't said if that's intentional or unintentional, but that's the way it's behaving right now. We have a lot of crap in my inventory. I need to clean this out real quick. And then we will take off and do other things. We need to level the Necromancer so we can get the pet up. And then we also, actually, we could go to Runny Eye to unlock the Halfling, because they did do, you can now get Priest of Mischief from Runny Eye. The devs certainly didn't have a problem implementing an online store. Well, truth teller. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? I think that store has had quite a few problems. It's had some struggles. It's definitely had some experiences. Is Shaman Beast bad? No, Shaman Beast isn't bad. In fact, it's actually, now that we know that Puma and Spirit stack, it's actually probably very good. Probably very high damage. Can they proc AoE procs if they're not at max melee range? No. They literally cannot proc them. Not like inside of the mob, not at any distance, not at any range. They cannot use AoE procs. It doesn't even check. The raid NPC would be mad at pet owner and ignore the pet, and then the pet couldn't do enough damage to drop the raid NPC to 97% for summoning. And NTOV, the targets that summon at 100%, the mage would have to send pet in and run far enough away to be out of summoning range. Yep. Hey, Broken, my Enchanter wore Cleric earlier. You offered some advice where you saying I should go two-handers. Yeah. So for the Warrior, one of the reasons you want to go with a two-hander for the Enchanter or Cleric is because you really want to be able to like thread spells, because that build is gonna be really damage weak, because you don't want to charm, right? So if you're not going to charm, you're gonna have to nuke, which means you're gonna have to cast spells in between your auto attacks. Because you're using Boon of the Geru, assume you're going to be using Boon of the Geru. It has a proc per minute system, so even though you're using a two-hander, you're still going to see the same amount of procs in the same period of time, even if you're using two one-handers. Do you feel Daybreak Game is feeling irritated with all the cash shop issues, etc.? Man, they have to be. I think that I would be curious to find out how much that cash shop has cost them versus how much it's making them. It is a number that I will probably never be privy to, but I would genuinely be curious to see exactly where that, because you got to think the amount of customer support calls and responses that they've had to do, the amount of like just general responses to all sorts of crap just feels real bad. I bet. I just can't imagine how much money they're having to pump into fixing issues that they otherwise wouldn't. Maybe they plan for it though. Like maybe they're ahead of the game, right? Entirely a possibility. They could have expected this. I don't know. I have no idea. I would be curious. Can't be cheap though. Can't be cheap either way, expecting it or not. It cannot be cheap. Are there any AA for two-hand? No. There's no AA for two-hand, unfortunately. There is the power, there is the power one that gives you like a extra flurry attack. Should I also be using two-hander for Warsham Necro? Yes, Tau, absolutely you should be using two-hander for Warsham Necro. Because you're going to be spamming your dots on rotational systems. I don't know, I just watched a video of a Cleric Shaman Bard and the Charm Pet tanked D4. Wait, just didn't get into melee range and it worked great. I just watched a video of a cleric shaman bard and the charm pet tank D4 any, and he did. Yeah, that's a well. You got a charm pet. He says he doesn't want a charm, so I don't think that that's really gonna. We've seen charm pets tank D4 targets. It's run by Daybreak, not Game John, so they have a lot of experience with cash shop issues, customer support, or lack of. Yeah, it's true. Sounds fun. Nope, two-handers are missing a ton of stuff. McCoy, does the Torrid become better than two one-handers for power? So here's the thing, okay? If you're purely looking at the dual wield against a two-hander, like if you're looking at like two weapons against one weapon and just looking at auto attacks, dual wield outparses two-handers, okay? But you're not looking at is that when you are using a two-hander, you're also casting spells. So you're threading spells in between your swings. So you're like, you know, when you are kicking, when you're auto attacking things, then you're getting those things through. Yeah, I mean, Fangol may be pretty fast. That's okay. Fangol might also not be the weapon to use, but you would want to look at it. Shaman have access to a really nice two-hander with really nice procs for that two-hander too. But you want to look at that stuff. Like it's not as simple as just saying like, oh, this two-hander, like this parses higher. Yes, it does absolutely parse higher. However, when you break it down, if you're looking to actually do the meta, then the two-hander is just better because you can thread more spells in between, and you do vastly more damage through that method. When weaving spells auto, do you cast right after or right before the auto attack goes off? You cast like when you press the button to cast a spell is like, or I'm going to use this. This is the server tick, but let's pretend it's the auto attack. So I would click the button right there because my input has a delay. So like basically the auto attack is going off. By the time my input is registering, it's already on to the next attack and already going up. If you cannot do that quickly, or you don't want to min-max it that bad, just wait till you see the little bar start moving on the next attack. So best two-hander I can get pre-planes, is it the Befallen Bastard Sword? Ooh, best pre-planer two-hander. Mithril two-handed sword. Is that Zerker two-hander from Sky another reason to justify Zerker? Seems nutty. Not really. Well, they nerfed Babs. I don't know. A lot of people don't realize. I don't know. Like, people don't know that they nerfed Babs. They reduced the damage on it. Because I hear a lot of people being like, "Oh man, no Babs. Babs is the best one. Babs is the best one." But they nerfed the damage on that. It's still awesome. Let's see here. Boop. But is it awesome enough to go into Running Eye for? For what class? For Warrior, I went with Befallen because it's super easy to get and upgrade. I think Babs is slightly better. Yeah. I don't like, to me, it's just not worth the headache. But I can see where some people might. As Paladin, Necro Shaman, which pet should I be using? Necro Shaman. Strahd, the Necro is probably the better pet between the two for you. Shaman pet is very good if you're like kind of lazy and you don't want to like throw slows and stuff out there. Man, I am sweating through my clothes right now. Feels great. Actually feels gross as hell, but hopefully I will feel less sick sooner. I don't know about you guys, but this is how I deal with it. Ekavo resubbed with a prime. Thank you so much, bud. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Don't you need to kill pick loss for half? Well, you do now, yeah. That was not a thing before. Also, Also, this is another thing. I was not seeing this 75% rate increase with this. I'm going to test it more, but I did 3 10-minute parses, and it parsed the exact same amount as a weapon that didn't have any type of boost on it. I'm going to be really curious to see or find out that that's just not working. Nothing makes me want to go to Running Eye. Fair. Beast, Mage, Pet, X in your fun. Best Mage Pet? I mean, it depends on the rest of your build, but basically it's going to be water. Winter Roar, proc more. I did see more procs from Winter's Roar, but that is something that it's a really close thing, and it really depends on sort of so you get more procs out of that, but then you get stuck using basically Gardock, or you have to use the two-handed hammer. And I started testing dots on the proc weapons for the pets, and let me tell you, I'm starting to see that dots are like technically better. And so I don't know. It's something I need to put more time into, but I will definitely say that starting to notice that stuff is working better. It's working better for the sheer like the sole purpose of basically what's happening is if your pet doesn't proc a lot and you have a dot that does like 90 damage a tick, right? That 90 damage is happening every 6 seconds. And then if you have like 5 procs per minute or 4 procs per minute, or like if you're using Spellstorm, you're seeing like 2 to 3 procs per minute, like it starts to balance itself out. And so you really want to like look at some of that stuff. But all anyone talks about is Winter's Roar. Yeah. The Blight proc for Shaman is really good on my Shaman pet. It does more DPS than Winter's Roar. Yep. That's because it's very easy. Like Winter's Roar is a very easy thing to go like this. This is what people do. They go like this, and they're like, "Oh my god, high damage! It does lots of damage, and it has increased proc chance." They're not actually like. I've only seen like 2 people actually sciencing on this server. I've only seen 2 people actually testing the Winter's Roar, and both of them don't use it anymore. So, I mean, maybe it's better, maybe it's worse. I don't know. But in my experience, that's all I've seen. Okay. Destroy. All right, we've got all our weapons. That down there. I don't even need this. I don't know why I held on to that. I don't know why I held on to that either. I can't imagine this is worth anything. I'll hold on to it just in case for now. Let's see, we got the pets, we got the belts. That's for a stupid quest that I need to do at some point. All right, all that is good, all that is good, all that is good. Okay. Okay. All right, we were going to test whether or not the... Oof. Okay, so we're going to have to get rid of Druid. That's going to be interesting. All right. Edit. Let's see. Ogre. We were going to test and see whether or not Beast Lord... The Beast Lord AA procs with Charm. Oh, wait, no. I could do it with this. Never mind. Never mind. To Sky we go. To Sky we go, friends. Sky. Where everyone knows your name. West comments. Flurry Bee. No, we're gonna use an essence. Essence carrier. Essence tamer, essence somebody. We're gonna charm a thing with wings and claws and stupid stuff. Babs is still slightly better than Mithril two-hander.
Huh? What? Are we saying that just the ratio is better? Is that what we're saying? Pyro, what's going on, baby? Because the haste on Mithril Two-Hander alone pre-planes is like godlike. Why am I going that way? That's the wrong way. Bobby Flay. Whoa. Bobby Flay and Pyra showing up at the same time. Weird. Weird. Ah, okay. So I was going to say, like, with the haste on there, I would think that it would be better all around. How badly did they nerf Babs? Let me look at this. EverQuest Legends Wiki. Black alloy bastard sword. Actually, I think it's like blackened alloy, right? Blackened alloy bastard sword. Yeah, they reduced the min damage on it. You should have an FBSS. Yeah, but you would not want an FB. You wouldn't have to wear an FBSS. You could wear like a. Well, you could wear pretty much everything. How B-Sword feeling now? Trying to decide if I want to add it to my Ranger build, but I hear bows don't proc. Yeah, it doesn't. Bows don't proc any. So right now, bows do not proc pretty much anything other than Spellblade and exaltations that are poked into the actual thing, into the bow, which is dumb. FPSS haste is lower than Mithril. Even if you just slot Myth into any slot, it would be better than FPSS. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would think that you wouldn't even care about the FPSS, but because you could put like, I mean, there's any number of belts at that era that you could use that would be better. My hope is Ranger is fixed by Kunark when Rangers actually get good. Man, I don't know. Like, I really genuinely worry about the older generation of EverQuest players and this game or this server, because I think that as time goes on, the game is resembling less and less EverQuest systems. And I really worry that a lot of the EverQuest players who played EQ previously are going to get to like Kunark, which they've told us many times is not going to resemble what we're used to. Like, I just worry seriously, genuinely, if like people are going to be like caught by surprise when a lot of that stuff doesn't look like it's expected to. And there's so many, like, there's already so many systems in the game that are already completely changing the way like meta is on an emulator or even on live. Like, I just worry because like you already see it with pets, and like people are like, no, pets should do this or pets should do that. And like, I'm not saying they should do one way or the other. Maybe they should do one thing. Maybe they should do the other thing. I don't know. That's not really for me to say. But when you like have these expectations that the game follows these guidelines that the previous versions of EverQuest had, I think that people are very likely setting themselves up for disappointment. We're already seeing it. I need to check out High Dex and Spellblade. It doesn't do anything. I went from 100 Dex to 500 Dex, and I did not proc Spellblade. But like maybe 2 more times. It is such trash. I have a feeling what happened was, I have a feeling we overused it in beta, and it was one of those things that just got like touched but not
openly, and then it just kind of like got swept under the rug, if you will. Because it definitely does not operate anywhere near what it used to. They did say epics will be the same in Kunark. That was people's interpretation, and I hope that they are. I hope that they are. I think they're overselling how different Kunark will be. It feels like they're overwhelmed in the end at cutting ambitious things. Yeah. I mean, guys, all I'm saying, like, I hear what you're saying. I would just be very careful about pre-setting up expectations about what things are going to be or not going to be. Whether they're exactly the same as Kunark as we know it, or it's completely different, I would not have an expectation one way or the other, because there has been equally as many things that they have changed as they have kept the same. Like, there are things that they've been like, oh, we're changing this and we're going to put this new system in and we're going to do this, and that's not here. We haven't even seen it. They haven't talked about it in ages. Then they've also, like, there's just been so many things. What I just don't want to happen, and I think that I've been seeing happen in their Discord a lot, is a lot of people getting really upset that systems don't match their expectations. And I just really would love for that stuff to, like, stop, because I just think that people being sad about that stuff sucks, and it ends up turning into a very bad situation for a lot of people. Not D-Force guy. Yeah, exactly. I'm an EQ player from 1999, and I'm looking forward to Kunark and EQL. People need to stop acting like EQL is like WoW Classic. Isn't Spellblade scaling? Krons, nope. It doesn't scale with mana pool either. Spellblade procs more with lower level spells. Nope, doesn't do that either. Let's see. Spellblade does not proc with lower level spells. Spellblade does not proc with spells that are lower cost compared to your mana pool. Spellblade does not proc with a larger mana pool. Spellblade slightly procs more with stacking decks. And I am not even kidding when I say 500 decks does not magically make Spellblade good. It is still pretty terrible. It is. I tested it, and as far as I can tell, there's no possible way to make Spellblade, like, useful. And what I mean is comparatively useful. Is the new Beastlord attack as 130% additive their existing flurry, or does it multiply into 9% from Unbound, giving it 11.7%? Schwandive. So in my tests, first of all, it's not restricted by procs per minute. That's the first win. We tested dual wield against two-handers. Matter of fact, actually, if you're curious and you want to see that stuff, all the tests are actually in my Discord. I did test like two-hand, dual wield, one-hand shield, a two-hand weapon. We also tested basically like the pet itself using dual wield, the pet itself using a one-hander. And what I found is that when you use dual wield on your player character and your pet is a two-hander, you are seeing roughly a 20% flurry. More with Zerker stance and more often with dual wield, but I didn't test it. And faster weapons over slower weapons. I heard that too, but I was not able to recreate that, no matter how hard I tried. We'll buff. I hear you. I just want all the broken things fixed in a timely manner. Yeah, I would just like them to communicate what's broken versus what's acting as expected. Like, for instance, if pets are not supposed to proc AoE weapons, just say so. If something is supposed to be able to function in a particular way, just say that it's supposed to function in that particular way. Don't leave everybody out in the frickin' like dark trying to figure like reporting the same bug, even though that's what you plan on it actually behaving like. I think that creates a lot of bad air. I think that is one of the reasons, one of the multitude of things that causes people to feel bad. Where the hell did my damage shield go? I think that is one of the things that makes people feel really bad about, playing the game. And like, that's where a lot of those people are getting really spicy and toxic over, is because when you don't communicate those things and those people operate under a certain expectation, and like you just kind of blindly allow them to exist with that expectation, people start feeling really like people don't like that. It's effectively gaslighting or omitting information, and that's not a good look. It's not a good way to be. And I'm not saying that those people are justified in the way they're behaving. Frankly, I absolutely hate the way those people are behaving. But I can also acknowledge why they're behaving that way. And if we acknowledge why they're behaving that way, we can even come to a conclusion that certain behaviors can be instituted which would prevent that from happening. Right? Behavioral specialist. With Kunark, they're still working on dungeon revamps for Classic. Either that because they're concurrently working on Kunark, or concerned that Kunark will be also, again, people are, I think that Kunark, they've said several times, the most recent ones are great. They've said winter. I think people really need to pay attention to winter, because winter can mean a lot of things. Winter, aka March 2027. I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know, but like, what I would say is people should not just expect December, because winter could mean a lot of things. Well, I think they're judging winter based on where they are, but yes, you're absolutely right. There was a debate. I don't know how many of you guys are following freaking Pantheon, but there was a debate in the Pantheon Discord. People arguing the difference between what was it? Summer meteorological I don't know why I can't say this word right now. Okay, fucking weather-based summer and freaking space-based summer. I don't know why I can't say that word right now, but basically what the difference is between the stars saying it's summer and the difference between the planet's weather pattern saying it's summer. So basically, they were trying to determine when the stupid thing was supposed to start, so they could determine whether or not they were late from their original like wipe and restart, like reset date, which they didn't meet. They didn't end up meeting. But so it's one of those things. Big word here. I'm gonna have to like stare at the word. The problem is the word's jumbled in my head, so I can't really look at it. I feel like the devs are cooking with Kunark and using the 6 months of Classic to prep the game for more. There's a lot of stuff. I don't know. I genuinely hope that that's the case, but I don't know. Broken King Tyrannics did 200k damage to me with mana that wasn't timed out and FPS capped around 144. Yeah, try capping your FPS at 60. December 1st for meteorological winter, or December 21st, 2026 for astrology. Yeah, exactly, Bill Sharp. That's exactly what they were doing. And it was like, bro, what is going on here? All right, I'm just doing this because I want to. Ooh, okay. I don't care about that. When someone says winter, that usually means before December 31st. Listen, you can say that. However, in the circumstance in which they'll be like, well, that wasn't actually what I meant. I meant this totally different, completely obscure, non-related thing. Then they're not technically wrong. And so I think that it is wise for people not to go in and be like, this is what they meant, because you don't know what they meant, or you don't know what their outcome was. And then when people get all spicy and salty and upset, and you've got your super angry folks, and then you've got your super copium folks, and everybody's super pissed, and you're like, oh man, what the fuck, dude? Why didn't this happen when I told this was when it was supposed to do, and this is who I am, and this is
This is like the other thing, right? Like, what the hell, bro?
Did they say winter 2026? I don't recall hearing winter 2026. If Game John can't capitalize on holiday revenue, it's going to be a huge disappointment for both them and players. Can't believe they expect players to spend. Listen, it's not, I don't, it's a way more complicated thing than that. It's so much more complicated than, like, they expect people to do this. They have more content coming out in between now and then. Oh, we got a gust of wind too. Not that I've heard it all, so I think next year is definitely feasible. Yeah. I mean, like, listen, I don't care. If it's done, that's what I want. I want to see it be done. They know what they mean half the time, but usually December. What does capping frames at 60 help with? EQ is a really weird creature. EQ is a really weird creature that basically, like, has, like, a sweet spot in the frames per second, and you can do a lot of really weird things when you're capped at 60 FPS. A lot of people are reporting that when they're getting mana detonated, they're taking 200k damage, and so I believe that capping your FPS at 60 may actually provide you with some alleviation of that issue. The game itself was not intended to be played over 60 FPS, and the game considers your speed, like your speed of movement, based upon how many frames you're moving. And so if you're moving, like, wicked fast frames, the game is, like, basically detecting you moving, like, ultra mega super fast, right? If your FPS is high enough, you don't take fall damage. Yeah, you want normalized FPS so you can get expected outcomes. Okay, this is our carrier. All right, we're gonna get rid of our pet. This is our Bubba Booey right here. Okay, Mr. Bubba Booey is gonna do our bidding. He's gonna do all of the things that we want him to. He's gonna break a lot too, but it's okay, because we're gonna... Oh. Yeah, get over here. Oh, such a good tip. Yeah. I freaking hate this damn KOS because he's got so many freaking ads. He's a stupid head. We're just gonna watch Charm. Oh, yeah. No, there you go. That makes sense. You're a jerk. Listen. Listen, chicken. Listen, chicken. Calm the hell down, all right? Calm the hell down. We'll buff him up in a second. What we're testing is we want to see if he can flurry. All right. All right. We're good. We're good. Come on. Come on, big space horse chicken thing. Come on over here. Over here. You're doing good. You're doing great. Oh my god, you're doing exactly. Yes, yes. All right. We want to watch for red text over here. We want to see if he can flurry. All right. Bam, 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 bam. We've got the buff going. We're auto-attacking. I do not like what I'm seeing here. All signs point to no. Charm Pet does not benefit from the Beast Lord AA. It is not looking good. I'd kill for Flurry right now. It's not looking like it does. I haven't seen a single Flurry, and he's been attacking a lot. He's been attacking a lot. I haven't even seen, actually, interestingly enough, I haven't even seen, like, the Beast Lord's Flurry popping. Has anybody tested the
mage, like if the mage AAs affect it. I know you can frenzied burnout charmed pets. I know people were saying that Bard doesn't hit it. Would you calm the hell down, you stupid wonder chicken? I don't think I need this. I don't remember what I need. I'll loot it. I don't remember what I need, and I don't want to check right now. Lazy. I don't think that AA works. I tried it a while. The AA says warder. Does the AA say warder? Okay. All right. Well, if the AA says warder, then here's what we're going to do. Shut up, chicken. Boop. Ignore that he's missing, like, pretty much every single attack. It's not his fault. He tries really hard, okay? He's just a little baby Shadow Knight pet. Okay, we've procced it. Oh, no. If that only works on the warder, that would mean if you added mage, you would have to use... Oh. Hard to know, though. Hard to know if that's... I don't think that's the AA, because we're not seeing, like, a bunch of them, which we normally should see. How about enabling keyring for Befallen, Najina, and Unrest keys? Yep, that would be good. I would like that. We were told that that was, like, in the works, but we don't... I haven't seen them actually, like, talk about it since. It's hard to measure with the Beast Lord passive. We are seeing some flurries, but we are not seeing much flurries. I mean, the alias system we got an update on. We did get an update on the alias system. They're probably shooting for before Christmas release. I don't think. Don't overthink things, bro. Listen. I'm not overthinking things. I'm literally not overthinking anything. Yeah. Yeah, they said that you're going to be able to change, like, genders and something else soon. That is definitely not expected behavior. I think we can go and we can switch to the warder now, and you'll see, like, the warder actually, like, does it a lot. That's interesting. So you would have to use the warder if you took mage, which means the mage pets would basically be crap. Okay. That is really restrictive. But on the flip side, you could just take Shaman and put Puma on him. Maybe? The dev that is doing the keys said he was getting grief for not getting to it, but but it is quite low on his list. Okay. Well, that's good. Lemanicus, thank you so much. It's good info. So Charm can flurry with the Beast Lord A? No. Nope. It does not appear to be the case. They do not appear to be able to charm flurry. I'm going to test it way more in depth later, but initial interpretations of how it is behaving is that it does not work. And I would say a full KOS life pool is probably a relatively good indicator of the fact. I mean, we didn't flurry once the entire fight, which means that neither Beast Lord AA or, like, the Beast Lord passive AA and the Beast Lord natural AA are not triggering. So that's not a good shine, you know? It's not a good shine at all. Ran Paladin Shaman Beast. I haven't seen that flurry work or that the passive is doing anything. Oh, the passive definitely does something. It definitely added a lot more flurries to the attacks. That being said, the other pets it doesn't seem to affect, which is interesting. I was really expecting... Does it flat out say to? You were saying it does, and I want to trust you, but it's the internet, and you can never trust the internet. It does say they're warder. It does say they're warder. Interesting. So watch this. You guys just saw me do 2 other fights. Now we're going to pull this little nerd right over here. We're going to pull him over to the edge. And you're going to watch. We're gonna throw up some gang signs here. There you go. He's already done more flurries. You see that? You see the warder? Like look at how much he's flurrying. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I mean, he's missing pretty much every single attack, but there's flurries in there, guys. This is why I posted. I literally post. Oh my god, that is atrocious. This is why I posted a thing in their Discord. Because I was like, hey, I feel like we're moving in the right direction, but I also feel like you don't understand what's actually going on with this pet. You gave them something else that they benefit from auto-attacking, but the pet doesn't freaking auto-attack as much. Can you try the SK pet? I already did. And the SK pet does not flurry. How much does Spirit of Vermin contribute? Is it worth leveling? Yes. Spirit of Vermin... Well, it procs more when you level it. The actual damage benefit is minimal. Like, the actual, like, damage on proc is minimal. However, it procs more frequently, which gives you higher DPS. Hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, I'm watching the flurry. Does flurry trigger based on pet level? Shadow Knight pet at your level 35, Warder pet is 45. Well, here's the thing, is the pet was still flurrying. The pet was just not seeing as many flurries. I really genuinely... I mean, we will test it further, but I really think that, as you can see, like, the amount of flurries that are popping out, like, the other pet, like, didn't see... I think he saw 2 flurries the entire combat. Even after the patch today, which said they fixed it. What do you mean? What did they... Yeah, you mean the buffs? Like, the actual buffs? Yeah, it doesn't... So, to give you an example, from level 4... I'm sorry, from level 0 to level 4, it does 10 more damage per proc. It's resisted less, and it procs more frequently, but it only does 10 more damage per proc. So, you know, do with that what you will. And you can see the massive difference in flurries with the AA versus when it's not working. Be sort of balanced now. Good math, good changes. Riker, what's going on, man? Sort of trigger based on level. Even after the pet, does pet need double attack then flurry? Ooh, well, I would say that wouldn't matter, but we saw him flurry twice. So if it was an issue where he is incapable of flurrying, I feel as though we would see him flurrying more than twice. Like, if he was getting a 30% boost in his flurry, right? We'll test it out more, though. We'll go, trust me, we'll go fucking spend the rest of our life in Arena, right where I know all of you think I belong. I know. It's my home. Any paladins here? Is Divine Might worth it? You love it. It's making me play other games. Maybe with level 1 pet that can't double attack yet, if it can proc flurry. We can try it on the warder. Although I don't know if the warder's going to stay alive that long. You have to be level 35 to trigger it. Any paladins here? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. What would doing it on a level 1 pet show us though? Like, where would that be useful? You see that he's tanking this just fine. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I actually don't think that these pets are all that bad. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh my god," but he's slowed that. He's taking care of it. He's standing on business right now. And when he gets about here on his health bar, he's going to start healing himself too. He's seeing if there's a requirement to double tack before you can flurry. Oh, I see. Divine Might be like 65 DD that procs anything. Motes do make it do more damage, but it's every 2 motes per buff and like extra 2 damage per upgrade. Normal proc rate. Doesn't stack with knife. Oh, doesn't stack with knife. Ugh. I mean, well, I guess if you can hit the damage cap, I guess that matters a lot less. It is interesting that this does not have a PPM, though. Like, faster attacks on my behalf mean more attacks on his end. Yeah, it's shitty considering it's pretty involved quest. That sucks. I know the Shadow Knight quest is like freaking 5,000 plat or something crazy like that. I haven't done it yet. I've been slowly collecting the items. An SK Neck Pally combo, the Proc Master. 72 damage at level 5, I didn't level it beyond that. An EQ Pet Flurry was capped and their chance was based on pet type. I mained a beast when Lucklin dropped and remember my pet being a literal beast. Well, what the hell? My pet is a literal beast too. See? Says so on his little pet bar. Like, look, it says beast. It says he's a beast. It will crit for like 150. Ugh. That seems like a waste of like mana and everything that is holy. Really, man, that's kind of sad actually. Although, you know what? Screw you. Paladins don't need anything else. Nerf paladins. All right? Screw paladins. Put them in the ground. Paladins are terrible. They're bad. Mother frickin' paladins. The only class that only has 4 required items to unlock. Bastards. Still haven't gotten them all. But, all the same. Put the spell on a vendor and it's okay. Make it a quest. It feels bad, man. Fair point, but I guess the point is that warders believe flurry more than other pets. Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah. Classic Paladin. Love Fest is nauseating. Man, yeah, there is definitely, like... It's pretty wild how far they've gone with, like, pushing pets over the top. Or, I'm sorry, not pushing pets. Pushing Paladins over the top. Paladins got a lot of love, man. I still don't understand why they get the Torrid Corruptor, too. It is what it is, but, like... Seems kind of weird. Let's see here. I resent that. As a casual baddie, I need my Paladin Monk Enchanter build for my first run through. Aw. It takes like an hour and a half to do the quest for a perm proc buff that does free damage. I don't understand the is it worth question. Well, because it overlaps another buff. So is it worth it over the other buff that you don't have to do that quest for? That probably generates... Actually, at that rate, the other buff probably generates more DPS. Or at least more consistent DPS. Paladin plus Necro equals Death Knight. Knife only procs on undead. Fair. Yep. Fair. Toss in a Bard and you get Metal Death Knight. Ooh. Wait, do you get Eddie from Stranger Things? Is that what you get? Do you get Eddie? Remember the dev team, where the dev team came in on a +10 Fiery Avenger and then briefly explained it was legit pre-Void motes? Yeah, there was. So, this is where, like, a lot of people think that they've only been in beta and like they've only been building on the game for like a couple months. The beta, closed beta, opened in like October to November of last year. The game has been being built since July of last year. And that's to say that it's not even being built, it's been modified, because they don't have to build all this stuff. All this stuff already exists. Silly question, does anyone know if Warrior and Berserker retain their innate melee crit bonus? Yes, for Warrior. Mostly for... Oh, no, that's not what I needed. Damn it. I got excited there for a second. Damn it. I don't think I... Yeah, God damn it. I don't remember, and I really don't want to look it up right now. Knife is like level 15, does 200, pretty sure. It's auto-granted 2. Divine Might is 45, is a lengthy quest, and does 65. Yeah, and you can kill undead all the way through if you want to. There's nothing that stops you. You can literally level to 50 on nothing but undead. You seen EQ WoW? Yeah, I've seen EQ WoW. I heard they tried really hard to keep it under wraps, and then that didn't last long. People are streaming it and doing all kinds of wild stuff. It looks cool. It looks cool. I don't know if I probably would not have kicked that hornet's nest, but, you know, whatever. You know, I didn't notice that Daybreak sued somebody bad enough. I'm going to piss off Daybreak and Blizzard and see how far this goes. And that's not, like, nothing against them. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like maybe not great move. Man, who would stream and make videos on that? Probably you. Throw in Nintendo too. Oh, did they do something? Oh man, did they put Mario in there? That would be great. SK Shaman Zerker, very good. However, D4, you're going to basically not have Berserker in your... I mean, maybe you can use the Berserker weapon, but like, you're basically not going to be using anything Berserker at level 50. Berserker stance feels really good up until things start hitting you kind of hard. Blood Rune basically effectively does absolutely nothing. It does more than nothing, but it is comparatively nothing. The class as a whole is basically a stance and a access to a weapon, and it is unfortunate because Berserker could be so much more. What am I doing? I need the exaltation for the stupid ring. Wait, do I? Oh, there it is. I was like, what am I doing with my life? Okay, got that. B. Outgear can't stay in Zerker stance and D4 problem. Yeah, it's the Zerker is like, you want it to be so good and you want it to be so fun, right? It's a class that a lot of people, especially the old school EQers, like just haven't really messed around with really. And it's really unfortunate because, ooh, I'm still in defensive or evasive stance. That's hilarious. It's really sad because it is very like good and it could be cool and a lot of fun and there's like a lot of different things that you could enjoy. However, it is basically Berserker stance. Frenzy sucks. The Blood Rune sucks. And that's basically all the Berserker is. They get access to some really cool weapons eventually, but they... Meh. Some of Berserker with chest reward, it gets in Sky 0 AC. However, have you seen the ring they get? The ring is actually, the Mortal Coil is actually really good. Aside from that, though, what about Zerker, Shaman, Necro? Buffs, drain spam might keep you going. Also, pet. Well, if you're drain spamming, you're not using Berserker stance. That's where that sucks. They're like, if you're gonna play multiplayer, like if you're gonna play with friends and stuff, I think Berserker has a place in like group play. You just can't be the one to tank. And if you use it alongside something like a Shadow Knight, a Rogue, a Monk, any of that stuff where you get bonuses, you get to take full advantage of the halving of your skills, because backstabbing at half the delay, in addition to adding your haste on top of that, very, very strong. Very, very good. Does a lot of damage. But you ain't gonna take much. You're gonna get your little butt swirled. SK Zerker combo, Epitone, crazy, high end, but slower than stuff like Pal Monk Start, Skull Bash, and Block, I guess. I mean, meh. Everything gets block. Everything gets blocked, practically. Obviously, not everything gets blocked, but almost all the melee classes get blocked now, so it's like, whatever. Combo, Skull Bash. Yes, I'm making a new game called Star Wars World of Mario. Yeah, you're going to need some big attorneys for that one. Well, crazy high end might be generous. Berserker, Bard, Monk, Rogue for groups. Play DPS would be dope. Yeah. There's like some really cool stuff that you can do later. Berserker stance is just offensive stance, but you're swinging faster instead of hitting harder, and 200% skill haste instead of 175 if you have max haste. Meh. I mean, I personally like. I mean, it's very good, and depending on what you're doing, like if you're getting harm touches 200%, if you're getting backstab, if you're getting strikes and stuff, very good. You also get the accuracy, which is nice. Zerk, my endurance, more like. Are you guys doing two-handers with your Zerker stance? Beast proc buff worth Xing. If you're going to be using a warder, then yes. However, if you're not going to be using the warder, no. We tested the various different things. Like, look at how much he's flurrying. Like, look at this. He's clearly flurrying a lot, but it's like it only affects the warder, doesn't affect anything else. Offense has an accuracy, I thought also. Yeah, so does Berserker stance. They added the accuracy to Berserker stance, which is hilarious because Striker stance still doesn't have accuracy, and that's been a bug since closed beta. That shit's hilarious. Striker stance lists that it gives accuracy, but it doesn't actually give you accuracy. Pretty funny, and that's literally been in the game since closed beta. I do not know how that has not gotten fixed yet. I like, it seems like it would be a very, very simple fix. I know you said no to pet stances. No. There's a huge opportunity to build variety, making offensive builds viable by just making pets be able to grab aggro from bosses. So many builds become viable if you don't have to be in defensive. Draken Gamer Guy. Very good point. So a lot of people were like, man, I'm going to do this really cool thing where I'm going to play mage and rogue, and my like mage pet is going to tank, and I'm going to backstab, and it's going to be really cool, and then this is going to be cool, and that's going to be cool. And I was like, yeah, that's actually kind of cool. That's a really fun idea. Like, thematically, it's a really neat like way to interact. And then, yeah, you find out that basically, nope, you're not going to do that at all. That doesn't actually work at all. Sucks to be you. Pets should be able to summon their own pets. Did anybody see that somebody was able to charm a pet that had a pet? Like, they were able to charm a target that had a pet, and because they were able to do that, their pet actually had a pet. It's in the bug reports. It's really funny. Just think if you test it all out, you will not see much more DPS. Just feels better because you swing super fast. That is definitely part of it. If you play, this is another reason not to play a Berserker, because if you play a Berserker, their attack speed is like heroin. Ooh, this is new. I don't have this one. That actually might be Berserker completely done for me. I think that might be Berserker done for me. Oh, interesting. Very, very interesting. Drink the potion. Yeah, skills of cooldown. Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about. That must be an outlier. Anything that I've charmed that has a pet. So what you have to do, Meow, is you cast the charm. The guy actually walked through how to recreate it. So what you do is you cast the charm as the thing is casting its own pet. So like when the thing spawns and then it starts summoning its pet, you cast your charm on it, and then you charm it, and then it finishes its pet, and then your pet has a pet. He showed like a little thing of it. My main is Zerk, and I swap off different main and have no Zerk. It feels like my weapon has a... Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's so bad. Yeah, so it depends on what you pair it with. The stance affects your pet. So if your pet is tanking, need defensive, you need to be in defensive of your offense. The pet... No. Can you explain why my pet went from 158 damage to 195 damage? Level X mage water pet when my Earthshaker only went from 72 to 73 damage? Because of bonus damage. Ooh, that's interesting, though. So your water pet... is it an actual level 10 water pet, or is it a level 8 water pet? Or is it a level 6 water pet with a focus staff? For instance, my haste, my smite is 8 to 9 second cooldown. My Berserker 7 to 8. Yeah. Should be faster than... Oh, no. I see what you're saying. Yep. With your haste. Level 10 with... Oh, interesting. Humanity Unsheltered. I would love to be able to explain that to you. The way that focus effects work in this game, I assume you're using the staff too. The way that focus effects work is every single one of them is different. Who knows? Could be anything. Could be anything. Who knows? Oh, we got 2 in there today, huh? You bastards. We'll probably get a Sphinx too, because that's just the way this game hates me. But yeah, man, I got to tell you, the way, like, I've tested these staves, and the way that they behave differently, it is so bizarre. I have literally no idea how they managed to make it do something different at every pet level, at every player level, at every spell rank. It is, and then every pet type does something different too. It is bizarre. I genuinely have no idea how they did that, because the formula and how it impacts the pet changes every single time. It's so weird. It just works. Wow, too. So much for streamer luck. What are you talking about? This is luck. This is all the luck. I don't know. What are you jerking me around here, guy? You jerking me around? We're fine. Everything's good. It's going to stun me, and I'm going to be really pissed. Oh, there's force. Oh, we still landed slow, though. And we'll switch to this one, and we'll hit this one with slow, and you don't even bother removing the goddamn damage shield, because, like, literally the Sphinxes will just cast that shit nonstop anyway, because they're bastards. Broken wears those sister pants in real life. Dude, come on. Did you... All right, first of all, Vadim, how old are you? Did you not wear windbreakers when you were in, like, middle school? Did you not... Listen, did you not wear MC Hammer pants? Did you not wear MC Hammer pants? If you tell me no, like, I'm sorry, but this is just... This might need to be the end of our friendship. MC Hammer was like, the absolute beast. You know what I'm saying? Not if you pull sister out of the ashtray there. Ooh. Broken wears those pants in real life. Coolest outfit I had in high school was a tracksuit. Ooh, okay. Don't hurt him. Hell yeah, Squid. MC Hammer pants in either a NFL team or animal. Yeah, I know who my real winners are. I know who you are. But the only thing that changed was my level 9 Earthshaker went from halfway to 10 to 1 notch up, 72 to 73. I gave in and put a void in it. Now it does 200, so it only gained 5 damage from 73 to 75. Interesting. What's the... can you just tell me what the ratio is off the top of your head? And this is a mage pet. It's a mage 10. 7570. And it's a mage pet. Interesting. Interesting. 51 damage bonus. Yeah. I think aren't they 51 everywhere? Oh, wait. No way. No, tell me. Hold on. Are you actually seeing 51 right there? Are you actually seeing 51 right there? Does leveling your weapon now increase damage bonus? No way. Oh my god, I've been waiting forever for this. We can make the air staff. Oh no, wait. I need to get the crown off from one of these stupid ass drakes. Fuck. Windbreakers were the shit. Just don't let any Newport Ash get on it. Oh baby, Newport Ash.
Marlboro 100s, reds.
Menthol Marlboros. Oh my god. Blech. Okay. I need to get a crown off from one of these stupid little drakes, and I hate everything because these stupid little drakes are terrible and they're the worst, and they can all eat crap and die. Camel Light Menthols because menthol was the strongest for some reason. No, man. Only real men chopped up their mouth with menthol because, like, that's how you were a man. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to do it in a second. We're going to kill this nerd first, and then we'll go and we'll do the other stuff, and then we'll go back. Sphinx are easier to get crowns on. Okay, pull them from the building. All right, cool. I'll do that. Thank you, Hey Jojo. Good feedback. Kill the Sphinx, they're easier. Oh my god, I love you guys all. Yarmand 1, thank you so much. Just need a Drake drop for my Pally sword, and yeah. You're talking about the golden hilt or whatever the fuck it is. Did your Earthshaker have bonus damage? Dude, well, you don't see the bonus damage at lower levels. But what is more important to me is that bonus damage did not increase with leveling until apparently maybe with this patch. Dude, okay, all right. Not for nothing. If they ninja'd in something positive, I will straight up make them a happy video. I will gladly make them... Oh, that's fire-based. That's not going to land. I will straight up make them a happy video. I will be like, yo, dogs, you guys didn't put this in your patch notes, but you made it better, and I'm going to give you all the mouth hugs that money can buy. Who needs Golden Hilt, and are you on Neriak? So you need to moat some of those spells. I need to moat so many spells, but you know where my moats go? Into pet spells, okay? Into pet spells. All my moats go into pet spells. So when you tell me I need to do things with moats, I tell you, no, they go into pet spells. They will see the video and say it's a bug and be removed. Oh, son of a bitch. Worst. Yarman 1, thank you so much for the fall. You had me a mouth hug. Ooh, you sound better than the start of stream. Did chat heal you, or you still feel bad? Oh no, I feel like crap. But we can say the chat healed me. Honestly, my nose, like right here, really hurts, and I can feel like the congestion up inside here. That's probably talking a lot that helps, and drinking this water, and I also drank a bunch of coffee. But like my throat hurts, and my nose hurts, and my head hurts. Garbage. And Calvin Klein. Too much booger sugar. It's us seeing an addict do his addiction. Oh, that's true. Good call. Good call. Yeah. No, you guys, like, I took the EverQuest and I injected it into my veins. Later, it was leg warmers. Ooh. Sounds like a sinus infection that will turn into a chest cold. No, you're a chest cold sinus infection. Is it normal that my Earthshaker 75 damage at level 10? Wiki says it caps at 74.
So here, fair warning: the wiki can be wrong and has been wrong about a lot of stuff because they have changed a lot of things in the game. So it's hard to say whether it's intended. God dang it! It resisted the slow. Oh God, it resisted the frickin' dot too. You bastard, Timmy! You bastard! Oh, okay, interrupted. We'll promise renewal. And he interrupted it again because he's a jackwagon. And okay, screw me. Leave me alone. Whoa, that was not very much there, guy. And promise renewal will hit. And then we hit ourselves with a heal. And then we're going to try like a Dickens to land a slow again. Doesn't land because it hates me. We're in over channel. Take this dot maybe. That'll do something. Yay, it landed. Would have been nice if that was a slow, though. You Pet. Pet, slow him. Pet, slow him. All right, we're getting off that damn thing. Slow him, Pet. Do your job. Big heal. Hit myself with effervescence. I don't know how many times I've tried to slow him now, but I'm probably losing massive DPS just by, like, casting slow and over again. Hey, Broken, you on Neriak or someone using your name seen a few times in the past in a couple days? Yeah, I'm on Neriak. That is where I play the game. Togor's +6. Listen, you shut your your mouth, because we don't have no Togors. We ain't no she-man. We ain't no she-man. Yeah, cry. Who do I whisper for a guild invite? Anybody in the guild. Literally anyone in the guild. Oh, yeah, my Togor is +7 and I don't even mallow anymore. You bastards. I need to level pet spells. I can't use my motes on things like that. Might have to use motes on stuff like that. Whatever, he's dying anyway. He's dying anyway. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. I keep checking for who all I find you is you Stoic. Oh, because it's who all broke it. Yeah. My first rogue item. Oh my God. I have literally not gotten a single rogue item until this right here. This is my very first rogue item. So dumb. Hate this game. Stupid. Doesn't love me. Okay. Whee! Okay. Timu Broken Stoic. Anyone know Broken One's able to invite Forgiven? Guild invite Forgiven. There you go. Did you get it? Welcome Forgiven. Forgiven. Raina says to watch out for this guy. Something about trouble. Okay, there you go. Invite Happy. Guild invite Happy. Necro 48 pet tossed out a heal reduction to a lot. Yeah, very good. Very good. Okay, so you're saying kill the Sphinx. Now, am I supposed to pull these nerds into the building, or am I supposed to pull these nerds into the little ashtray? Asking for a friend. I know a lot of people were saying this ashtray is apparently magical. Kill on spot. Like, kill them, like, right where they're standing? Don't pull at all. Okay. Don't pull your pud. Stand on Sphinx. Okay. Pull sister into ashtray. Pull them on the drakes. Only the blue ones, though, right? Only the blue drakes? Or the green ones, too? Why are you killing those? Don't bother. I need the crown thing. Right there and back a bit. Like this way. Pull all the drakes. And what up? It's your girl from Terminals Evolve. Oh, Courtney, what's going on? Terminals Evolve, blah, blah, blah. Put your ashes in the ashtray. I don't want to put my ashes in the ashtray. That's terrible. Dropping by the city, we got dark. Really? Are you for real? The new. Oh, guys, they just dropped a new DLC for. Wait, did I buy it already?
Man, it might be. It might be. The Fire's Edge. No, I just checked. I didn't buy it already. It's literally in my cart, and I was gonna buy it and play it later today. It is in my cart. I just looked at it. Behind the building is easiest, so you don't get ads. So they nerfed the pet delay with level X pet. No, they didn't nerf it. Too bad for viewers. That could have been a giveaway. Oh no, we can still do fun stuff. You mean this one? Yeah, oh my god. Courtney, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you, and I really do appreciate freaking Red Hook, man. That is one of the like most glorious games in all existence. That'll be really exciting. Hell yeah. Definitely see a delay difference between Fangle and Earthshaker. What are the ratios? Because if Fangle has an above 1.11 ratio, that might be it. Well, you're using water pet, not even water. I feel like this is going to hurt. All right. Courtney, thank you so much. Appreciate the follow, too. Thank you so much. Wow, that's awesome. I'm really excited. I don't even care. If I die right now to Drakes, it's going to be okay. That's awesome. Also, really cool of Evolve to just, like, come in here and be like, yo, we picked you for this thing. That's awesome. I applied probably, like, I don't know, like maybe a month or so ago, maybe a little over a month ago. I applied for a collab with their expansion, their DLC. Really, really excited to play it. It looks really good. Pull the entire zone, smash buttons is win. So the true mounting protection, mana detonation, knockbacks. Yeah, it knocks you. So when you're mounted, it knocks you up instead of away. Fangle was 1.14. Yeah, that's the problem right there. Yep, see, right there. See how we went up instead of boop, boop. And then we have Drakes. Oh, yeah, this is going to be fun. Kill it dead, quick. Oh, no. Adrian. No, Adrian. I'm going to die from the fall damage, probably. Oh, we've got a couple more. I'm going to let myself die. Yeah, that was bad. Kill on spot, they said. It'll be fun, they said. I know. I was bamboozled. You guys tricked me. Man, I'm really excited now. Wow, what a great freaking, that's great news. I'm really excited for that. When should we do that, chat? When should we do that collab stream? That's awesome. Now? Can't do it right now. I don't want to do it while I'm sick. I always pull them away from the back of the building towards the island edge. Oh. So what do you mean the ratio affects the delay of the pet? So, okay. So your pet basically has a ratio automatically. If the weapon that you are wielding exceeds that ratio, then your pet will use the whole weapon and not just the damage of the weapon. Does that make sense? I will straight up break out my pirate software again, and you will all be subjected to pirate software writing in MS Paint again. But the way it works is it checks to see if the weapon, so there's like two stages. The first stage is it checks to see if the weapon exceeds your pet's natural ratio. If it does, then it just uses the weapon. It doesn't ignore anything. It just uses the weapon's damage and the weapon's delay and everything from the weapon. If the weapon does not exceed its natural damage and delay, it goes to the second phase, and it says, is the damage higher than its natural damage? If the damage is higher than its natural damage, it will use that, but it will not use the delay. If the damage is not higher than its natural damage, it will just not use it at all. Caveat, it will use any exaltations put into it, but it will not use the damage or delay ratio or any of that stuff. Just the procs. Isn't the pet's ratio 1530? No. Nope. The pet's ratio, so water pet is a water pet at times 10 at level 50 would be 30. It would be 3028. Where are all the pet ratios listed? They're not. I'm actually going to be listing all the pet ratios very soon. That's literally the next thing that I was going to do. I put accuracy on my list, and I ended up taking the accuracy off, and I'm going to switch it to all the pet ratios because it's more relevant. But I know for a fact that the second that I do that, Game John is going to be like, nope, bugged, fixed. So I'm going to spend like 6 hours getting all the pet ratios, and then they're going to be like, just kidding. And then that's going to be irrelevant because that's just the way that works. But we're going to do that. Can you explain again, but with MS Paint? Explained. Gem of Invigoration. I can't. Yeah, I think I got that. I think I got the Gem of Invigoration off the Drakes. I need the stupid crown, though. I was like Mage Pet, but or Beast Lord Pet. Can you explain again, but using Sanskrit? I would love to. Can you afford to send me to school so I can learn Sanskrit? That would be awesome. 10 out of 10. Oh, doesn't matter. It was illusion into Dark Elf. What mage, pet, butt, or beast lord? Well, there's a dog. There's a dog butt right there. Sometimes you do Dark Elf. And if you do a female Dark Elf, that's a good point. They should have... you know what? I'm going to make an unhappy video about it. We're going to do, why aren't there female Dark Elf pets? Why? It is 2026. I want my female Dark Elf pets, and I want to put them in leather armor. Where's this? You're on the right track, trying to roll every pet class. Nover. What do you mean? What do you mean it's time to? What are you speaking of? It's time to roll every pet class. You insinuate, friend, that it is as though I have not already done this. Remembered for all eternity, or at least until I delete it later. And make dual wield whips. Oh my god. Can you imagine how many people would probably pay for the ornamentations to do that? This is a great method for them to make money. Let me download it quick. Son of a bitch. I want hot Delph this winter. Oh my god, do they get the little Santa hats and stuff? Okay. So I'm being told now to pull them away. Someone's telling me to fight them on the spot. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm scared. It's dark. Also, those are greater ones. That's a greater one. Mariah Scary. Ooh. There's 2 on either side. I go Bard, Enchanter, Wiz, and AoE them. No, I don't want to have to level Wizard or Bard, even though Wizard's stupid. I unlocked that one. I hate it. Wizard's dumb. Back left pulls under the Flying Drakes can pull single to Ashtray. Back left pulls under the Flying Drakes. Back left. Which way's left? I start at the back and pull them straight to the island edge. If you happen to get a Drake, just FD it easy. Yeah, the only problem with that is they cast, and because they cast, fucking who knows where these goddamn Drakes are going to be. Freaking flying all over Narnia. At Ashtray, at Edge, Wiz goes kaboom. You would love it. Don't forget your horse so you don't get knocked off. Good point. Pet weapons are top of to-do list for devs, I think. I don't know if they're top of to-do list, but they're definitely on their list, which is one of the reasons that I'm not super excited. Everyone has the same question for me, and it's
What are the favorite? What are the best pet weapons? And it's like, I don't want to do all of the work for that just to have them change them instantly. So I tell people it's Earthshaker, because Earthshaker happily sits just below every pet's ratio. Why did you remind him? I came to see him go flying off. Jerks. I want to see what level 10 Cudgel will do. Level 10 Cudgel will be really, really terrible. Like, really genuinely terrible. Because it will feel every second of the delay of the weapon, and as a result, it'll be messy. All right, let's see. We got him. He's coming. We're okay. Okay. We got a Fate Stealer Drake. No. Oh, no, we fell to the ground. You misled me. No, Voltaire, why do you do this? You told me to feign death and it didn't work. Maybe it was my fault, maybe it wasn't, but that doesn't matter. We're not counting reasons. We're just saying that it didn't work the way you exactly told me it would. Oh, not my fault. You're bad at feign death. Son of a bitch. Lied to again. I think my pet is feeling the Earthshaker delay. Interesting. You said your Earthshaker is plus 10? And it's 75 damage, which means it's 1.1 something. It's 1.1 something. What do you mean that all classes get block? Not all classes get block. Like most of the melee classes get block. Yes, 1.07. Okay. Take off all your gear and pull every Drake. Super secret strats. Oh, Cardigan. Does that really work? Some of us are good at the game. Some of us are good at training dummies. Listen. I'm really good at training dummies. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just really good at training dummies. Popcorn ready. Oh, man. I only have a plus 10 shaman pet, so no idea what his ratio is. Max level 46 on those. Yeah. Good plan. The shaman pet actually has the same ratio as the mage pets. Lord only knows why, but it does. Why? Listen, I just wanted, like, a crown. Could you just give me a crown? That would be cool. Look at them all, man. They're flying around doing butt stuff. 1.07, the same ratio, is the same. Yeah, that probably is a problem. That's probably the problem if you're feeling it. I've encountered so many of your training dummies quoting your pet advice to me. Nice. What happens, though, is a lot of them add their own spice to it, like their own special herbs and spices, and then it's really not my advice anymore. It's like their own little blend of butt stuff. You say, yeah, I mean, sometimes. Let's see here. Okay. Telephone. What you gonna do? Exactly. I'm also a beast mage bard. Man, if I pull these ones, right? Do I get both? Oh wait, what am I talking about? There's no both. There's no both in the land of harmony. All right, we're definitely going to get more than one. Whatever. Stay away, Drakes. Stay away. Oh God, please no. I'm just a good boy. Oh, he's coming. Oh wow. Did we actually only get one? What the hell happened here? Other side is where a Drake seems to always aggro. Yeah, they like hang out on that other side. Oh, I hear you. I was just expecting to, like, aggro some random bullshit Drake that was going to come out of freaking Narnia. I are a dummy. You're not a dummy. It's complicated. Like, the whole thing is really complicated. I joke around, but the reality of the whole situation with the way that pets work, it's one of the reasons, like, I could probably make a 2-hour-long video with all the stuff that I learned about pets. No one would watch it. Actually, I could go the way of Aeonic Blaze, and I could make a 13-hour-long video just about how pets work on EverQuest Legends. It would be glorious.
What do you learn about pets? They're butt cheeks. They're not butt cheeks. They're actually, like, they're not terrible. You just have to, like, treat them just perfect. And if you treat them anything other than just perfect, then you'll be a real sad boy or girl. It's like they're so finicky with so much stuff, and like the systems that are built into pets are just like, it's so messy. It's just so messy. If a lot of people watched it, the dev would patch. Yeah, right. There are training dummies, so I can test the damage. Yes, humanity, there are. They're in the arena, which is off from Lake Wrath. You have to go talk to the overseer, and you have to tell him what level of pet you want, what level of training dummy you want, and then you go from there. What I'm gonna guess though is that because you leveled it to 10, I believe you've exceeded the ratio. Human shelter, the arena off Lake Wrath. Yep. Away. It has like an identical. Yeah. I have a feeling that it's probably using the weapon. It's so much easier to just level up gear spells and get the extra DPS and not rely on the pets. I mean, if I'm doing 400 plus DPS, the pet's damage isn't something I want to futz with. Exactly. There's a lot of people that really want their pets to work, though. Like, there's a lot of genuine interest in making pets work. And that's kind of the sad part, because at the end of the day, like, it's a cool concept and it's a great idea and theory and like funness. However, it just unfortunately is so sloppy, weird, messy. Then after your video is over, YouTube would run some 10-hour videos singing bowls, and creator would make a big bucks off me sleeping. No, I hope Ho gets pets and Golem. Glarnock, dude. So Golemancer's in their version of the game, and I've seen it. Dude, oh my God. It's so good. It's so good. They won't have a problem with weapons. I'll tell you that first off. There's some really other cool stuff that they have done with the Golemancer, which are freaking awesome. The golems themselves, they had previously purchased a graphic pack that apparently like Pantheon had also purchased, and they scrapped that. They ended up building their own, like, their complete own thing. Oh, dude, it's so good. Like, so good. I can't even. Oh no. Do we only have two? If we only have two, I might be able to make this work. If it's only two. All right. We might be able to make this work. All right, we did that. We just need to like quickly make sure that this one gets dead. That's okay. You can bounce me. Okay, he hit me with that. That's okay. That's okay. We're doing okay. For those of you who don't know, the game doesn't actually count. Doesn't count vertical. So technically, even though I'm being bounced up, I can still keep casting the same spell. And we're just going to keep draining his spirit. And then if he actually gets me down to like 25%, all the stun's coming. You suck. I hate you. Why are you such a jerk? If he gets me down below 1/3, I'll harm touch him and we'll just sink his ship. Because I can kill the Heartsbane one. That's fine. Heartsbane's nothing. This is what I'm talking about with a summon. Summon is stupid. Just got summoned on the other side of him. Dervish, sorry. Broken just boom gasmed. Nice. Yeah. Ho actually knows what they're doing. I'm pretty excited for that game. Can't believe how much they have already. Yeah, no doubt. Okay, listen. Bad. No. Someone interrupting casting makes me never want to play a build focused on casting. Yep. Although it is good to see that casters actually have something that like inhibits them from being able to do certain things. Because like melee has just, I mean, you just, like right now I'm slowed, right? So I'm just poopy because I didn't put cure on my bar. Actually, I could... Well, there's no point. I could put the frickin' shield on me. But there's no mechanic like this for casters. Melee just like, boop, you're slowed. Sucks to be you. I am really not going to get a crown, am I? I'm feeling it now. We are currently attackable while inside. No, there's no PvP anywhere. You can't even go into the arena areas and get PvP. We are, is Necro Pet better than Enchanter Paladin Pet as lay that has lay on hands? It's not as simple as which one is better. It's which one is better at what. So the Enchanter Pet is very defensible, has lower health than a majority of the other pets. However, has heals, buffs, and as you said, it has lay of hands. There's a lot of other like really fun, nuancy things that can happen with the Enchanter Pet. The Necropet, however, is a lot better when you are talking about just like raw like damage output. It just puts out more damage, quite a bit more damage actually. It also it dots, it life taps, and if you are like looking for more procs, it doesn't cast as many spells as a lot of the other ones. Even the Paladin Pet will like stop and cast the stuns from time to time or cast Root, and that's just loss of auto attacks, whereas the Necro Skeleton basically just sits there and auto attacks and occasionally stops to cast a fast casting life tap. Sometimes he throws in a dot or something, but for the most part, everything the Skeleton does equals damage, whereas half the things a lot of the other pets do does not equal damage. I am going to try this. I don't know if this is going to work. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Would fix pets if you could take manual control of spells and abilities. It probably would do some justice. However, I really don't want them to do the amount of work that would have to go into making that like work at an obscene level, right? Like I really don't want them to have to go through and try to build the system around making it so you can select the spells and do all that stuff. Because again, not for nothing, like if we were just talking about Hollowed Oath, it took Kata almost 4 months to get pet spells casting the way that they wanted them to. And even in the last iteration of the way that they had them set up, they still didn't work right. So, like, credit where credit is due. It's all good and fine and dandy, but, like, they make heavy use of AI. Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, T. Sherry probably spent half their dev time balancing pets. Yeah. No joke. I was really surprised when he did the pet bags. There was another system that they were going to add, which was this whole, like, Diablo rune system. You guys know the Diablo rune system? I probably shouldn't even be talking about this. But they had this whole, like, you know, in Diablo 2 where you had, like, the runes, like Cal, Ort, whatever, well, you know, all those little, like, they make the little splooget sounds when they drop. Kata had cooked up this entire ARPG system where you would have your sockets and like you would basically go out and you would get runes from doing certain things in the world, and you could convert those runes into other runes, and then those runes would create like rune words, and you could actually like design and develop all kinds of cool stuff. It was a really, really badass system. It was pretty in depth though, and it got halted. I want to say that was worked on in like Velius to Lucklin era. Did he put that together? It was really fun. I'm all out of frickin' Sphinx, and I didn't get one. I'm all out of Sphinx. And I really like, look at that. That just looks like poop. That looks like I'm getting kicked off the island. This is like some Love Island stuff right here, and I'm not allowed to stay on the island. Aw, poop. What am I gonna get? Oh no, 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 no. I see these three. I had much better luck with drakes, but yeah. Sounds like you could, yeah. I had much better luck with drakes. Why? I don't want any luck with drakes. These guys suck. All right, come on. Oh, there's a blue one up there. Come on. Come on. Over here, over here, over here, over here, over here. Come on, come on, come on. Bards that go AFK with song playing should be banned. My understanding is that does not last long, that they get kicked off, but I don't know. I'm not super worried about it though. Like what are they achieving by doing it? Rowlands, thank you so much for the follow. Flurry is based on double attack, right? So doesn't that mean SK Pet being much lower level wouldn't be double attacking as much, right? Maybe. Oh, it's possible. What are we after? We want to make sure that we need to double attack. Like what is the data that is beneficial? Like, are we curious if the Beast Lord thing is going to work on lower level pets or on different pets? There are two of them at the bank in Surefall and is just spamming my chat. Oh, AFKing with the spells going. Yeah, that's annoying. Does 130 DPS against a level 50 mob in the arena. That's kind of low. Which pet are you using? And are you putting it to the back? Let's see here. On the back, yep. Yep. Oh, wait. Well, no, we can spawn it in. And then we can go over here. And then we can do this. And then we can do this. And then we can switch to edit. For DPS, not sure how accurate. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, this is great because I can buy this, which I have been waiting. I've been saving points for that. Oh. No, we'll just do the regular. Beast Lord, so pet has 9% flurry, 6% crit. Alright. Let us see what he does. Get him. Oh my god, I hate freaking arena. Come back, come back, come back. The guy's name is Roid Rage 2. Also merits a ban. I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty egregious names. I'm really surprised at some of the names that people have been allowed to keep. This is what I go through every time I do testing, by the way, guys. This zone is not appropriately meshed for pets, so there's no pathing. So they just run off to Narnia. All right, there's one flurry. Oh, wait, I have to be attacking it too. Shit. Okay. Okay. There might be an argument there. That's 4. That's 5. 6. Okay. Okay. 7, 8, 9. 10. 11. 12, 13, 14. Okay, there might be something to that. Let's see. Oh, God, my necro is not high enough. All right, let's try edit. Take the magician out and let's put the enchanter in. And then pets, and then we'll throw, whoops, animation. My shaman pet, level 2, 7, I think, did 110 DPS on my last CT. Nice. That's pretty good. We will do haste. Curiouser and Curiouser. With Puma. It's not a Puma. It's not a Puma. Actually, this could be really funny. Symbol opens on. I guess I could just level that combo up and test it out. Sounds like fun too. Do you have visceral reaction upon entering the arena? Sometimes. Oh, shit. I don't know why I casted that again. I meant to haste him. There we go. And then you go... Oh, wait. Come here. Come here, jerk. Come here. Right here. Right here. Oh, what arena are you going to for test dummy? The arena zone? As soon as my pet shows up. Come on, pet. Oasis. What? No. We're in the arena outside of Wrath Mountains. Other zone, Act 9 PoE farmed hardcore for hours to get gear, and I still can't enter it without shuddering a little. Oh. Okay, I don't like the DPS I'm seeing out of this, but well, we saw a couple others too here. Zabarn. Oh my god, okay. Well, wait a minute here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not swinging. So this is all him. So we're going to get a baseline real quick. We are going to get a baseline. He's doing pretty good though. 529 dex, nice. This is what I'm talking about. This is the casting problem. So he stopped and casted, which is great. You know, he did 59 damage with Holy Might. Congratulations. He did 372 with Retribution. Oh my god, how stunning and brave. But he basically you don't want that. One thing that I will say that is really interesting is that the Enchanter Pet bashes equally as much as it auto attacks, which is a little wild. Mine is +1 higher than whatever you post. Oh, okay. Sounds good. I thought they nerfed the ability to put a shield on the pet with a two-hander. They did. They did. Are you judging Zobarn for his shield? That is rude and uncalled for. It happens to the animation if you change the graphic on the animation. So like if you do the Dark Elf or if you do the AON, it gives him a shield. If it bashes so much, would Fiery, Avenger, or Torrid Bash be a DPS increase? Maybe. It's possible. It's something we can try. Right now, I'm just gonna get a baseline on the amount of flurries that he's getting, and then after this, we are going to try and push this very far. We'll get that out of there.
Storage, we'll use Blood Moon, and not Enlightened Tree End Fist, we'll use the Flaming Fist. So we're going to let this go. We're going to let this go until, for like, probably about 10 minutes. And what we're measuring is we're waiting for the parser to basically pick up as many of these little red texts as possible. And once that happens, we will be able to determine if when we auto attack, triggering the Beast Lord AA, if he is gaining more flurries, and if so, how many. Super, super exciting stuff. Man, I cannot believe we got that, dude. That's so awesome. And then Courtney like came in. I've never had anybody like just drop in to like give me a sponsorship key. That's really exciting, dude. I wonder, actually, I'm really curious what they approved me for too. If it's a stream or a video. Game is so cool. I really enjoy Darkest Dungeon. Genuinely enjoyable. Man, look at all these little baby bashes, though. 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. So legit, the Enchanter pet is strong, you guys. Notes. Rev, what's going on, baby? Broken Darkest Dungeon. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to see. So long as you have no empathy for your characters. Oh, man. It's okay. We beat them. We beat them so good. So obviously, most testing for pets is done at max level. Does it matter that much what you give your pets while leveling, assuming you aren't really leveling with spells much? So it does. It actually makes a huge difference. And why nobody is testing pets backwards is because you can't unlevel your pets, which is like you can't de-level the spell. And because you can't de-level the spell, once you've leveled the stuff up, you can't really go backwards to test it. You can like go and you can test like the base level or whatever level you have the pet at. The problem is, you know, it's also somewhat, for most of the pets, it's also somewhat insignificant because you get a new pet like every 4 levels, or like you get a new pet even if you get a new pet like every 9 levels. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you burn through that stuff so quickly. Where it makes a difference is like, you know, again, we can break open good old MS Paint here. Let me take off the butt here. But basically, the way this works is you are essentially, like, what you're doing is your pet has a delay, right? Like your pet has a ratio, so pet ratio. I am not Mr. Thor, so I apologize for my jankness. But basically, so you have your pet ratio, right? And so I'm gonna use the warder as an example because that's the one I know the most about right now. But basically, your pet warder has a 1.11 ratio, right? And so because your pet warder has a 1.11 ratio, it follows 2 sets of rules, like 2 formulas. I don't know. Maybe I should just save this image too. But it follows basically 2 sets of rules. And those 2 sets of rules are, 1, does my weapon exceed my ratio? Yes. Man, you can't do quite as many things. 1, 2, 3, A. Yes. Use weapon. Damage delay. Okay? And then 1, 2, 3, B. No. Go to next formula. Okay, and then 2. Does my weapon damage
exceed my natural damage. 1, 2, 3, A. Dot. Yes. Use only weapon damage. 1, 2, 3, B. No. Use only use weapon procs if present. Does that make sense? Is that good? Is that like, I feel like this like kind of puts it into like a, so this is at, this right here is literally at like, you're talking warder plus 10. Okay. This is your ratio. Add level 50. What's going on, Cam Bam? How are you? If you have extra motes, spells that I will have a long time, I wouldn't benefit a few levels, like life tap being twice as strong is kind of big while leveling. Absolutely. Yeah, life taps are huge while leveling. No, any class can get all class drops and do quest turn-ins. Yep, absolutely. Or staff butt that never gets an upgrade to it level. That's good. Sweet googly moogly. Self butt, not butt. Are there any games you're playing off stream currently? I'm just curious. I always play backpack battles. I'm very close to getting the very last achievement for backpack battles. So that's like, I don't know, like 300 achievements in that game. Aside from that, sometimes when I'm hanging out with my wife on the couch, I'll play Power Wash Simulator. Oh man, I'm so hip and cool watching things get painted and dried and whatnot. It's my go-to other game. Hell yeah. Have you played RimWorld? Yeah, I played RimWorld. RimWorld's a lot of fun. I really enjoy that game. They've been talking about modifying the drop table where the classes you are using have a higher drop chance, but no, well, it's more than that, Vadim. So what they're doing is they're going to set up a system where basically what's going to happen is you're going to have a chance to drop an additional item for any of the classes that you're currently set to. That's what they're going to do. All right. So, okay. So let's see what our results are here. Let's see what our results are. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's see how many flurries does it take to get to the center of a lollipop? The world may never know. All right. So we flurried roughly 7.32% of the time. We will grab, I should have deleted this log and then done a fresh one, but also that's 6.25. Actually, we don't want to use this one. We want to cut that down to 600. 600. Boop. Okay, very good. Very good. Very good. Good news, everyone. We've cut it down to 10 minutes. All right. So our flurry is 7.43 at 10 minutes, which we will take and we will post in the Discord if anybody cares. Actually, we will also gather the rest of that data because who knows if it matters. Let's see here. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. And we will post this in the Discord, which I probably don't even have open right now. Of course, I do not because it sounds like crazy talk. Discord. Okay, there we go. So we will go ahead and we will post this into our nerd stuff. If you guys ever want to see any of this stuff or talk about any of this stuff, testing, animation, flurry with Beast Lord AA. And this is without Beast Lord AA active. Okay. And then we'll put that there. Boom. And then we will do this. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. And we are going to, this time we're going to tell the pet to attack. And we are going to auto attack with him so that we're triggering the AA. It should be popping up right here. Eventually, maybe someday. Bueller. Maybe. Bueller. Brock. Hello? 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 Maybe? Okay. There it is. All right. Let's see here. Old school RuneScape today. Whoa, Sadie Bugs. What's going on, girl? How you doing? How have you been? My friend from Maine, Sadie Bugs. Where are we? Shout out, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. If you enjoy watching really funny, awesome people, Sadie Bugs is one of those people. You should definitely check her out. I have no idea. What have you been playing lately? Toss in the Regen Neck Bard song for Regen Neck Bard songs for Regen. It's like face rolling D4 straight to the gods. Ooh. Nice. I'm currently playing a different emu, completely unrelated. What's your DPS of your pet doing alone without your Beast Lord procs? Most of my pets do roughly like 150 DPS. Somewhere around 150 DPS. When pre experience, they were roughly 100 DPS. Post experience, they're like pre-patch, post-patch. Main gang. Def still deep into. Oh, really? Oh, awesome. What DPS pet was a sequel to that? Water Your Plant Simulator. Whoa, Wingspear. Listen, it's just a good thing to like chill and like clear your brain. Have you tried the Bazaar? It's backpack battles-ish. Yeah, Vincent. Actually, Malik told me about the. I think it was Malik who told me about the Bazaar. Sounds like a cool game. I'm awful at it, but it's great. Hell yeah. Get her done. Get her done. Any other massholes here present? Man, I hope not. Frickin' massholes. They just let those guys go around anywhere, doing anything. I tell you what. I tell you what. It's so addictive, it looks just like this game. Listen. Shh. This game is really old, okay? It's not this game's fault. Masshole in the house. Oh my god, so many massholes. Learn to drive. You frickin' psychos. Come on. Man, I'll tell you what's interesting is I'm not even proccing the buff all that much. I was proccing it a lot, but maybe it's because I'm not buffed. If you don't like the way I drive, stay off the sidewalks. Whoa. This is WoW, right? Yeah, this is WoW. This is WoW Classic Plus. Just the way the game was back in the 1930s. Sounds like an add-on for GTA. This game is addictive, but it don't look great. True. It's more of a nostalgia addiction. This is Minecraft Classic. Woo! I think, actually, by today's standards, Minecraft has better graphics than this. It's a sick, sad world. But it's a real world. I do not like this. This is not a good sign. Voxels have overtaken the pixels. No! Stoic needs to put up retro stream tag. Old folks stream tag. So old, all the old. Can you even old? Retirement home. Dude, I'm telling you what right now. You know what they're going to do is they're going to put us in retirement homes and then they're going to like hook up EQ and we're all just going to be a bunch of drooling old idiots with our prunes and our EverQuest. It's going to be glorious. I had never heard of this game before this year. Sadie Bugs, don't make me sad, okay? I know I'm old. I'm old and I'm sick. Why you gotta beat up on me while I'm sick and old, okay? This is just good gravy. If you had to kill the gods at D4, but could only choose one class, what would it be? Would it be possible? Shaman. And yes, it would be possible. You look great today. That would be very, very kind and considerate if I didn't trust a single word you say, Voltaire. You bastard. You're not old, just overripe. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right. I'm reminded of this amazing IP that was out when I was a kid. It's called Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. You know, it was pretty great, and I'm really in tune with that right now. Okay, the alternative is being dead. That's fair. Yeah, Drake and Sadie Bugs is a girl. He's a girl. East girl. Little smashing pumps. Oh my god. Remember the IP that started when I was a kid? It's called Asteroids. Oh, pet buff on the backwater pet is doing 357 DPS peak. Pet buffed on backwater pet is doing 357 DPS peak. Is that right at the beginning when it's dropping all its attacks at once? Is this the new WoW expansion? Oh my god, I wish it was. A girl? Oh my god, not in my EverQuest. Oh my god, actually, there's like there's at least 3 known, actually, there might be 4 known girls in my chat right now, and I just want you guys to know that the analytics are going to be going through the roof right now. A guy in real life? Yes, we all know Cardigan, we all know. You ever lose gear? My Shield of the Immaculate disappeared. Yes, I have lost gear. Can't spell analytics without anal. True. That is true. They are analytics. Such slander. Might be an equipment tab. So I actually lost items. They disappeared. They ended up giving them back to me. PSA, I'm killing goblins in Butcher Block and is giving me Priest of Mischief faction, so not just Picklaw. Ooh. You want to go to Cauldron and kill the Aqua Goblin? Wait, are you killing the Aqua Goblins specifically or just goblins? We're such nerds. Why doesn't Frenzied Burnout give the 15% over haste? It only gives 10%. Probably because there's a haste cap. Yeah, you can get... Yeah, so you can kill the goblins and you can get the halfling unlock. I wonder if it's color-coded. Green gobs are all the same. Try a blue gob. Right? I checked the equipment tab. Also looked under find, which should show everything. True. All right, we're getting close to 10 minutes. This is good. We'll see how different our results are and see if they're within the allowance of error. If I sound like a skeleton, whether pets from Befallen, its strongest nostalgia hit I get. Yeah, that's a good one. The he as well as like the bags. I don't know what it is about the bags opening and closing. That's a big one for me. You know what we got to do is we got to get Sadybug in here playing this 30-year-old video game. Quest completed noise. Oh my god, yeah. Yep. That sounds like trucks in your inventory. Yeah, man. I got them trunks, baby. Like the Skelly death or Skelly sit noise. More than the laugh. More nostalgic to me. Nice. The trumpet's playing and I won the game. Noise. Oh, God. Oh, man. Getting old. Oh, God. It's so stiff. Getting so old and stiff. All right, you can stop. You can stop now. You can stop. All right. Let's see. Let's see what the log parser has to say now. All right, let us see what we have. Let us see if our flurry even move. Oh no. Flurry. Oh no. I mean, okay. So we went from flurrying, okay? We went from flurrying 7% of the time to flurrying 14.91% of the time. Okay? Does that make sense? Hey, Broken, what is the absolute best 3-box combo for soloing D4 raids currently, and what do you think would be going forward in future expansion? Ah, man, you... MMO King, they change fundamental systems in this game way too quickly for me to predict what's going to happen next week, let alone next expansion. I think that the gameplay itself allows you to play every class, so there's really nothing limiting you other than yourself and your desire to put time in. It all depends. Like, if you want to be super gimmicky, Enchanter is really strong right now, continues to be really strong. Bards, Wizards, sorry, not trying to yawn. Oh, man. How is the pet using a 2-handed shield? Don't worry about it. It's my business, not yours. He's a beast. I'm just kidding. It's because it's an animation. All the animations still wear a shield. Yawn emoji detected. Oh, shit. Let's see here. Let's give him Swift again, and we'll give myself Swift. I want to see, actually... I want to test something else out real quick. Okay, that was the animation. So what happens if we do the warder? All right, we got to give the warder the same 2 buffs, which will give him Swift like the wind, and we'll give him his little Spirit of Vermin. If you try Werewolf yourself for 100 dex extra proc, will the pet buff more? Yeah, they will definitely proc, but we can't move the buffs around. Like, we have to do the same exact buffs 100% of the time. Otherwise, it creates anomalies, and we do not want anomalies, and we don't want to have to go back through and retest everything either. That gets really fudging messy, really fudging quickly. When you start switching things around, because then you get to these places where it's like, oh no, now I have to pull this thing and that thing, and in this circumstance or that circumstance, this thing worked or this thing didn't work. And so what the hell? What the hell? Oh, there we go. 6. And I don't typically like to add a bunch of weird things in. Like, if we want to test later, like if improving dex makes a lot of difference, then that's something that we can test eventually. I don't like to overlap too many things, because it gets really muddy really fast. And you get very different results, and then you're like, wait, why did it do something different this time than it did that time? And then as a result, why are we seeing this? Oops, misspelled. There we go. Now that's in there. I heard War Necro Shaman isn't as good as THJ was. Warrior Necro Shaman is actually better here than on THJ. Quite a bit better. Dots here are nuts. Dots are actually super, super busted. Better than Warrior, though, is Shadow Knight. Using Shadow Knight in that combo is so much better. Try if you're Werewolf yourself, 100 Dex proc. Yep. WoW experimental discipline for reliable results in my MMO. Ooh, what are we testing? We are testing the new Beast Lord AA and whether or not it works on other pets and things. Ulfin, it took them almost 3 weeks to respond to mine. I sent a petition. How long did it take them to respond? I'm doing SK next Shaman. It's crazy. I'll swap back to Rogue when they fix backstab damage. What? Whoa, did you try it on Charm? Yeah, we tried it on Charm. It didn't work. We charmed an Essence Carrier, and then we let the Essence Carrier kill the Keeper of Souls and Plane of Sky, and it didn't flurry once. Broken saving me decision of where my next 6 AA go. There you go. So what we're doing is we're letting this little timer right here go to 600, and then we're comparing it against other. So each 10-minute parse is like on top of each other, and then what we do is if we get an anomaly parse, then we parse again. I know this is about as fun as watching paint dry, but at least we can talk and we can, like, you know, discuss the fun stuff and, like, how you doing? How's everybody doing today? Is everybody doing good? Is anybody else sick? Because I'll tell you what, I'm sick, and it feels like crap. My voice feels like I've got glass in my throat. The Unbound AA of Necro and Shaman just synergize super well. Yeah, it does. If you throw in Druid too, or if you throw in Druid instead of Necro, it's also very good. Have you tried just not being sick? Man, I wish I could try that, but my daughter, like, I actually said, like, hey, listen, I don't really want to be sick, but my daughter ended up bringing the sickness into the house, and then I just dropped a thumbtack in my... Ow. There we go. She brought this the sickness into the house, and as a result, you know, Mr. Streamer Man pointing out a timer that is invisible to the stream isn't useful. Wait, you can't see it? Yeah, you can. It's right here. Oh wait, it's right here on your screen. It's right here. See this? This right here. When that goes to 600. Call that shit? Yeah. Kids are back in school. Yep. Have you checked out the dungeon changes and seen any drops worth getting? I let other people test the new dungeon, and there was nothing of value that I saw, so I haven't bothered to go yet. I'm not even sure I've been in Unrest yet on the server. In Shaman, SK Necro, what does the SK add beyond Harm Touch and Rend? Are they key spells SK gets that don't overlap? DS Armageddon 666, what they get is a really cool AA. They get a really cool AA called Unbound Drain. And what this does is it increases your life tap by 6%. And so what you do is you stack all your dots and you use a two-hander, and you swing the two-hander, and then when you're not swinging the two-hander, you throw up a dot until all your dots are up, and then when you're done doing that, you life tap, and then you life tap, and then you life tap, and you're fishing for crits while in empowered stance. And you utilize that in the new vampirism, and it actually does quite a bit of damage. It's like between you and your pet doing that with Puma on you and your pet, you're doing like roughly 1200 DPS. It's pretty stupid. What server are you on? We are on Neriak server. Over 14-minute fight, mage, water pet, level X with a 10. Earthshaker does 165 DPS average. 446 peak over last 2 minutes. SKAAs, their life taps are awesome. Also, don't sleep on Harm Touch. It heals a ton. Yes, I would actually argue, and I don't know, I would like anybody who's a Paladin fan to debate this. I think Harm Touch is actually better than Lay on Hands at this point. Very, very good. My only thing stepped out on Unrest for either Tash Quest or Ice Comet Quest. Oh, yeah, good call. Maybe it's good to lay on hands. The Monk hand-to-hand weapon from Unrest Abomination is better than Flaming Fist from Nagena. Oh, okay. Senpai Soth, what is it? Like, what's the weapon? Does it have like a cool graphic or anything? In beta, folks were complaining that Befallen was the only option. Now that there are like 5 options that are as good, they complain that they aren't anything better. So meh. I don't think anybody's really complaining. I just don't. I didn't even go to Befallen up until like a week ago. When I could not slow EOV, I still easily won tapping nonstop. Yeah, exactly. What do you think there are the top 3 to 5 DPS classes in order? Shaman probably number 1. Are we just saying like raw DPS output? Probably Wizard. Like if we're only looking at DPS, probably Wizard, then Bard, and then Wizard, Bard, Shaman. No, I mean, Shaman and Charm might be close. Because if you look at... No, I actually don't think it's close. I think Charm is better. So I would say Wizard, Bard, Enchanter, Shaman. Is it still worth doing Ogre, or does it matter here? I personally like Ogre, but that's just me. I'm leveling up classes in Unrest now. Yeah. Right on. Ogre does have stun immunity, but I think the devs said they're looking at Ogre, so it's a possible. Dude, if they nerf stun immunity on Ogre, I don't know. That is really... If they said that they're looking at it, Bard out DPS's Wizard in Burst. Lots of damage and healing. Broken, I have 2 tanks, 50 SK Warrior, which I run with Necro Cleric. Which one provides a bigger benefit? Because to me, as uneducated button masher, they appear to break even. Kobayashi. SK is probably better than Warrior. But no but. Probably SK Necro Cleric, SK Necro something other than Cleric. I mean, Warrior, they did some really weird things, and this is one of the complaints that I have kind of about the development that they've done, is they really don't do a great job at like setting up the AAs and stuff. And what I mean by that is, like, this is an AA that you can buy right now, right? The Abyssal Steed. Do you know what this does? Does anybody know what this does? This is the upgraded, not Necro, Jesus. The upgraded Shadow Knight pet. It does nothing. It literally does nothing. Yeah, right. It's going away. It probably should already be gone, but it does nothing, right? Beast Lords, almost all their AAs are like 35 plus. They literally have nothing that is class defining early on in the game, which just feels terrible. And frankly, like, Paragon is pointless. Playing Possum is not reliable at all. There's just no point in getting a bunch of these. Hobble of Spirit has no benefit other than the pet holds aggro more, I guess, but it doesn't really, like, none of these actually do anything that is beneficial. Frenzy of Spirit, by the time you can actually use this buff, right, at level 45, by the time you can't even benefit from the buff, because your melee speed going up by 99% and attack power by 250. The 250 attack power doesn't increase your damage. It doesn't increase your accuracy. The actual 99%, you're haste capped anyway, so who cares? The entirety of this 4-point freaking thing is pointless, which tells me either A, they didn't know what they were doing, or they B, grabbed just a bunch of random shit and threw it in there. I don't know. Like, it is very weird. McBeerman, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know. It seems very strange to me that they, like, some of that stuff is in there. And so the reason I'm even bringing that up is because Warrior seems to suffer from that more than anything. Like, Warrior has multiple AAs that are, like, aggro-centric. Paladin has an AA that has to do with, like, them sacrificing themselves. So it's like, what is the point? Like, what is the purpose in having these in this particular game mode? Like, what was the thought process in adding like a 9-point AA that gives you better aggro? What was the thought process in adding a mount AA that literally does nothing? I just don't, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Did I spell Beastlord wrong? Beastlord. No. Okay, what does this one say? This one gives us, ooh, Jesus Christ, 4.43% flurry. Okay. And then we'll do that. What is your guild name? Broken Ones. MMO King, just send me a tell in game, and I'll grab you. There's no thought process. It's an unfinished pile of shit I unsubbed. It's the only way to play. Aw, Sauls. I use a warrior aggro to keep my pet alive. That's it. Ooh, fair. I know some people were talking about doing like the jump, like the leap in to pull aggro. Hand a greater light zone to the gnome to spawn. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. I like that. I just don't understand why they're so hesitant to buff beasts with something meaningful. I don't think they understand it. At the last little dev roundtable that they had over the weekend, Secrets even admitted to playing Beastlord, Berserker, and Rogue because they didn't fully understand like what was making them good or bad. I must say that I don't think that this change that they added was the like bee's knees. Although look at my pet's DPS right now. We're just, I mean, well, me and my pet are doing 220, but like, and I'm just auto attacking. I'm not doing anything other than auto attacking. Gnome Cricks, you can spawn it in the back to back for as many. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. You think it's a step in the right direction? I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't think the accuracy is enough to make it really viable. I think that the pet still casting all kinds of spells causes the like, who cares if your pet is flurrying more if it's spending this huge amount of time casting spells, like, you know, even if it's drowsy or even if it's you know, root, snare, whatever. I think that you've created a circumstance where your pet only benefits from additional flurry damage if your pet is actually attacking, but you've built a mechanism into the pet that gives it long periods of time in which it's not attacking. Also, look at this. Like, look at that. Who cares if your pet flurries miss. Like, this is, you know what I mean? Like, here's two flurries where it missed. Like that, your flurry has no value if it's not actually being realized, if it's not actually being seen. Would adding backstab damage scaling to weapons upgrade make rogues even with peers? Rogues are a tough one. I think that, like, you know how rogues have those disciplines? I think personally that rogues should be able to level up those disciplines. They need to be able to get not only the same benefit from them landing and not being resisted, but I also think they need to scale better. They gave them like later versions of poisons, which whatever, like, that's cool, I guess. And they group together. That's also cool, I guess. But they don't scale up to, a wizard casting a 2.5, 3.5 thousand nuke, a bard doing DDD for 10k. Like they just don't scale up to that level, which is why they kind of feel bad. There's no way to really increase that stuff. Let's see here. I use the warrior aggro. Yep. Critics. Yep. Cool. They definitely need to address the spell list. At plus 10, it should only use the fast casting spear malaria. I mean, I'm fine with it casting drowsy as well. It's just it's just a very, very tough situation. Yeah, pet shouldn't be going, honestly, if I could turn off pet spells, I would. Yeah, I think most people do. To be fair, they did specifically say pet logic regard casting was a problem to be addressed. But they put it there in the first place. So to be fair, yes, it is a problem and they have acknowledged it, but it was something that wasn't in the game previously, but they put in there. And I'm not sure, like, how did they come to the conclusion that your pet would cast these spells? Your pet was a berserker before it was a beast lord. Which I still think, like, I think I would still prefer the pet for the beast lord to be a berserker and not be a beast lord. I think that would add some character to it, because right now, actually, even in their first iteration, shaman pets were doing more damage than beast lord pets. Shaman pets were just flat out better. Holy shit. Okay, there's a big flurry series right there. It's just one of those things, right? Yeah, Rogue is weird. I'm playing it right now. You get nothing between 20 and 46. The scaling sucks, right? Rogue's Unbound also needs to be able to synergize with other classes. Agreed. BS weapon damage needs to be addressed. Thornstinger should. I think that they need to, in the same way that if damage bonus is scaling with weapons being upgraded, they need to have backstab damage scaling with item leveling. It doesn't need to be at the same ratio, but I do think that they need to do something. Having like the backstab damage be stalled out, I think hurts them overall. It leaves them behind and it leaves them feeling not special. What do you mean there's no way? Rogue slow needs to not be resisted. All their poisons need to not be resisted, and that's 100% better rogue. Well, they're disciplines and not spells. I don't know if they need, like, they can't give them 100% chance to not be resisted. That would be too much. Because then when, like, a new expansion comes out, you're just going to you're going to take your rogue and you're going to go run it up to Faradar, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm just going to use my rogue poisons to slow her. I think rogue should get an assassin strike. Opening with BS stealth should auto triple hit, not miss crit, make it 9A cost gated behind SOS. Maybe, I don't know. They're kind of wavering against that type of stuff though, like no decap, no assassinate, no headshot. I don't know if we'll see something like that. Why would we do this to us? This isn't rocket science. I mean, it's not about it being rocket science though. It's about a producer and a development team that may or may not be on the same page about how things are being played out, and like there's just a lot of different involvements that could be there. Fine, two-hand, backstab 70-40, still going to be slower backstab. If the skill is set on weapon delay. Ooh, Rogue's only goated move is sneaking to last boss areas. Rogue should also be balanced around them being able to sneak around cherry-picking names when farming. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Cool, what's going on? How are you? 1 damage every 2 levels would be okay, 5 total. So Wing Spear, I would actually not like to see that be the way that they handle it. This is a situation where I do think that percentage-based increase could be a benefit. Because I don't, one of the things that I don't want to see is I don't want to see them tailoring things to right now. I want to see, like, if they plan on doing Kunark and they plan on increasing gear, I don't want it to be a good and fixed system today and a broken trash system tomorrow. I want them to be able to be like, okay, we are future thinking with where we want to be at with things. And so this is what's good today, but this is also what's good tomorrow. If you only do +5 damage today through item leveling, and then tomorrow, like, the new system comes out and it's like, okay, what the hell's +5 backstab damage? It doesn't, like, now, you know, none of this stuff is actually good. Waiting for Ranger ranged love? Yeah. It's funny because Headshot and Decap Slay never even remotely touched absurdly of Bard and Wiz. Yeah. Rogue needs burst like DDD, Wiz, etc. Man, I'll be really curious. If they don't... So I know a lot of people don't feel like Bard or Wizards are a problem. I know a lot of people didn't think that Enchanters are a problem. If they don't change that sooner than later, and then they do change it later, I think they're going to find themselves very unhappy. As much as that Discord already likes to burn everything down, I think that it is only doomed to be burned down twice as much if they keep that stuff in the game, and then like a month out from now they're like, nope, just kidding. They're like, nope, we just kidding, guys. We let you play with it for like a month. You guys should be happy, right? And people will be like, no, we're not happy. We thought that this was okay, and then you left us. You left us. You left us in the dark, alone and afraid. All right, let's see where we're at with this one. All right, take this down to 6 minutes, or 10 minutes rather, and then... Let's see what we got here. What are we... Oh, wow. So our flurry went up to almost 20%. Our flurry went up almost to 20%. Wow. That is pretty wild. That is pretty wild. Oh, shit. Testing Warder flurry with Beast Lord active. That's pretty wild. That's pretty good, too. Warder. Then once you burn down mobs 5 at a time, it still takes 2 to 3 casts, sometimes more. You got to go back 8k mana at 100 odd regen tick. You're sitting around a bit. Yeah, fair. Was up. However, it's still the videos that are being put out there are showing people full clearing entire zones in roughly 15 minutes, which I think is a bit of a extreme outlier. I'm not saying, like, honestly, I don't give a shit. If they want to keep it, in the game, great. If they don't want to keep it in the game, great. I really don't care. If they wanted to have Super Murder Bee or not have Super Murder Bee, like, it's whatever. I do worry a little bit about people who will get, like, the FOMOism. And what I mean by that is when you get FOMOism, you see that a particular class combination is really the fastest, and people will see that as the only way to play. And then they'll feel bad because the thing that they like to play or the thing that they identify with most isn't as good as that. And they'll be like, oh, these guys are just trash devs. And then if you try to balance everything up to that level, then it's only going to get worse. Like, what you could do with this combination, you will only be able to do 2-fold, 3-fold when you are balancing it all out even more. So you really can't, like, continue it. The term, like, balancing everything to the busted level is not a real thing. Like, it sounds really good, but in functionality, it doesn't really behave particularly well. In a place where there's 3 classes and you have to make sure that all 3 classes are able to sit at the same level, and, like, especially when you're trying to balance to a misnomer. Let's see here. Once you're Baron, best strategy to play classes that suck so you never have to worry about nerfs. Hi, how you doing, Joey? What do you mean? Out of combat mana regen is 5% of your max plus other regen. It's far more than 100. That's still 230 seconds, 4 min sitting. I thought Frenzy of Spirit worked like Berserker Stance. Have you personally tested it? Forums, I tested it in I tested it in beta, and no, it's not the same as Berserker. It's not over haste. It's literally just it literally just caps you out. You just hit the wall. 5% every 6 seconds, 120 seconds, 100% mana. Yeah, enchanters are fine. The bards are fine, guys. So just play those two classes. Hey, it leaves you one slot for variety. What's wrong with that? I mean, that's the problem. Is that like I said, people will get that FOMOism. That's definitely not 5%. I get less than that on some ticks. I took my bard to 50. Was with Pally Monk. So for me, dots rocked as I did my full symphony. Loved it. Yes, D04 Fear was fun and quick. I just don't see it as overpowered. Everyone basing success on how a build does in D4. Well, that's because people, the end game is essentially chasing the D4 loop, right? So time to kill in D4 has been condoned as the heavenly grail of the game. And so that's what everybody's doing. No, you're good, Forums. You're good. Everyone basing, so yeah, yep. Endgame is moats. All other items can be acquired within a week. Yeah, well, that's so that's why D4 is so important, though, because you get to skip moats. You get to basically skip. You get moats and you get the items themselves. Let's see here. Okay, so that was pretty crazy. Let's try. Should we? I mean, I could try mage again, and we could see where that lands, I guess. I don't know why I opened that. Beast good after buff. Beast is much better after buff, for sure. Beast does pretty good damage. I mean, we were just able to hit like almost 20% flurry, which is pretty good. Let's see. What was it doing? So just flurry attacks. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Just flurry attacks was actually ridiculous. Interesting. Huh. Does the pet proc work on other pets? So what's up, yo? That's what we're like kind of testing right now. It doesn't work on charm. Doesn't work on charm, so that's out. We're gonna do mage. Pet, and we'll do water just so, because I mean it's kind of an extreme because it doesn't cast, but whatever. Most of the discussion was very little bearing on the target audience. They'll make content for these folks, but they didn't expect them to show up for new content only. Most of this discussion has little bearing on their target audience. They'll make content for these folks. I don't know what their target audience is. They've claimed that it's both nostalgia people and people who've never played EQ before. And they've shown us design. They've shown us like design stuff to sort of support that, which is a little weird. Pet haste. We just need to push his haste all the way up. My favorite build so far has been Rogue, Ranger, Shaman. Everything else has been meta and boring. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I mean, Shaman is kind of meta-y, but like, I'm here for it. I'm down with that clown. Okay. And we'll do this. Jesus Christ. 5 misses. Rat. So far, it looks like it does work, but I want to test all of them. So, interestingly enough, we tested this with the animation, and the animation had a 7.43% chance to flurry without me triggering the buff. And then the with the buff, the animation was flurrying at roughly 15%. The warder without the buff was, you know, flurrying roughly, where the hell? Flurry. Roughly like 6% of the time. And the flurry with the buff was like 20% of the time. So it's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like, so it's important to know that the people who are abusing the bard thing are doing, they're doing shaman. I believe it's shaman, bard, wizard, if I'm not mistaken. And so they're utilizing like Canny 5, and they're using some of the other stuff too to really bend the rules on some of that stuff. It doesn't really matter necessarily. Like, it's still kind of an outlier. There's no one else that can do that particular content in that way. And they're going to decide for themselves as to whether or not they want to adjust it or edit it or anything like that. The AA stops working if you take Beast out of your trio. Yes, Vincent, that is true. Talbane, thank you so much for the follow. The game does have some reach right now, though. The new TLP launch on EQ1 barely reached my algorithm. Oh, interesting. Hold on. That's a great point. I'm curious. I wonder if Thomas Van's over there going to be parsing that new server. Oh, I don't even know why I opened that. I don't need that. I need SteamDB. I need SteamDB, people. SteamDB. Did it even move the needle? I'm curious. Let's see here. Did we move the needle today? Oh, wait, what? Oh, charts. There we go. Oh. Ooh. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The amount of average players playing regular EverQuest is lower today than historically. Did it already launch? Like, did the thing already launch? It's TLP, but it starts at Serpent Spine. Who cares? Yeah, it's up. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Okay. You guys want to see something funny? This isn't really like haha funny, but this is kind of interesting. They may have gotten in their own way. Okay, check this out. So basically, okay, so see the date? See the date? EQ Legends took away from live EQ players. You had the TLP launch, right? And that this is pretty normal. This is pretty normal. If you guys want to see, like, you guys can see. Peak of 989, peak of 779. The interesting thing, though, is that EQL's launch resulted in fair amount of people, but here's the really interesting thing is that this is today when the new TLP launched. This is that's a pretty interesting. Weird. Been up for 3 hours. Is streaming it now. That's exactly how it reached my algo. Oh, no kidding. They added personal loot system. Hee hee. Is it the same personal loot system? Yeah, certainly they cannibalize themselves. But how many of those people that took from EQ were lifetime account members? Who knows? Got to compare it to months prior to the hype gain mountain there, though, not just right before. Well, the hype mountain is the other TLP. It's not really, we're not comparing the two. All we're saying is that there were people, and then the launch day happened, and then there were considerably less people. Stuff for each person poofs if that person doesn't take it. Yeah, basically stuff for each person poofs if that person doesn't take it. Interesting. Damn, I've been sitting here listening all day. I had shit to do. And Erishim, I'm sorry, but thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate you. I dare say most people hyped for TLP do not give two shits about stuff post-omens. You know, I wonder... I do wonder about that. The other thing that we can utilize in order to measure interest is look at twitch.tv and see how many people are streaming and how many people are viewing it. Is there a lot of people currently playing it versus watching it? Oh, there's only 110 people, and they're all watching Dude Boy. My God. Interesting, interesting. Okay. That is not a great sign. Yeah, he's pretty much controlling the entire there's 110 viewers of EverQuest, and 93 of those viewers are watching Orkby play the new Lothar server. I wonder what, like, it's going to be hard for them to really learn anything about their analytics in this situation, though. So for me personally, I think that, like, if you think about the fact that they basically allowed themselves to launch EQL in this window, but they also had another TLP launch a couple months ago, and by spacing out the two TLPs, like, what kind of outcome or what kind of data are they going to gain from that that's going to be useful? Because there's too many influences. You have EverQuest Legends, which came in and is basically maintaining a majority of your current population of viewers, which shows interest overall. But I can't imagine. Like, I'm really curious how many people are currently over there. TLPs are way seasonal. It's like you're playing an ARPG where nothing matters. I was playing EQL, though. Most of those viewers are just still there, you know? One thing I'd like but don't trust them to do properly is increasing XP plat drops for tougher difficulties. Oh, interesting. What's up, babe? You want pizza for dinner? What happened to breakfast for dinner? You said no? You want pizza instead? Okay. I love you. Nice slippers. Nice shoes. Wanna kiss? Oh, okay. She doesn't want to get sick. Nothing matters anyway. It's a game. I mean, it matters because it matters because this game could theoretically get shut down. In the long term or in the long range, we're down. Ooh, interesting. These 148s are pretty common. In the long term, there is a real chance that EverQuest as a whole is in some really interesting danger right now. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. They're losing TLP customers. Probably need to sue. Listen. You know who's gonna catch hell. You know who's gonna catch hell, right? It ain't gonna be Legends. If EQ dies, private servers will always live on. They don't need to sue themselves. This is why you do not, under any circumstances, launch your copycat version of THJ in the same window they're launching a bunch of stuff. Because if any of their stuff underperforms or performs in a way that is inconsistent with their expectations, guess who's getting the blame? Guess who's going to court? Guess who's created a competing product that's already been ruled upon in open court? That's what worries me. That and the fact that, you know, obviously they included Kata and Aporia. Have they taken those guys out of the game? Any of you guys playing Project Triune? Have they taken them out of the game? I would really like to see that. All right, here we go. Back. All right. As long as EQL can hold out until Ho launches, I'm good. Nope, who cares? They aren't taking money. Okay. I mean, it is a real... First of all, they are taking money. They do absolutely have donation links all over their website. However, it's not... What I think a lot of people don't know is that it doesn't matter if they're taking money or not. There is a whole plethora of things. When THJ was originally sued, it had nothing to do with anybody taking money or not. They didn't even know that the money was a thing until after the lawsuit actually begun, and they started going in at them that way. This is literally in the documents. Yeah, it's still, there's still a problem there. And so it is what it is, like whatever. It doesn't matter necessarily to me directly. Where it does matter is the level of drama and nonsense that it will cause if it does actually happen. Do you think that they shut it down merely because they're more playing it versus playing live? That's what their claim was. Do you really believe that? It doesn't matter what I believe. It's literally in the court documents. It has nothing to do with anything that I believe. It is literally written in the court documents. Yeah. The big problem was their popularity. They basically, Daybreak drew the line at they took too many people from the pie of people who are playing EverQuest, and they said all of our things are doing very poorly. They're doing very poorly because of these guys. And that's why they sued them. It's why they limited Quorum to 1,200. Yeah. Yep. And they've limited all the other emulator servers to much lower, which is kind of dirty pool in my opinion. But yeah, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. What I would not want to be is I would not want to be on the receiving end of a situation where they, like I said, they underperform and they can say you're a competing, you're literally a competing product. They can't compete by making a better product. Simple. Yeah, but you're making a competing product using their assets. They're making a competing product utilizing Daybreak's assets. I mean, it might not entirely be about their devs, but could be. Who knows? Let's see here. Okay, we did that. I need to take a picture of this one. And we need to cut this down to 600 seconds. Okay. Interesting. Ooh, okay. Very interesting. All right, what do we got here? Flurry percent chance 5.64 on the water pet. Okay. Okay, testing. Mage water pet. Without Beast Lord active. Boop. And then we will test this. They're not allowed to iterate. They
I think what a lot of people don't understand is that they have no interest in being imaginative. Because if you listen to their financial reports, they have absolutely no interest whatsoever in adding new systems to the game. Like the entirety of EverQuest, most of Daybreak's IPs, the entirety of them is to fuel their business to buy other things. Like it's not designed to put the money back into EverQuest. They take the money out of Daybreak and they buy new studios. Kata and Aporia are still there. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay, so boop, boop. There we go. The money THA was less important than the money Daybreak lost. 577 in general on that server right now. Checking for Cat and Aporia. 577, yeah. I mean, it's pretty low, but it's still, 577. Although they're not using the login server through Rogan. Hey, I had to leave. Did you go over what you told us to remind? Yeah, Pira, basically just going over like the sort of like feeling in general, in their general chat, in their Discord, the overall like community as a whole, just kind of, it's a really weird, messy situation. I hope they take Cat and Aporia out of there. Are you talking about the EQL Discord? Yeah, yeah. Yep. God damn, look at that pet freaking crush right there. Dude, look at that pet. Oh my god. That is a massive round. Wow. Water pet. Absolute psycho. Q. I have yet to play the game. When I start, do I have to reach max level before I can change my primary class? You can buy another primary class, or you can reach level 50 and you get one free token the first time you reach level 50. Or you can go through Plane of Sky and you can farm a bunch of items to unlock other primary classes. However, you can't really target farm. Like, if you were like, I'm going to work really hard to unlock Paladin, that would be a very difficult thing to do because the items that drop are like shared loot pools with other, like on a single boss with other classes. So you don't really get to decide like which one of the 16 items you get. And I've had like, I think I killed the Spirok Lord. One day I think I killed him like 11 times. And of those 11 times I killed him, every single one of those times he dropped the Shaman Belt. So I don't know, like, you know, it's sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. If Cat and Aporia get drugged back to court as a result of what Trion is doing, they're going to have to spend a lot of money proving that they're not affiliated with them. Yeah, well, what I would be more worried about is the case where, like, they would probably sue Project Triune, right? Like, they would sue them for damages. Wait, I joined. I just heard. I hope they take Cat and Aporia out of there. EQL. No. I hope they take Cat and Aporia out of Project Triune. Can also do it before you lock in a race. Yeah, yep. That's true, too. Grazimo, yep. You can also change your primary class between 1 and 10, and it locks. So if you don't lock your primary class in, by the time you max your experience bar in level 10, all of your XP will cut off. You won't gain any additional AAs. You won't gain any additional class experience. And you can like select another one. You can even go around and do the race quests. And by unlocking the race quests, you can literally you can switch your class and your race around to be something like, if you wanted to be like an ogre paladin, something like that. Were you a parole officer? Yep. Yeah, I was a parole officer for quite a long time. Mainly asked because I want to get a head start and be able to change if he decides to join when, say, I'm level 25. Yeah, you can always. So if you level like your secondary or your tertiary class, you can just change one of those to a class that you have at level 10, and you'll be able to go back and you'll be at a low level and be able to group with him and do whatever you want with him.
I unlock all but one class, and I still have the free class token. Wish you could turn it in for game currency and get some more storage space instead. Yeah. Wouldn't Cataporia send Project Triune a cease and desist to remove their names? Wouldn't they? Wouldn't they? Mm-mm. Whoa. I assure you, they are not affiliated. They are. I don't think people like $3.5 million. Their wives, their children, their house, their like everything they have. You think that's worth it? Especially when they're creating their own game. There's not even a like a flare of a nostril in that direction. $3.5 million. Like they would basically, I mean, yeah, they'd be homeless on the street. Like there's just not a world where that would ever, there's not a world where that would even happen. Man, I don't know. This one doesn't feel, I mean, it's happening, it's triggering a fair amount, but it doesn't feel like it's triggering quite as much. So it does appear to affect other pets, not just the warder, but it does not affect the charmed pets. Because, like, look at this. I mean, this is massive. Like, it's happening a lot more now. The other thing that's really interesting is the yeah, you can tell when the buff is up. It's interesting. The other really interesting thing is you can tell, like, if you use a two one-hander, like if you use dual wield against a main hand, because of the weird interaction with the buff itself, you will see a lot more frequent flurries when... That is really odd. We're definitely going to try. We're definitely going to try something after this. Really odd. Technically, they're just fake names in a game. Is there any actual legal basis to demand removal? Are those copyrighted names? They are, because the court deemed that the Kata and Aporia personas were spiritually representative of them as people, and that's what allowed them to get around the LLC protection. They basically said that the court said that Kata and Aporia doesn't matter, like any, like it associated those personas directly with them, which is why they were unable to utilize the LLC to catch the lawsuit. You have beast procs on them. Yep. Is your wife doing okay? Yeah, she's doing all right. She's doing all right. Every day she gets radiation. What's today? Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday. Today is day 8 of radiation every day. Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy situation, really. Like, it's not a situation I would ever want to be in, but it's, I mean, it is what it is, right? I think it would have been wiser, or would have been... I mean, it's a tough situation for the Project Triune guys, too, because what do? Do you reach out to Kata and Poria and be like, is it okay if we include you in our game? Oh, Kraken Hunter, it's all right, man. You know, there's not really anything, like... You got to play the cards you're dealt, man. God damn. Frenzy's going out. Which pet procs can short circuit others, preventing them from firing? Draken Gamer Guy, I have not found any procs right now circumventing anything. Weapon procs, casted procs, and AA procs appear to all continue to proc at the same rate, regardless of whether or not you have other spell procs and everything. They're typically, is a system in place on most versions. If you look at the actual code for EverQuest itself, it should allow you to proc up to 4 times or 4 different things per swing. But this is coded differently. But in my tests, and you can look again, this is all in my Discord if you guys want to follow up with any of this. In my Discord, there's actually a whole series of stuff where I was testing Puma. I was using Puma, Vampiric Embrace, 2 weapon procs, and an AA proc, and throughout all that stuff, it was roughly the same amount each time. Like everything from each test was roughly like within 5 procs of one another. So Cajun Asian, what's going on? How are you? What pet is this? Shadow Knight or Illusion? This is a mage pet. I guess I could probably remove the illusion, and that would help you guys, right? Let's see here. We can remove that because we just got what I wanted out of that anyway. Okay, let's see here. All right, knock it down to 600 seconds. And let's see. Yeah, oh my god, dude. It's definitely, there's a massive impact. There's no question. So it is affecting all the high level pets, but we need to see now if it's triggering on double attack or if it's just triggering and giving them an extra attack. This is a really good sign. We did confirm earlier, for those of you who are new in here and haven't been around, we did confirm earlier it does not work on charmed pets. Mage, water pet with Beast Lord active. Yeah, I don't think there's any question at this point. It is definitely working that way. Now the question is the lowest level pet that we can cast. And I don't want to deal with casting, so we're going to use level 2 Elementalkin Water. Figure I watch all your EQL videos and your pet videos. My favorite, I should be here to support. Cajun Nation, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Also, what do you got, like little big boy boxers? That's a great one. That's good to know. Something I have to monitor on emus. Be good to not have to think about it. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead and cast the water pet again, and we're going to see if this, first of all, let's see if he can trigger. I want to see if he can trigger a flurry at all. Oh my god, he's definitely, so this is the byproduct of his ratio being eaten up by the Earthshaker. So if you see, like, he's definitely using the Earthshaker right now. So he's getting that full delay in his attacks. This is S tier content. Hove, are you sure it's S tier content? It feels a little dopey. I know you mentioned your C&D letter earlier, but how do you guys like? I didn't get a C&D. So what they did for me, I want to make sure that this is clear because I don't want this misrepresented. I didn't get a C&D letter. What they did is during the lawsuit, they got granted an injunction, right? So the court was granted an injunction. During that time, they were given this thing right here. And it's basically like they fired a cannon like over my bow, basically. They literally just had me served with a copy of the injunction. That's all they did. They didn't say I was involved. They didn't say I wasn't involved. They didn't say do this or don't do this. They literally just sent me a copy of the injunction and said, hey, here's this thing. And that's all they did. Why sport people who threaten you? What? I guess I don't necessarily follow. You keep a copy within reach? That's hardcore. No, I was going through my paperwork in my office, and I recently pulled it out. I was going to put it in a thing. You could wipe your ass with it. I know. Yeah. No, I'm aware. I'm aware. That's why I'm not afraid to talk about it or bring it up or show people. But I do want to make sure that people don't get it misunderstood that there's no like there wasn't a C&D letter. There wasn't like a thing that said you can or can't do this, or there's not like anything like that. It's just simply a copy of the injunction. It's a way for them to sort of infer that I am aware. So if they wanted to file something saying that I'm in violation of the injunction, they can claim that I'm aware of whatever it is. But I never went to court. I never was given any type of due process. So there's there's no like nothing within the injunction actually captures me within that group. So it's nothing. And as far as why would I want to support someone who threatened me? I don't know. I guess I don't really see it necessarily that way. I don't really, they certainly don't think that I'm supporting them, but why am I giving my money? I don't know. Like I came to this like conclusion a long time ago. A lot of people will be like, "Oh man, I don't want to spend my money on this, or I don't want to support that by spending my money." But like everything we do supports something that's negative, and I don't want to like. I'm not going to stress myself out over. I'm not going to stress myself out over like trying to identify each thing and like whether or not money that I'm spending is going to this or that or anything. I'm not really all that worried about it. The fact that they just threw it at you is diabolical, honestly. They tried to do a lot of things during that lawsuit, and I don't think they were necessarily like expecting them to fight back quite to the level they did. I'm gonna go ahead with he doesn't flurry, right? So here's what we're gonna do. Oh, he just flurried. This is a level 2 pet. He just flurried. See this right here? This is a level 2 pet. This is without, like, I haven't triggered the AA. So that is real. That is a real flurry right there. I'm going to go ahead. Jesus. Okay. I had no idea. Hold on. You know what we need to do? I freaking hate doing this, but timestamps. Yeah, give me timestamps. Freaking hate timestamps, but whatever. Ooh. He is double tacking. He's level 2. No, he's level 5. He is double attacking though. So wait. If he's double attacking, I'm gonna take the Earthshaker off just because like it's freaking slow as hell and the tracking is like awful. Okay, give me the low level. Where's the warder? Wild Spirit. Interesting. This pet isn't doing flurries. We'll have to replace them. Pet suddenly flurries. Oh God, no! Did you guys legal boundary? Touch that boundary. Got a mild shock. That's not an attack. I mean, well, whatever. It's all like, it is what it is. It all went in the direction that it went in. I frankly, I didn't really take it personally per se. I understand what they were going after, and I understand that, you know, in war, there's all these things. Okay, so we're not seeing double tacking here. Roughly a 2-second delay. Wow, roughly a 2-second delay too. That's a 3-second. Yeah, it's somewhere between. I think it is 28 delay. Oh. You gotta be careful though, because the server does blip sometimes, and when the server blips, sometimes a double attack or like something where there's like two things with the same timestamp. Sometimes it is the server just like choking on itself. It does happen. Let's see here. Did our speech to text confirm? So level does determine flurry chance. They were just covering their butts and protecting their property. They'll have a tough love relationship. You make the game better by being here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've sat down with Dave Yosefi, the vice president, and you know, we didn't have the most comfortable conversation, but it certainly wasn't an adversarial conversation. We clarified, like, I'm not here to like ruin their space. I'm not here to make them have a bad day. I'm not here to advertise anything that was not like I'm not here to like create a big scene or anything like that. Like, I honestly don't really care. So based upon that, like we just kind of agreed, like, bygones be bygones. I don't really have a problem with the dude personally. I don't really know him personally outside of his like business kind of stature. I think that they could have handled things with EQL a little better early on. And I called that out, and that basically got me blocked by a lot of them. So that's kind of where it landed. Put timestamps on chat to be sure. Yep. So as of right now, it's better to give pet a max Earthshaker than any other weapon. Not a max Earthshaker, and not just any pet. Different pets do different things, and different ratios are going to affect the Earthshaker. And I'm going to recommend that nobody max the Earthshaker. I think that getting the Earthshaker to like 8 or 9 is probably the best spot. Okay, this is interesting. So we're not seeing really any here either. Heard stream pets have max damage delay regardless of the weapon equipped. Is that true? I heard in a stream that pets have a max damage delay regardless of weapon equipped. Zevix, kind of. It differs. Where it gets ugly is because each pet has its own damage and delay, and you have to use a weapon that exceeds that ratio, or a weapon that exceeds that base damage, and then it goes into a bigger thing. Reddit brains can't handle constructive criticism. Man, Reddit itself can't handle constructive criticism. That's my bet. No. And Wesker. I'm certainly not personal or anything like that. I'm simply I just want to be clear, because when we start talking about like legal documentation and like legal proceedings and things like that, I just don't want there to be any type of misunderstanding about what is and what isn't, so that, you know, if something ever did come to be, there was no chance of anybody being like, oh, well, he represented it this way, and that's why we're doing these things. And so I just want to make sure that that's all good. So this addresses the confound I brought up earlier, that the warder pet was higher level than the Shadow Knight pet, level 50, and it now seems pet level might determine flurry chance. Yeah, it does appear that way. This pet does not appear to be flurrying really at all, or if it is, it's happening. Well, we haven't seen a flurry. But what I'm curious about, and what this is going to tell me, I think, is if this is the case, right, I might need to I'm going to get a different dummy. I'm going to get a different dummy because this dummy, unfortunately, the pet can't hit it, so the log isn't picking up like what he's actually doing. And because the log can't pick up what he's actually doing, it's kind of creating a big hole in the parse. Interesting. Why only 8 or 9 for the Earthshaker? You want to keep the pets? Yeah, exactly. Hope. So I still have it open. Just give me 1 second. I'll show you. Let me just get this rolling. Oh wait, can you even see that? Is it already? Oh no, I moved it. That's right. Oh, okay. Interesting. This has to be up, and then we can close that. And then we can open this, and then we can do MS Paint, because MS Paint is fun. All right, cool. All right, come here, pet. Stand right over here. I hate this. This is the worst. So this is because this is an old zone and this isn't normally in here. They didn't do a ground mesh, and so the pet basically runs off to Narnia every time. It's super annoying. Fanatics, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Under, but close to as possible. About to get the MS Paint time. Oh, baby. I saved this one. So, like, there it is. It's already ready. Okay. So this is basically how this works, right? Your level 50 warder plus 10, okay, has a 1.11 ratio. okay? Your Earth Shaker at +8 or +9 is under this amount. And so does my weapon exceed my ratio? Yes. Then it'll use the weapon damage and delay. If no, go to the next formula. 2, does my weapon damage exceed my natural damage? If yes, use only weapon damage. If no, only use weapon procs if present. So basically, it doesn't use the weapon at all. It will only use its own weapons. Now, the problem is that this is the warder, okay? There's also a mage pet. There's also a necro pet. There's also a shaman pet. And they all have different ratios. And so they are going to obey this rule. So we need to make sure we lock down what ratio. We had another gentleman who was in here earlier, and he was testing out his water pet. And while he was testing out his water pet, he found when he leveled his Earthshaker to level 10, it provided with the exact same ratio that the pet had. And so all of a sudden, it started seeing the delay. As a result of it seeing the delay, he lost DPS. So you got to be careful. What is the damage on the warder then? What is the base damage? It's 30, but we're gonna have to break that back down because they just adjusted all that stuff. So we have to. That's one of the things that we have to parse. Is there any documentation on pet ratios? I'd love to have that for reference. So I am in the process of building all this out. Let me find where. Okay, here we go, and then I am in the process of filling all of this out. This is not complete. This is just information as I gain it, as I gather it, as I put it together, and as a result, I am trying my damnedest to try and get that stuff all. So you want to force it to use ES damage, and it's exactly Dansley. Exactly. Are all pet spell, not mage proc, casts instant, as in do they change the ratio? Are pet spells, not mage proc, casts instant? As they no. Your pets cast their spells at the normal rate with no increase or benefit. Doesn't your shaker break the proc? Your pet cannot. You don't use the Earthshaker proc. You do not use the Earthshaker proc. No Earthshaker proc. The proc does not actually work. Yeah, none of your pets can actually proc AoEs. None of your pets can actually proc AoEs. Okay. All right, let's see if he can land this. God, he's so slow. Here, good gravy, he's a slow boy. Here, attack faster, nerd. There you go. Brrr. Oh, 5 damage. He can't even hit a level 10, which is kind of sad. I'm still not seeing any. So here's what I want to do. I kind of want to attack it, and I want to see if what happens is when I trigger the Beast Lord AA, if it forces him to flurry even though he doesn't double attack as much. So that's kind of what I'm hoping that we see is that when I proc the AA, if all of a sudden we start seeing him out of nowhere start flurrying. Yes, offhand will proc. I use Daggers and Bloodfire. Yeah. You can do dual wield. Doesn't Earthshaker proc, break, mess, blah blah blah. So one of the other reasons is because so when you're flurrying, right, you're getting a free attack that's happening outside of your normal attack system, which is one of the reasons that a two-hander exceeds a like dual wielding, right? Because when you generate that extra attack or you generate that free extra attack,
you are basically hitting for a massively larger amount of damage. In the event where you are like just dual wielding and doing regular attacks and you generate an extra attack, you're not going to generate an attack for all that much damage. Could be good, could be bad. But curious how you derive damage delay from parsing. Do pet stats such as strength change the top damage? They do not. Matter of fact, actually, you might as well take your pet's stats and throw them all in the garbage, which is really, honestly, a very sad thing. But that's not. That's a blanket statement. I just want to make sure that that's clear. That is a blanket. Okay, here we go. Hold on. I want to see. Okay, so 19, 21. We just reprocced it. It's not even going down. It's 21 seconds nonstop. Pet hit points matter, not much else. Yeah, so hit points matter, mana matters, dex matters. Stamina does not provide more hit points. AC does very little, like very, very little. Attack and accuracy do almost nothing. Should I use my Earthshaker 5 on my level 48? Yeah. Absolutely. NHD, Josie Wells. Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and go as far as to say that this level 2 pet, I don't think he can proc it. So we're gonna test this for 10 minutes, but it does not look so good so far. Pet window doesn't even show pets resist, maybe don't exist. Oh, they do exist. Pet resist do absolutely exist. They're just not shown, which is kind of a bitch. I tested this. This was like 3-4 streams ago. One of the things I tested at the end of the stream, and then I kept testing beyond the end of the stream, was I was casting Charm on this target. And then I was seeing if the higher the magic resist on the target was actually doing anything. And then I pushed the magic resist as high as I possibly can with all my items and everything. And the charm was breaking consistently faster as a result of it having the magic resist stuff. Oh, there we go. Okay. We did get one. It's gotta be a double attack trigger % chance. So we did get one. We've gotten one flurry. So it can happen. It just almost doesn't happen. We'll be able to see if any of this double attack or any of that other stuff happens as well. Is it better to dual wield or two-hand on Mage Water Pet? In my opinion, it is better to use a two-hander. Again, if you're generating more attacks, also, even if you're not generating more attacks, the fact that you can break the weapon makes the two-hander better. You using dual wield, the only dual wield weapons that you can really put on the pet, there's very few. Dagus is one of them, but like the paladin sword is another one. The monk fist is another one. And that, like, we just concluded most of the list. There's just not a lot. Blood Moon is another one. There's like not a long list of weapons that it will even see. And so if you dual wield, realistically, in most cases, unless you have very high leveled up, Garduk, Garduk is another good example. These are weapons that basically won't be seen. I need damn great lighter stones. And somebody asked earlier, Desmatic, you asked about how I figure out damage and delay and stuff. So here's what I do. Okay, first of all, we have this nice little ticker going over here, but I also go back through and I actually measure this. We'll do a 10-minute parse, and then we'll determine what the most frequent delay between attacks is. And then from there, we'll look at something even further, where I will actually take the weapons and we'll look at the base damage,
and I'll like put a weapon on the pet, and then I'll see, does his damage change? No? Okay, great. We're going to put a slightly higher damage weapon on him. Does his damage change? No? Cool. We're going to put a slightly higher damage weapon on him and try that out. And you just continuously do that until you hit that point where his damage actually changes. Once you've done that, you've reached basically the point above whatever his base damage is. There's also a bonus damage that is factored in to the actual pet attack, and the pet actually loses that bonus damage in favor of the weapon bonus damage when it uses the weapon damage. That was about as confusing as I could probably make it, but that's basically how that works. Yeah, Viscar, you know, especially offhand, woos is really the only option. Otherwise, stick, offhand, yeah. You can also do like a shield or something if you really wanted to. Of course, you can always give it a poop weapon with procs. Yep, exactly. A lot of people are playing Fashion Quest, and they're giving their pet the Pain Eel swords, and they're testing it out that way. Min-max making the game awful since 1999. I mean, I don't know. Like, are we min-maxing? We're just trying to make pets work. We're just trying to make pets be a viable option and find out what we need to do in order to make them a viable option. I don't know if I'd call that min-maxing. Does charisma do anything from charmed pets? So it depends on who you ask. A lot of people say yes, a lot of people say no. I've been charming with like 50 charisma on this character for ages, and I didn't see any difference. But how are beasts now? There's better damage for sure. Is it like life altering better damage? No. So plus 10 woo would be the same as plus 10 woo plus 0 Dagus. What is the delay on Dagus? Two-hand weapon on pet also frees up another slot. Yeah, that is a good point too. Yep. Oh, we got another one. We got another one. We fished out 2 whole frenzies, flurries, foo-foo-foos. Min-max your life, wax instead of shave. Ooh. 21 delay on Dagus. Yeah, but what's the ratio? Like, what's the actual ratio on it? The delay doesn't necessarily matter because they won't even equip it unless the ratio is better than his own. That's the base ratio? 0.5 unleveled. Okay, yeah. So actually, yeah, so Dagus wouldn't even work for a Beast Lord pet. And it might not work for the Mage pet either. I thought the primary weapon was only weapon used for damage calc. I'd have to get another Dagus Garduke if that's bis for pets. We can find out. We can test it out. Forums. And I suppose you just equip 2 different damage types, weapon to calculate dual wield. Yep. Bingo. Yep. Do crushing and piercing, or slashing and crushing, or you know, the Beast Lord pet does maul attack, or some of the other pets do hit. Like the air pet does hit. So like you can kind of like figure primary, secondary that way. Plus 10 Dagus on pet, offhand hits for 44, delay 21, which is usually a downgrade if you trick your pet to use it because it loses damage bonus. Interesting. Just figured plus 10 woo plus 0 due to proc. It would outperform 2 plus 10 woos. I mean, 2 plus 10 woos is pretty saucy. 2-3 years, Dagestan, forget. Barbarian Spiritus Hammer. Who? Hold on. Bow, 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 bow. Who said... Yeah, I mean, Soul Leech is a really good option, too. Important question, at least to me, is the Quillmane spawn logic here same as Pat? I have not tried any of that. Oh wait, we're over our limit, folks. We're over our limit. Okay, back. Okay, there we go. And then we will do. This is a level 10 pet. Or a level 2 pet. I'm really curious to see. Oh wait. DPS breakdown, we don't need that. Options, view, DPS. Summary table. Cap that at 600. Bop. So your low-level pet can absolutely do it. Oh. Your low-level pet can absolutely do it. However... Actually, maybe I do want to include my stats. You know what? I'm going to include my stats just in case. It's interesting because I do think that seeing the dual wield is relevant. Is relevant to the data. Okay, there we go. And let's see. What is it? It's going to be like a fraction of a percentage of flurry, right? Where's the flurry? Oh, interesting. So the pet didn't actually even register. So the game saw that flurry, but the parser didn't. That's not good. Huh. Okay. Interesting. So pets suck, can flag in DD forever, deletes everything else. Great test.
Nerf everything, burn it all.
Oh, if I could see Soul Leech in offhand, oh man, if only. But you know what you can use in your offhand? Okay, you know what you can use is you can use this little sweet, sultry monkey butt. Where is it? Is it in my... Nope, it's not there. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's not in any of those either. Wait, where the hell did I leave that thing? Is it over here? Whoa, I'm going to be pissed if that thing's missing. Is it in my inventory somewhere? Equipment 29, AUG 10. What the hell did I put that in? It's in the bank. No, I don't need this. I don't need that. I need this. No. Equipment 29, AUG 10. Oh, you can grab it from the... You can? Oh, grab item. Ooh, interesting. But it actually won't let me. Clear your filter, do a new search. Sort by location and scroll to the equipment 29. Clear your filter and do a search. In your find item window. Yep. It is actually not actually doing any reset. Yes, I have hit that button 70 times already. It has literally done nothing. Use the highlight item function and find window. Save my ass. There's a special place. I'm considering going Druid Monk Beast, Shaman Monk, can't decide. It's right next to the grab item. Oh, highlight item. Oh, wait. Oh, it's in my Fang. Okay. There we go. All right. Yeah, there's this one. So this is basically what I was trying to show you. Reset button is pixel perfect. It's on the bottom side of the button. Oh, nice. But basically this. Yeah, this is what you can use as an offhand proc. What do you think of prioritizing resists? I think that it helps you a lot. I think it makes life a lot easier. Let's see here. Use highlighted item. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. Beast, Monk, level 50, leveling up Shaman now to make Super Beast Lord. Beast Lord was my main for years and years in EQ. And actually, you know what? While we're doing this, while we're over here, we have Shadow Mage Beast right now. I need to do Shaman Mage Beast. We don't care about what my gear is right now. Uses loadout, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. That's fine. We need Shaman, Mage, Beast. Okay, and then I need to create a hotkey for Companion's Fury. Put that on 2. Okay, and then we need to put the Earth Shaker in here. Oh my god, look at all that. Oh my god, there's so much real estate. There's so much room for activities. Good gravy. Here, take that too. It's not going to do anything whatsoever, but yeah, it'll be nice to have it in there, I guess. Yeah, that's good, I guess. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. None of that stuff is going to make it enough of a difference. We need to go over here and talk to our boy here. I really like Druid and agree with you on the class is undervalued, but it's hard not to want to grab Puma to maximize the pet as much as possible. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely reason to do that. I think that Shaman is probably the stronger if you were to look at like just what comes along with the Shaman class. I think there's more, but I also think that like you could do Shaman Druid Beast, you could do Shaman Druid Mage. I'm going to try something really weird here. This is the high, no, that's the low level one. We are going to do a 49 water pet. And then we are going to try and do something a little weird here. Okay, burnout 3. Spirit of Vermin. And then I don't... Oh, we can add the pet haste. I think this will stack. Or no, it's going to be blocked, I think. Yep. Okay, good. Don't need any of this stuff up. Okay, so let's see here. Strength isn't going to help him any. We can hit him with haste, although that's not going to do anything. Conversion cannibalize. We want Puma, obviously. Brain. Do your braining. Strength isn't going to do anything. Spiritual light and spiritual brawn. I got to remember that does something too. Hit pet with spiritual brawn. We'd love to see a wooed bloodfire test. The bloodfire proc is basically just a raw 10 DPS. Yeah. Bloodfire is very good. So is the blight hammer. Procking scourge. Okay, so let's see. We have this. We have this. We have that. Am I missing anything, chat? We do need rocals. Equipment. Put that right there for now. We can throw this in storage. Need another Torrid Exalt for the pet. Your pet cannot proc Torrid. That Torrid is an AoE. Do you think SK Burst Shaman would be a proc monster? SK Burst Shaman? Yeah, I mean it'd be very good, but I don't know if the value would be realized. Again, Berserker is like when you get into the late game, unfortunately, Berserker just the stance just doesn't do enough. It's really not even viable. If you're doing like D4 and D3, if you're trying to push that stuff, it is moderately viable when you're doing like Sky and things like that, but it's very hard. Like air pet while it uses with my 10, it's pretty good. I like the plus 10 air pet while it uses my plus 10 Woos Fist. It does pretty good. Yeah, I tested the air pet out. It just like it doesn't unfortunately do as much. It does evade more attacks than the earth pet, but the earth pet just has so much more hit points and AC that it just kind of it doesn't really tank as well. The Woos Fists are good, but you run into that fun little space of like, even with the Woos Fists, they're realizing the attacks. There's not a whole lot of procs and stuff like that to use. Pips, what's going on, baby? I just got done doing SK Zerk Monk to 50. It was a lot of fun. Nice. If I buy shop stuff, does it support the EQL devs? I have no idea, Happy. I have no idea where the money goes or who's getting what money. Does the FA Torrid mod improve Pet Bash? We can test that. I think I can probably put that on my pet. Well, funny story. You could, if you were going to do the Torrid Bash, you could only put that on an undead pet. You couldn't put that on anything else. Well, an undead pet or the animation. I miss you, Pips. Miss you, baby. Normal Skelly can ride horsey. XR Skelly cannot ride horsey. Whoa, I didn't know that. That's actually kind of crummy. A lot more avoidance, a lot more aggro, less damage from mobs due to 3 seconds. It's not, it is Dan Slee. I procced it for 3 hours one day. It is not that. It doesn't even convert. The air pet would have to prevent 2,000 more damage every 10 minutes in order for it to match the earth pet. It's really not even close. The 3 second stun is good, questionable. So the problem with the 3 second stun is, especially when you're doing like raid targets and bosses, it actually gets resisted between 70 and 80% of the time. And then the stun, like against like trash mobs and stuff like that, it actually still gets resisted a decent amount of time against them too. Like I was testing it on a level 51 NPC for a lot of the times, and it was getting resisted roughly like 10 to 15% of the time. Did plus 10 hours on active combat playing a air pet parsing, and it was very noticeable. Yeah, I mean that's cool. The problem with doing different mobs, like testing your stats on different mobs each time, is that each mob is going to have its own gear, its own equipment, its own buffs, its own stats. It's going to have all of its own variables. And so if you continuously change the variables each time, it's going to be very difficult to lock down on a real thing. And you're a mage, why is it getting resisted if you're using Mallow? It gets resisted plenty. We don't need to argue. Like, your experience can be your experience. Like, that's great. I'm happy for you. I just, that we had some people talking about how the air pet was like really, really busted. So we tried to match what they were doing, and we were unable to do so. Yeah. Okay, so we've got all this in. We've got him. He's got all this. We need to throw Puma on him. And then we got to throw Puma on ourselves. Then we do this. We're not even going to buff ourselves because it's more about the pet, but I'm just curious. Ooh, we need more. We need more attack speed. We're attacking too slow. What do we got? What are we at? 175. Okay. Shaman Magic Beat. Oh, okay. All right. Give me the... Wait. No, where's the fist? Where's the fist? Where's the fisty? Flaming fist. That's why. Because we can't even use that. And then we don't need that because we can't use that. We'll do the Serpent's Tooth in the offhand. There we go. All right. All right. That's much better. That's much better. Valid point about mobs being different, but it's same controlled dummy parse also. Yeah, but we don't parse damage intake on a dummy. Let's see here. All right, I'm not gonna bug with the same question. No, dude. Pet procs that someone can fill me in. Let's see here. Sorry for the repost. I'm sure I keep missing it. What would be the most optimal pet proc exalt if Earthshaker is not good? Man, it's not like, again, and I keep saying this and I feel bad for keeping saying this. It really depends on what people's combo is. Like, there's so many different weapons. If you're going to use Earthshaker, like, technically, using something like Soul Leech is probably ideal. There's a couple other procs that are out there. Again, it depends on the pet that you use. Like, if you're using the Shadow Knight, like if you're using the Necro pet, then utilizing something like the Torrid, not the Torrid Corruptor, I'm sorry. There's just, everything has different options. Using the Shadow Knight Sky proc, there's a lot of different options out there, and it's going to depend with every single class that, it all affects what the thing is. So unfortunately, like, a lot of that stuff, using Neck Pet, yeah. So using the Necro Pet, I would say, like, Soul Leech is going to be a good option for you. Oh God. Oh wait, duh. We have to stop this. Stop. Let's see here. Blood Boil from Bloodfire Sword is my favorite pet proc, and since it's warrior weapon, all pets can use it. Yeah. Blood Boil is a good one. Has anyone tried the Fluxblade axe with a level 10 Earth pet and Mallow on the target or resist debuff? No. Haven't tried that one yet. I actually have the Fluxblade on me to try that later. But, I need to wait for this damn thing to end. Plus proc rate. So the plus proc rate thing, we have not seen a lot of evidence that plus proc rate even exists, unfortunately. We were testing it with the Staff of Rithing. We also were testing it with the Barbarian Spiritus Hammer, Winter's Roar. And they're procking at the same rate as stuff that don't have proc boosts in them. We intentionally test them with low dex. It's something that we're going to probably have to test with higher dex. Earthshaker procs shown up in my combat log with your pet. That would be news.
That would be news. There's a whole freaking very, very angry. Oh my god, look at that pet damage. Look at that pet damage. Look at that pet damage. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, son. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Come on. Oh. No. No down. No down. Big damage. Oh. It was only the initial. That's sad. Is he even backstabbing? Leave / he's not backstabbing. There's something really weird with a water pet. Look at him freaking flurry though. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Is his attack even lower? $170. Something's not right. So there's the attack and then the flurry. 48, 48, 48. 49, 51, 52, 54, 56. 54, 56. That's 28 delay. So it is. God damn, he's just missing every freaking attack. He is hitting harder than the Beast Lord pet, somehow. Something weird is happening. He's also not backstabbed once. So Beast Lord A works. Yeah, Beast Lord A works. I haven't parsed it, but spell message wise is increased when using the Barb Spears is a lot more than with a non-proc rate mod, Exalt proc. Okay. Yeah, if you'd like to see the parses where we tested it, it's all in the Discord. And they're all labeled. Interesting. Why aren't you... Okay, so what if I do from this angle? All right, there's the backstab. There's the big DPS. Okay. Now we are going to chime in here, and we're hopefully going to feed him a bunch of flurries. Oh wait, he doesn't even have this up. Something funky is going on though. How much DPS gain is the Earthshaker over bare hands dual wield? It's about 50 DPS. It depends on what level your Earthshaker is, but we are... So something weird is going on with the water pet. I mean, technically we could push this up even further by doing this.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I really don't care. And then he should have those in both primary, secondary. Bloodfire, Bloodfire. Although he can't proc it. Can't double proc it. So that actually doesn't do anything. Well, we can put this... No, we can't. He's a rogue. Well, that squeezed his damage up a little bit. That's not worth it. Okay. You won't be able to backstab without a poker. Yeah, they can backstab without a poker. See him? See him backstabbing right there? They still backstab. They don't need a poker. Rogues can't even do that. How much DPS gain? Yep. Yeah. Feed him flurries. Well, he likes flurries. He likes them. He likes them so good. You know what I'm seeing though? Spirit of Vermin, Puma. Spirit of Vermin, Water Elemental. I think we should be able to push him a little bit further. We can try. I mean, I'm a shaman, so we could try Gardook. Do they backstab based on their unarmed or whatever weapon they're using? No, there's not a weapon. There's not a backstab modifier that they use. They backstab for an amount of damage. They can crit, but they don't. There's no modifier to the backstab. It's kind of a dumb thing, honestly. Because it's part of the problem with the pet, right? Like, it doesn't scale. And because it doesn't scale, it like lacks certain like, because the damage doesn't go up, it kind of negates some of the value of the pet. But it's still one of the better DPS pets. Though Fire Pet is insanely high damage because of the 51-point fire shield. However, it has really, really low health. And because you basically get stuck spamming heal on it, you don't do anything yourself, and that feels pretty bad. It negates a lot of your damage. Ooh, that's better. What'd you do? We put Gardook back on it, but he really isn't procking. I don't think I've seen... Has he procced Gardook yet? Yeah, I haven't seen him proc Gardook yet. Let's see here. Primary... Oh, wait. No, he's... Oh, that's why. For some reason, he still has Dagus, or he still has Bloodfire in his primary? Oh, there we go. That would be why he wasn't. Goofy as hell. Do they backstab based on arm? I like McFlurries. Or imitation should fix it. Inventory slot instead of items. Let's see. We still aren't seeing Winter Roar. So both weapons don't need to be slot 1-2? No. The only thing is that this is broken right now, so if you try to put a weapon in this slot right here, it'll bug out. He just backstabbed. I'm not seeing any Winter's Roar. Oh, there's one. We had one. See, here's where I'm... All right, ready? Here, we'll try this. All right, where is it? Scourge? Where's Blight? Oh, wait. Is that the only Blight I have? I thought I pulled that out. Did I not pull the Blight? Did I not pull Blight out? Man, maybe I didn't? I could have sworn I did that. Is there another shaman only weapon that we're forgetting? Whatever, I don't care. We'll just do it.
Do it. Do it.
I swore I did, though. It's really odd. That's tier 3 with 1 point in it. Let's see here. Tier 4. I have a bad feeling that this is going to be higher DPS. Oh, because that's in my pet's freaking inventory. I hate the way that works. All right, let's see here. Seems like a pet doesn't proc Winter's Roar as much, and it's resisted a ton now. Yeah. So both weapons don't need to be slot 1-2. Hey, I just found something kind of interesting. Sphinxian Circlet Plane of Sky rogue item has a clicky haste that can be used even if not a rogue from inventory. Instant click, no cooldown. Really? That's interesting. Forgive me, I'm novice. How is Rogue Warrior pet using Shaman only Garduck? Your pet can actually use any weapon from you, like your classes or your pet. So like my pet can use Shaman, Mage, Beast, and Rogue and Warrior items. And no, dude, Zevex, don't worry about it, baby. You ask whatever questions you want to. There's no like... Yeah, there's... shows 1 charge, but there's no charges. Interesting. Interesting. That sounds like a bug, and we'll probably get fixed soon. Okay, so he's got Scourge. He's not taking 97. Oh, wait. Did he do it again? Oh, he did it again. Primary Garduck, secondary Bloodfire. No, he's doing it. Cannot modify. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay. I'm not seeing Blood Boil on him. All right, let's throw the Puma back up. The damage is starting to drop because Puma fell. Do pets have an any slot? Like if I put a third back? No, no, you can't do that. Your pet basically has the damage that you have. Like it has all the normal inventory slots. It doesn't have any slots whatsoever. There we go. Now both of the dots are on it. Want to play something different? SK Beast, go Druid, or Sham as third. I'm SK Beast Druid, and I'll tell you this. I enjoy it, but it is not by any stretch a good build. It is not very good at all, actually. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. So between the two of these, Neck instead of Beast might be better with Shaman. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure you answered a million times, but how's the new AA feel? Feels very good. It's very strong. The problem is without accuracy, a lot of the flurries are just getting missed.
And unfortunately, with the flurries just getting missed, it feels kind of crappy. Is Puma on him? I can't tell. Yeah, it is. It's right there. Hmm. 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 What do you guys know about custom texture packs? That they violate the end user license agreement, and that if you use them at your own risk. However, they work. Puma plus 10 worth it, or should we? Yeah, Puma plus 10 is good. Oh, did we just? Oh. I was like, what? Oh, weird. Oh, weird. Oh, I have no idea what the hell's going on there. Oh, it's a ghost. It's a ghost. Oh, okay. Anyway, okay. So let's see here. How can we make this better? A lot of people, iOS and Tally, right? I doubt this is, well, it'll give him more decks though, right? There used to be a trick. I don't know if this still works. There used to be a trick where you could put no, shielding. Tuna. Oh, geez, I thought your name sounded familiar. You were a THJ. No, I wasn't a THJ dev. I did a lot of THJ coverage. Okay, so Dex worked. So you'd throw Dex up, and then you'd throw Infusion up. You'd throw Dex and Stamina and Strength up, and then you throw Infusion up. Does it eat the Dex? It does not. Interesting. Oh, does Hobble add Dex? Yeah, that's it. It doesn't really add Dex now. Here, we can do things. Gemini must be lying to me again. Wait, Gemini saying that Broken Stoic was a developer on the game? It's pretty hot. No, I was not. Oh crap! I don't have enough AA to buy it right now. We did a lot of testing in beta. There is things that could be different now, but I highly doubt it. Okay, so there's that. We will hit ourselves with the same dex, because that'll mean that we'll proc strike as one more frequently. I think it adds 75 dex. I don't remember exact number. Okay. All right. Now, when we do this, we should see glory. Oh, fucking Christ! I forgot the main fucking ingredient. We bumped him up to 200 DPS. He's still missing a lot, though. I can check it back in town if you. Noise. I mean, that's... are we happy with 200 DPS? Like, is this even... Are we, like, roughly... Are we feeling pretty saucy about this, or is this not enough?
Deep dive mechanic and testing. He is known for intensive theory crafting and testing. For instance, he put over 80 hours into parsing and testing pet mechanics in EverQuest Legends, detailing optimal stats like haste, weapon delay, glitches, and illusion bugs. Bro, that is so weird. Like, you can search me in an AI. I don't know how I feel about this. This is concerning. This is a trap. I'd love to get Shaman per DPS up to max. So I think if we level the Spirit of Vermin up and we level Puma up, I think that we could push this even higher. We would also need to level the items up, but I mean, I genuinely think we could probably squeeze like, I don't know if I want to say it, but I think we might be able to squeeze like 300 DPS out of this. I think 200 is pretty good, but I think that almost be baseline where you aren't min-maxing it to teeth. So here's the thing, though. Okay, here's what we could do. All right, are you ready? All right, watch this. Oof. Why is it so low? Oh, it's because of my freaking... No, my belt should be working. I mean, I'm missing a lot of gear right now because obviously I can't wear a bunch of this crap. Where is my dot damage, though? That feels really low. Oh, there's a nice critical, but still not very great. Did they, like, did they nerf dot damage a little bit? Re-up Plague, Odium, E-Bolt. Probably because I don't have something causing more crits to happen. Oh, there we go. There's a big 1.62 crit. Cheetah permanent on here? What's the fastest movement for druids? Cheetah is not permanent. His videos often look at gameplay betas, patch updates, and community issues such as marketplace glitches or specific game features like stance dance systems. Ooh, damn, stance dance systems. Insane due to his deep testing antics? Probably. What's a good DPS to be at? Well, like, so 200 DPS is like... If you're playing, like, if there's players out there playing, like, a regular build, 200 DPS is, like, probably around your average player. And I don't mean, like, everybody's going to be like, but I do 9 million damage. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your, like, average player who's not, like, min-maxing, your average player who's just, like, rolling in and playing whatever fun build that they want to play. Like, I think 200 DPS is roughly in that window. Now, granted, do we have to squeeze ourselves into a really odd place to be able to get here? Kind of. But do we feel as though this could possibly make... Could we be on the road to making pets viable? Could we be on the road? Or has it always been? Could have swore it had been resisted. Malosi. So here... Malosi is resistible, but on live, you would typically cast Mallow, and then you'd... Wait, no. Malosi is one line. Malaise is another line. The two of them. One is resistible, one is not. Is a 200 DPS with Puma on the pet? Roughly. We can get the pet to do more. The pet is not, like, itemized perfectly. There's more that we could do to make the pet, like, squeeze out more out of him. This is, like, literally just to, like, test things out and try to push things up a little bit. One more minute. checked the tooltip. It says unresistible now, or maybe I'm bugged. No. I think that Mallozy is the unresistible line. Malaise is the resistible line. It's free 200 DPS. Yeah. I keep trying to think of how I could make these old zones relevant again with any of the new revamped loot. Only thing I can think of is they can do broad strokes and put level minimums to use things. Oh man, if you put level minimums, people would flip their shit. They would be so upset. I would hate to be in their Discord. I would probably leave their Discord if they so maybe with pet 200 DPS and character 200. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like if I itemize myself, like right now, again, I'm not really using like the best weapons. Like I'm just literally just trying to see what I can do. Like we're using a flaming fist +5. We're using a serpent tooth +6. Like we are by no stretch of any means like trying to press out like the busted stuff. I've got the talisman in one hand. You know, we've got the new Sebly bindings in here. So this is by no stretch like itemized in the way that you would want to be. However, neither is the pet. But if we can squeeze that much DPS out of it with just this basic stuff, I mean, the pet isn't even benefiting from 90% of this shit. So it's like we could seriously put more time and effort into making the pet more viable. And by doing so, like, I think that we would be in a really good place. Are you? No, we are not. Actually, I was not using that. We can try that though. That is a good call. Good call out. We were not using frenzied porker. Hold on, let me do one thing real quick. I want to put this here because utilizing that is going to give me more sauce than toss. Okay, so that's all good. That's all good. You've got that. I've got this. Okay, boom, bop, bing, bong, boop, and then frenzied. He's backstabbing, so we're seeing the backstab. That's another 40 DPS. 50 DPS out of the pet. Frenzied. Out of frenzied. Oh, shit. We turned. Not sure will. Frenzied what now? Frenzied burnout. The reincarnation system will fix the low level stuff. Yeah. How does that compare to general charm pets? It doesn't compare at all. It's not even in the same realm. But summon pets should not compare. Summon pets should not compare to charm pets. Oh yeah, fully optimized over 300. Yeah. I definitely think we can get there. I definitely think we can get there. That's pretty good though. And we still have like 30 seconds left on Frenzied Burnout, and it's going to be up to use again in 15. I don't know. Harpy with Blood Moon plus anything. Sky Haste Belt with a pet Haste Belt is still doing 500 DPS. Yeah, you can. I can charm one of the like. There's like tons of things that you can use that are just like absolute insanity. Oh, 300 is like D3 killer, yeah. I mean D3 killer for a player, right? Like I'm not even doing any of the other stuff. Like we could be throwing up, you know, gang signs. No, I'm just kidding. We could be throwing up like Odium and Inventable and Plague, like that. And I'm not even like itemized correctly. This isn't bad. I don't think this is bad. This is we're encroaching. Again, not itemized really well. I think we can break 500 DPS with this pretty easily, with not a lot of effort. My God, look at all that Puma. 230 is really getting somewhere good. Yeah, that's pretty nasty pet damage. Mine is only doing about 125 neck. I just hit 50 with some shoddy gear though. Yeah. Well, I think we can get there. Like I definitely think there's there's some places we can push this. So at any rate, and we're floating around 250, like 240, and we're like getting up there and we're like touching 250 every now and again. So I definitely think there's more we can do. He's only wearing warrior gear. I'm sure there's better gear that we can put on him, and we can see more out of that. I'm sure I could probably also go through and look at all my buffs and make sure that like he's got everything. We'll get Hobble. We'll see if that does anything special for him. If he procs more with that. I mean, he's doing really well with the procs. He's keeping Scourge up, but one thing I'm not seeing a lot of is I'm not seeing a lot of the blood. Oh, there it is. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. You tell me. Are we seeing progress here? Do we feel like we can... Of course, I'm terrified to make a video about this, because once we do, you know what's going to happen, right? But this is only with the Beast AA ability, though, right? Yeah, here. You guys want to see what he can do without the AA? We'll just sit here and we'll watch him doing his magic. Frenzy seem to around 10 to 15%. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's doing really good. But I don't think it's going to be like the game changer necessarily for the damage. Like, yeah, he's losing a pinch, but he seems okay, right? You know, something else I also didn't take into consideration that we didn't look at is doing this. See if that actually pushes it up at all. If Puma is on a PPM system, once you hit whatever that number of procs is per minute, couldn't you reapply to up the DPS? You theoretically, maybe. That is something that maybe you could do. You are a madman, sir. You are a fudging madman. So you're saying basically watch it proc 5 times and then thunder plug it real hard so that you see the rest of the outcome. Can a bard overhaste a pet? Bards actually do not have overhaste. If Puma is a PPN, yeah, we read that one. I know it says overhaste, but if you actually look at your spell bar, you actually don't get overhaste. Or you look at your character window. Urvad should be overhaste, but it isn't. Yep. Bingo. It's just a useless ability. For the love of Jesus. Alright, so... Okay. Alright, the DPS is doing a slow crawl. I mean, I'm not mad about this. I think this is certainly doable. So for those of you boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a pet player, and proc 4 more. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, Dex. So PPM is increased by Dex. Your PPM is your PP gets longer with more Dex. Anyone have any good songs for Symphonic Aura and Sky? Oof. Oofy. So if you are a pet player out there, you are someone who is like an avid lover of pets, okay? Do you want to be nuking? Like, what do you want to be doing while you're playing your pet? Like, what is it that are you healing your pet? Are you nuking? Are you like, depends on mix. Because like right now, I think you basically do this, right? We're throwing out our dots. So this is increasing our damage. We could theoretically be throwing out like other things, I guess. Healing, slowing, and dots.
Ideally, I'm finding other stuff for my pet to solo. Did you know if you undo your belly button, your butt... Oh, I don't want my butt to fall off. That sounds terrible. T-Boots, I'm not a bard guy, so I don't... That's a tough question for me to answer. Beast, bard rogue here. I run Runesong, Self, Haste, AoE, Slow, Silos, and Regen. I just want to be shooting arrows with my pet. Did anybody see if you can Spellblade Puma? Can you Spellblade Puma? I think you can. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. You pinned that? What the crap, Waldstein? That's why we can't have nice things. All right. Guys, I hate to be this guy, but I think I'm going to call it. But why would you want a Spellblade Puma? Well, people are talking about basically not wanting to... They want to shoot their bow, okay? Now, hear me out on this one. I guess you could use implied targeting, right? People want to shoot their bow. So if you're sitting back here shooting your bow, let's say, and you're shooting your bow, you could throw Puma through the NPC that's attacking your pet. Did they say they were charging for expansion packs? Yes. Yeah, they did. It's fast cast and still got a hit pet. Well, right. So what I'm trying to figure out is how do you do everything you want to do without actually having to change targets? Because you want to be like doing the best you can, right? I don't know. I'm gonna find a way to make it work. I'm gonna find a way to make it work. Thank you for all the theory crafting. Yeah, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out and like chilling today. We did a lot of different stuff. We explored a lot of different systems. The new Beast Lord stuff works really well. For those of you who are watching this part of the video, or those of you who were not here earlier, we found out that the brand new Beast Lord AA that gives you this additional flurry chance on your pet, or flurry proc rather, is actually it will work on all of the pets A to Z. However, the lower level the pet, the less useful it is. It can still trigger. However, it is few and far between. And the higher level the pet, obviously the higher level the double attack skill and things of that nature. And so we're seeing more procs, more furies coming out. You can see the little red text over there is going crazy. And so that is really the big thing. Charmed specifically do not benefit from this. We tried. We went to Plane of Sky. We charmed some animals up there. We tried to make the animals utilize the skill. It did not happen. Unfortunately, you know, that is the way that it is. I'm not necessarily sad or mad about that, but it does work on the Necro pet. It does work on the Beast Lord pet. It does work on the Shaman pet. It does work on the Mage pets. So we did try it on the max level Shadow Knight pet, to which it doesn't have quite enough double attack to really be useful. We tried different procs, and like, not for nothing, I'm not sitting here casting Puma and this pet is doing 220 DPS, which is pretty good in my opinion. I think this is a really good place, and I actually don't mind this build makeup. It's a Shaman Mage Beast. I think that utilizing this with Puma, Vermin, the dot lineup that you have. Matter of fact, I didn't even think about it, but we could theoretically throw up Malaria on here too. Because Malaria, I believe, counts as a different line, which means I think we can do this. And then I think we can do this. Yep. So you could, that's another dot that you could have going, and just like empower the crap out of things, right? So really a lot of good options here, a lot of good things. You could even sit back and nuke if you wanted to. If I had to take one of the classes away from this to make it viable, man, I think it's Beast Lord. Don't hate me. If you're not going to have your pet tank, I mean, Beast Lord, you really want to be up there. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough because if you're going to be triggering the new AA, then you're going to want to be in melee. So it is what it is. Anyway,
Trigger from ranged. No, it does not trigger from ranged, which is why, like, if you're a ranger, I would actually not. I would do like a ranger mage shaman. I would not do a beast lord. But pets don't use stamina, so that sounds horrible. No, Tribune TG, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. I don't know, guys. Saw a lot of benefits, a lot of bonuses, a lot of cool stuff going on. Definitely 10 out of 10 would recommend. Game feels pretty good on the Beast Lord. Definitely a nice little boost. I do love you all. You're all awesome human beings. And not for nothing, but if you're not already, please consider following us and liking us and promoting us and all those other fun things on all of our socials. I don't know why that only went through to... It never goes through to just YouTube, but this time it did. Okay, whatever. Let's see if it does it there. Maybe? Bueller? Oh, there we go. Okay, beautiful. If you'd like to, go ahead and hit us follow. Hit us with that like, that subscribe. You can also find us on the Discord, which is a great place to find all these parses that we did today, all the information that we did today. And I will happily be posting. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do it right now so that we don't forget. I'm going to go ahead and grab that parse and I'm going to throw it right in there. So it's right there for you guys all. You can download it. You can check it out. You can recreate these parses yourself. If you choose to do so, I use EQ Log Parser. It is right there and right square for you to be able to do what you want. Love you all. Take it easy. Stay out of trouble. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. And also, hell yeah, we got into the collaboration with Darkest Dungeon, which we will be doing very soon. Love you all. Have a good night. Be safe. Peace.